Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad you are watching. Welcome again to Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Tonight, we have a show and a half for you discussing the deputy president and his DNA of dictatorial approach towards settling matters, especially with those that seem not to be dancing to his tune. And I don't know what you feel about the same, but tonight is that night when we discuss this to its finer details, because there is a lot of undertones and counter undertones from both ends. We have groups of people who are claiming to walk out and, of course, head to the opposite direction. This is not peculiar to UDA, I must say. It's not peculiar to Kenya Kwanza. It is also being felt and agitated in the Azimio la Umoja group. But we would love to concentrate on the deputy president and that characteristic in his historical handling matters as far as his political journey is concerned. Well, Raila Odinga sets out a panel to pick for him a running mate. What do you feel about the same? We would love to hear that. And of course, the angry nominations outcome are here. There are people who are angry with the nominations outcome and they are spitting fire. What do you feel about that? Some are going independent, others are crossing over and going to the opposite direction. Is the same thing we are looking at. I want you to weigh in on the same, and let us see what this ends as, even as we get into business to discuss all politics. And of course, mwenda zake, the third president, Mwai Kibaki, bado tunatuma rambirambi zetu na tunaendelea kumpongeza kwa yote na mchango wake katika kuinua nchi hii na kuifanya bora kuliko vile alivyoipata. Na hiyo ndio njia pekee kila mmoja wetu kuishi, kuhakikisha kwamba hii nchi inaboreka chini ya uongozi wetu ama chini ya awamu yetu wakati tungali hai. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja mahala pote ulipo. Hii ni Mtembei TV, tunawakaribisha nyote dunia nzima. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to discuss. Tatu Juma anasema watching, karibu sana. Kipsanga Victor, Mtembei TV without Ruto's name is just Kideri Media, useless. Pole sana. Jackton Ogutu, I'm locked in, karibu sana. Belinda Ogweno, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Akengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi, thank you so much, we appreciate you. Jim Wanjo Kabusa, asante sana. Tunashukuru. Anasema why are you here? Samosa Osonga, enda polepole tafadhali, tuchunga lugha yako. Omar Esir, thank you so much. The link is in the comment section, use it please. Mwalimu Bate Mwaringa, locked and Azimio, asante sana. Anthony Mukanambo, wacha machungu, karibu, thank you. Nani huyu? Kipsang Victor, just you're just an arrogant Fabian Adriano, niko live ndani ya Kilifi, asante sana. Mike Boy, karibu sana, we appreciate you. Kuna Damweli wa Nyandarua, asante sana. Patrick Mwakimu, we appreciate you. Habari zenu, tuko salama. Nani huyu mwingine? Weekend wa Hongkong, Hongkong. This is serious, huh? Sawa sawa, thank you. Kuna Harriet Kaveta, asante sana. Hesbon Kaunda, we appreciate you. Kuna Dominic Kosigei, I think this is Azimio platform. Why don't you make it fair? Ruto killer time. Niko locked in hapa, anaitwa nani huyu? Johnson Ihaji. Johnson Ihaji. I was in Kakamega, I did not see you. You didn't give me your details. Now I'm back in the city. Well, kuna nani ukipchumba Tarus, bila Ruto hakuna kitu ingine unasema. No problem. Njoo kamtetee tafadhali. Anaitwa interesting times in this great nation. I want to appreciate all of you that are coming in. Please let us look at what we are discussing and discuss it in details. Avoiding to look at a situation doesn't help it at all. It's just trying to play the ostrich game. The characteristic of our leaders matters to us because nobody is going to lead beyond their character, and it's our responsibility as a people to scrutinize everybody's character and be able to see in whose hands are we going to be safe. So don't hold brief for somebody simply because he's your tribesman or your village mate or what that matter. We are looking for somebody who is going to take care of every Kenyan. Is every Kenyan safe in these hands? That is why we are looking at the characteristic of those people asking for the highest office in the land. And so tuache makasiriko, tufanye kazi. Kazi yetu ni kuangalia mambo kwa kina ili tuhakikishe kwamba hakuna Mkenya ambaye atafanya uamuzi bila kujua ni nini anapigia kura tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Naomba kuwakaribisha nyote ambao mmeingia katika panel leo. Asante sana. Wale mmewai, nashukuru Steve Hamison, kuna Nyateko Alila, nani huyu, Mr. Wangiro of course, Big Sam na Fred Kasuti mzee wetu, alafu anaitwa Robert Meuteri. Hey, asante sana, majina magumu kweli. Steve, vipi?
Niko poa sana bwana Bernard.
Sawa, utangulizi wako moja kwa moja tafadhali.
Okay, nashukuru sana kuwaona siku ya leo tena so that we can discuss about our beloved country Kenya. The first thing is history and nomination. Is not about the DP peke yake. When tukiangalia vile saizi as a country vile tuko, it is both parties. Kuna just drama. People are winning elections, people are winning nominations, but at the end of the day, there are some people who are being favored only because they are close to someone. An example of Keter in Nandhill. Keter won the election, but what did the DP do? Only because that guy is against him all over. Last election, Keter was in Jubilee, but alikuwa against DP. But he managed to win the election. This election, he was in UDA against the DP, but people of Nandi love that guy very much. They voted him in. Lakini surprisingly, kukawa na issues, sijui kulikuwa na rigging, sijui kulikuwa na late ballot paper kufika. So I was shocked kusikia kwamba when the number 2 alienda kucomplain, instead of the DP as a leader ama whoever is in charge ya election in UDA kuenda kwa ground kusema okay, kuna evidence kwamba there was this and this and this. What do? Let's come on the board to discuss way out. Hata kama ni kurudia election irudiwe. Instead the guy decided to give the number 2. Unaona sasa hiyo inakuja tu direct kwamba this guy hata kama angeshinda election angepewa, and it all started with certificate. Ketere alishinda, no certificate. Kukawa na a lot of drama kwa polling station, kwa tallying station. Kukawa na drama mpaka ilifika time Ketere akasema no, we must get our certificate ndio tutoke hapa. So these issues za nomination is all over. I think it is a high time the leaders of these parties wakuje and then consider sisi kama wananchi, we are the one voting and we vote whoever we want to lead sisi kama wananchi. Usituletee mtu kutuforce because maybe you know hiyo region ni ya ODM or hiyo region ni ya Jubilee or ya UDA. So whoever you are bringing na ukuje umsupport nyuma yake, that is very bad, by the way, very very bad. I love my country, but hiyo formula yenye tunaenda, nominations wangefanya tu zikuwe free and fair. When we are voting someone, in an example of we are voting you Bernard as our MP aspirant, ikuwe ni wewe kama umeshinda election, isiwe ati because now tunakupigia election maybe mfuko wako uko chini kidogo and there's someone mwenye anavai the same position na wewe, mfuko uko vizuri na ako karibu na hao wakubwa wa party, now he uses the, by the way, hizi vitu kama hizi ndio zitafanya party zingine zenye hazikuwa zishinde election, because now is in fact now I'm starting to loving Kenyans. Tumeanza kuamka because now tumeanza kuona kwamba now we can decide for our own. I give you an example of last election in Mombasa, Nyali, Muhammad Ali alifanyiwa vituko. What did he do? He went for independent and he won the election. The same to Ugenya, that guy won the election. So I think, and I want to appreciate my fellow Kenyans, vitu kama hizo ziko happen, we need to push the candidate mwenye tumevotia aende direct. Story hata kama ni independent, let's akuje tusimame naye mpaka mwisho, because yeye ndio tunaona kwamba anaweza tufanyia maendeleo. Raila hapa kwa constituency or kwa ward, he will never help. Ruto, he will never help. The leader, uongozi wetu hapa chini utatusaidia sana. So we need to look for someone who can help. Si ati mtu anatusukumia mtu because they are close friends or whatever. That does not work that way. Thank you. Let me support hiyo point and then nitakuja baadaye.
Sawa, asante sana. Ndio tunasema ukinyimwa ticket, wewe kama unaendelea kusimama, bora uprove kwamba ulikuwa popular on the ground. Lakini story ya kuita majina wakati ambapo ni ticket tu umenyimwa, kama ni kweli umenyimwa ticket, tutajua tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. But on the other hand, there are party decisions that are made based on loyalty, fidelity.
But Bernard, Mr. Bernard, loyalty haipigangi kura. Sisi citizens ndio tunapiga kura.
Chama ndio kinajengwa na watu, sio kura peke yake. Kura unapiga mara moja kwa miaka 5. Chama ni kurani kila siku. Huwezi piga tu nyoka zote zingie ndani ya chama alafu useme eti ni chama zilipiga kura. Sio mimi nimesema. Naomba tusonge mbele.
Yes, Bernard. Let me take this opportunity first to put forward my condolences to the family of our beloved President Stanley Emilio Mwai Kibaki. May God rest his soul in peace. I just want to say I remember my president based on some of the clips that circulate around. Very funny. Also, he's done a lot of work during his time. I understand by the time I was the president, I was not so old enough, but at least my parents and also the people I hear from tell me that the economy was doing much better. However, having said that, I would want to move swiftly to the politics of the day, and I want to pick it up from the issue of direct tickets that have been issued by the various parties. The Kenya Kwanza, the Azimio, One Kenya. And I find it quite ridiculous that there are people who are crying that they have not been given the tickets, or for some reason the nominations were not carried out in their areas, and parties decided to issue direct tickets to people. These are contents of the party constitution. These are things and ideals that are enshrined in the party's bylaws. And when someone says he's subscribing to a particular party, one, he must have read or have gone through these processes and knew that these are avenues that are available for a party to use. So these are tools that are available for parties to identify candidates that can uphold, the party ideals when elected as leaders. Look at ODM and what is happening with Aisha Jumwa. I mean, how the hell do you get nomination from ODM? They campaign for you, support you, get elected, and then you start running around. Look at our DP, for example. Is in Jubilee, yeah? Or today is in UDA. But he was elected, as a Jubilee deputy president. Jubilee was his party. Then he starts running around. The president tells him, please, come here, support me, complete my term. The guy is running around. Every weekend is in Mount Kenya looking for votes. Yet that is not what the party subscribes to. The secretary general, the chairman, he is no longer listening to any of them. Raphael Tuju was there like almost every day. They are at loggerheads because someone behaves as if he's run rogue. He's gone rogue. He does not remember at all anything that the party stands for. I find it very ridiculous, for example, that the people in UDA, for example, Ruto promised us several things, the stadia, healthcare, etc. He was the one who was running the show. Then when the time is there for them to implement these things, he is busy rocking the party and rocking the government from within. And this is why everyone must understand that you must be loyal to your party. And if you're not going to do that, and if the party finds it that you are going to work against what they stand for, I mean, why wouldn't they give that direct ticket to someone who is going to deliver? Then the other aspect then comes in is that these parties are issuing tickets to people who do not have quality leadership standards, or perhaps are people who have no concern for the common mwananchi. Surely, let me ask, today, what bars somebody who is in Homa Bay or in Migori from voting someone in UDA? We have several options. So please let the parties do what they think is proper for them. A party is like an organization. Let us give them a chance to handle the politics of this country. And we are members of those parties. Let us fight within those parties to make them straight. Let us not be like you are a UDA member, and when a direct ticket has been issued by UDA, you seem like you are a wiper person. Now you are like criticizing that party. If I am a member of ODM, I need to fight within that party to make it straight. This is what we have to do as Kenyans. Let us fight. Let us be there. Let us be available. Let us not be participants. So I am totally in agreement with ODM, UDA in terms of how they are running their affairs and in terms of the tickets they're issuing directly. And I want to ask the aspirants who are crying, there are available options. If you are popular on the ground, rudi mashinani, utachaguliwa. Mambo ya kulia kwa kamera wachana nayo, tupa mbali. Having said that, the issue of nomination aside, I want to give a cover about the national politics. Today, Junet Mohammed has announced a list that Right Honorable Prime Minister has issued for a panel that is going to help him select or maybe, get his running mate. That list, one thing I can tell you, or what is going to happen, and I don't want Kenyans to invest emotions in the things they see on camera so much. As we speak today, those people have clear instruction and they know what they are doing. Either this is a PR exercise to try to float some names to see how Kenyans react to it, but there is absolutely nothing that is going to come out of that panel that is going to be sensible or that is going to stand like a real thing. These are politics choreographed to try to get minds of Kenyans or to play around. I mean, that is a weighty committee. Why would Raila be in the US and Junet comes around to float those lists? So please, let the politics play. You as a Kenyan, I urge you, if it is your time for work, work hard. If it is your time to play politics, get into the politics and participate. Finally, on the Nairobi nomination, especially on Igathe nomination by Azimio, that is the best decision these guys have ever taken. And I've seen him. He's reached out to people like, Kananu. They have met, they have talked. Igathe is playing the politics he should play. This is now what we want. First of all, Igathe has what it takes to run Nairobi. Secondly, the way he's playing the politics to reach out to the other members, that is an ideal thing, and Azimio should support him fully. What I am not so happy about is the Sifuna thing, which has come because of the threats that they are issuing on the media. That one he should refrain from. And if that's the nature of politics he's playing, it's not a very good thing. But what I can say, the politics has been arranged. The Azimio team, when you wamejipanga, that is the right direction that this country should take. Thank you.
Kizito, uko na swali?
Yeah, good evening to you all. I just have a question to, not to Alila, this guy who just left. I wish he could not have been lefting to listen to Alila. He has analyzed this thing. The point remains in this nomination that before you join any political party, you have to read and understand. These are not Google things that you read, you assume, then you click, yes, I understand, but you never read them. You have to read them and understand what the party stands for, what is in the party, and how party do its own things. All these people were crying, I came to order. If you listen to them on the news or the social media where they claim, they are all crying. They are just giving threats. They are not crying. They are just giving threats that if you don't elect me ODM, I'm going to order. If you don't elect me Azimio, I'm going to order. What differs them from joining that order before? This is what we call opportunistic. Why do you go to ODM or to Azimio when you are prepared to go to order? Go to that order, campaign, and if you see everybody who has got his chama party, all party is organized and it has got its own members. And before you get that party, just like what you said, Bernard, in party, loyalty matters. You read it, understand it, and you have to be loyal and you have to accept what the party needs. So when you join the party, you know why you are joining. But if you join it for you to just get that, all these people were dropped. They have seen it, they have used that their scientific policies, their civic opinion polls, and they have known that these are the people who are just coming to get elected because of our party, because of the name. Be it you are in UDA or be it you are in Azimio. You just use the name to get elected, but your mind is in UDA. But don't play, even here in the panel, whatever I'm thinking, all these people are in the panel, they know what I'm thinking, whether I'm in UDA or I'm in Azimio. They will just sit down with these people, they will just say, this Kizito who is talking is in UDA or is in Azimio. So the way you can judge, for example, Bahati, he was crying. First and foremost, what is it that is good that Bahati has ever done in Kenya that can let us know? Sorry to
Bernard,
use
was
his
that
name.
a question or was it a contribution again? Surely.
I'm not contributing. I'm just giving. I just want to ask a question, Mr. Wangira. My question was, why do you cry when you are not given this ticket? It's not a contribution. I was just explaining so that you, Wangira, before you answer me, you'll have known what to
Kizito.
answer.
Order. Thank you, Kizito. Wangira, be patient. Okay, patience is a virtue. At times, questions can be asked in terms of a story before. We learned
Yeah.
that from Jesus, and I know you are a Christian. You know that Jesus gave a parable and then he asked a question. But in the interest of time, let us make our questions as brief as possible, please. But let's not attack one another. Let us, too early in the day, to begin to get at each other's throat. Sawa sawa. Asante.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Thank you. Just my question
yes.
was, why is it that you have to cry when the people who are nominating you are the party members, are they are the party, it's a party nomination, are the people who have decided to refuse to give you the nomination certificate, and it is their party, and you joined it. Why do you cry? Thank you. That was my question to this guy who went, Steve, but he
Okay.
already well left.
Okay, sawa sawa, Kizito, thank you. Let's we'll address that why the party ticket is so important, that when somebody loses it he has to cry and reach out. Why is that the case? It's a very interesting angle to look at and be able to understand our Kenyan politics, whether when you get the party you've gotten the win, or when you have lost the party you have lost the election already. No matter what you do, that could be what is at high stake. Just before I bring in Wangira, on the comment section, please let us tone down. No need of getting at each other's neck. There are people who come on this channel to divert the attention on the topic at hand and give us a new topic they want us to discuss. Please be aware of that. And also let us share what is helping the country and helping the people of Kenya understand what is at stake with these coming elections. Let's not be petty and begin to get at each other. And like I've said before, nobody is forced to be on Tembei channel. You're not, nobody's, hakuna mtu anakuendanga nyumba kwa nyumba. Sisi ndio wahubiri. Tunaendanga house to house evangelism. Hii Mtembei TV sijawahi fanya house to house evangelism ya kusema lazima ukue hapa. Ukiona ile mambo yanazungumza ya kuhusu au yapendi, unang'atuka tu polepole, hakuna haja ya matusi. Okay? Kuna wengine wanasema wanaendelea kupatia Mtembei views so that Mtembei anatengeneza hela. Ndio nakwambia hivi. We are not the only ones doing live show. You can go to another channel and help also contribute there as you contribute here. But don't be here to insult anybody. Don't be here to look down on anybody. We are all important, and how we think is important. When we talk about the character of one DP president, the deputy president, it's important because when he becomes president, it will affect every Kenyan. Haitakuwa UDA Kenya. Kenya sio UDA. UDA ni chama tu, one section of the country. It is not the entirety of the country. We have a country called Kenya, then we have different political parties. The political parties don't represent Kenya. Political parties is just a segment of Kenyans who believe a certain way. But at the end of the day, when somebody becomes president, he's not a president of a political party. He becomes the president of a country that carries everybody along. Let's not be deceived to think that when we have a UDA government or a Jubilee government, now Kenya has become Jubilee or Kenya has become UDA. Kenya exists independent of all these political parties. Let us not get confused. Thank you very much. Mr. Wangira,
Bernard, sorry, thank you. You've put it very clear because there are so many people who come to this channel just to provoke and to dilly-dally things, but nobody force you to use your own data to join this panel. If you don't want, you go. Even if you to give you don't want to give Tembei views, that is your problem to come here and you log in and give him your views. If you don't want, go. Thank you.
Thank you Zito. Tafadhali naomba tuende kwa Mr. Wangira moja kwa moja.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well.
Oh,
Trying to rest after the long Easter period of interacting with your in-laws.
Channel ilikuwa imepotea for the last 3 days.
You are overworking me. When I get hospitalized, you don't visit me. Jesus said I was sick, you did not visit. Kasuti will preach that sermon tonight.
Okay, I'm happy to see you back anyway. Okay, back to the contribution on the issue of party nominations. Oh, the other time you remember I told you people that parties have their owners, and because parties have their owners, you know, they are particular. If you want to really belong into a political party, then you must turn to a particular line, because if you don't turn to a particular line, then you'll find yourself oh, i- i- you'll find yourself in the waters guys like Wakina Ketera finding themselves in. Because one important thing in a political party is political party discipline. But in this country, political party discipline seems to be nil. For example, to be just a devil's advocate today, how do you expect Deputy President William Ruto's party UDA to give Alfred Keter, a guy who has spent 4 years, speaking all manner of bad things against the Deputy President William Ruto, a party ticket? That's not possible. Because if you believe in a party, if you believe in the visions of the party, if you believe in the ideology of the party, then you must be in a position to tune to what the party wants to. If you are not in a position to tune to what a party wants to, then you go independent. A party in this country should not be a vehicle to enable you win an election. After you have won an election, then you misbehave for another 4 years. After misbehaving for another 4 years, then you come use that particular political party. Then after winning an election, then you behave in the same manner. Parties in this country must be institutions. They must not be bridges. And that's why I agree with most of with most of the sentiments that have been given by the first two contributors on this panel today. If you look at a guy like Bahati, we saw Bahati crying the other time, saying that Jubilee was being unfair to him by saying that he should return the party certificate. These are not very new things in political party democracy. For example, in Tanzania, I remember there was a time, I think Jakaya Kikwete wanted to run first, but the party prevailed upon him and they told him, support President Mukapa. Then after supporting President Mukapa, then when President Mukapa finishes his 10 years, we will support you and you'll become the next president of the Republic of Tanzania. That's what we call party discipline. But in this country, because people are used to using parties as vehicles to make them arrive in parliament or make them arrive in the county assemblies, they don't understand that there's that party discipline. They don't understand that there's that party discipline. And especially at times when, a party finds itself in a very delicate position where it must balance issues. I want just to look at the case of our brother Tim Wanyonyi. You know, Tim Wanyonyi, the ODM political party prevailed upon him. They told him, Tim Wanyonyi, because of of the dynamics of the day in Nairobi, and because we want Raila Odinga to become the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya, you step down and go back and run for the Westland parliamentary seat. And I expected Tim Wanyonyi to be a good player in politics. You know, a good player in politics must be like a football player. You know, if you can be a football player today, you know, we are going to Qatar at the end of the year. So if you belong to Team A, let me say Cameroon, for example, and you're in Qatar, and they ask you to stay on the bench as another player plays, you know, you don't feel demeaned because at the end of the day, you're part and parcel of that particular team. And you know, I expected the same spirit from Tim Wanyonyi when he was told for the sake of the Raila's presidency, you go back to Westlands and allow Igade to run as governor of Nairobi so that we can give Raila Odinga more chances of winning this presidency. Do you know what Tim Wanyonyi did? After 2 days on his Facebook page, you know, he was sending very mixed signals like see mimi, see mimi ni sisi. So if he says see mimi ni sisi, who does he mean that who are these sisis? You know. Then just yesterday now, his own brother Wetangula, who could not give him a political party to run on, comes here trying to curse Raila Odinga, saying that Mungu atamuona Raila Odinga, and purporting that, you know, Raila Odinga has discriminated against Tim Wanyonyi, which is not the case. And then he goes ahead and purports that Tim Wanyonyi was the most popular gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi. If you knew that his brother Tim Wanyonyi was the most popular gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi, why did he give Tim Wanyonyi a party ticket on Ford Kenya? Or why did he convince UDA or the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to give Tim Wanyonyi the political party ticket to run on? You know, the blackmail, especially towards Raila Odinga, has become too much. You know, you find so very small people that Raila Odinga has helped to go into politics now thinking that they will blackmail him. And when at the time that we are looking at the bigger picture, and you know, I agree that we must maintain party discipline. Party discipline means that if we tell you to stay on the bench and allow somebody else to play, you agree with that discipline and you stay on the bench the way Sumra normally does. I'm just going to my final point now on the issue of the 7-member panel that was appointed today by Raila Odinga. You know, I was looking at that panel and their terms of reference, and I don't know whether the panel will achieve much. And the reason why I'm saying that the panel, the reason why I'm doubting whether the panel will achieve much is because of the hard stand that has been taken by the Wiper Party over the last 1 month. Looking at the panel, one member of that panel is this guy called Enoch Wambua. Enoch Wambua just 2 days ago told us on KTN TV that if Kalonzo Musyoka does not become the running mate of Raila Odinga, then you not vote for Raila Odinga. You see, this is the type of guy that is made a member of the panel. We have Kalonzo himself up to today who was telling us that if he's not made the running mate of Raila Odinga, then the Kamba people will not vote for Raila Odinga. You know, and we are being told that this panel must arrive at the deputy president nominee through what they call consensus. You know, consensus means that we all agree that it's either Bernard or it's either Wangira. With the type of mind of the guy like Enoch Wambua here, do you really expect any consensus from this panel? Do you really expect any consensus from this panel? And that's why it still might take that Raila must just bite the bullet. You know, instead of these boardroom things that are dragging on, when we should be preparing for the 9th of August general election that are just 2.5 months away. Raila should just bite the bullet, nominate whoever he wants to nominate as his running mate, then we deal with the consequences. Because expecting to arrive at anything that is conducive from the minds of Wakina Eric Wambua, I think, is like trying to drain some water from a stone. And I don't think it will work so much. Bernard. Oh, for now, let me just leave it at that and I allow somebody else to contribute. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. I don't want to interrogate you on this one because of time constraint, but I'll get back to you. Thank you. Bwana Kasuti.
Yes, mzee wangu. Ujambo?
Nabii mwenyewe. Toa unabii leo.
Niliwaambia na nitarudia tena. Let me tell Mr. Wangila for free. The choice of mke wa kutafutiwa si mwema. Biblia inasema apataye mke amepata kitu chema. So mke wa kutafutiwa si mwema. So the issue of running mate, it was settled. Baba alichagua running mate mwezi wa 3 mwanzo. So hizi vitu zote unaona, hizi sarakazi hizo achana nazo. Hiyo sikutie shaka. Washuke chini, wapande juu. Hiyo ilisetoliwa mwezi wa 3 mwanzo. Tuko mwezi wa 4. So that one should not worry you. Baba is is a veteran in politics, my friend. Anajua wakati na majira. Anajua vizuri sana. So he always do the right thing at the right time. So that one should not worry you. And issues of Tim Wanyonyi yeye mwenyewe alijimes. Aliambiwa wewe upewe deputy because walikuwa wanajua gubernatorial seat ya Nairobi itakuwa negotiated na itakuwa in between Jubilee and ODM. Wakamwambia uende ufanye ukue deputize wa Igathe, akakubali, akaenda akalala. Kesho yake akarudi akasema hapana, hii si deputy si hainifai, wacha nirudi niende Senate. Kabla Binifu afikirie, kumbe ndugu yake Sifuna ako Senate, anamezea hiyo kiti cha Senate. Akasema hapana, akarudi. Alafu watu wakienda KICC walikuwa wanajua ya kwamba wanaenda kusoma Polycarp Igathe deputized by Tim Wanyonyi. Tim Wanyonyi kufika pale akaambia mzee, I have decided, I have made a decision to go back to defend my seat in Westland. Duru za kuaminika, mzee alimuuliza tu swali moja. Je, unajua kuna mchucho inaendelea hiyo Westland? Tufanye aje hao watu? Kwa sababu mzee ni mzee tu na hekima zake, alisimamisha hiyo nini ya Westland na ikaenda vile ilienda. But if Sifuna continue to poke his nose in gubernatorial seat in Nairobi, let me tell you for free, I'm not being biased, let him expect to lose. For free. If we continue that way, let him expect to lose. Asubuhi na mapema hatapata chochote. Wao walipea Tim Wanyonyi alipea through pass Kalonzo Musyoka, akapita katikati yao, akaweka hapo huyo mtu wake anaitwa Kaloki. Kaloki hakukuwa kwa hesabu kulingana na the original plan, the way it was. Hakukuwa kwa hesabu. Sasa wewe umekuja umetuambia hutaki. Sasa tufanye nini? Let us go to the next person. The next person who was available ni nani? Ni Kaloki, ni Kalonzo Musyoka. Aka-celebrate. But the way initially ilikuwa imepangwa, hivyo ndivyo ilikuwa hesabu. Unajua katika uchungaji, katika hizi vipaji ama hizi vitu zingine katika hizi vipaji katika mwili wa Kristo kuna kuitwa na kuna kujiita. So sambuli ya Ruto ni mtu mwenye amejiita, haajibiki kwa mtu yoyote. Yeye ndiye chief master, yeye ndiye master, yeye ndiye servant, yeye ndiye treasurer, yeye ndiye, so everything he does anafanyanga akijua, anajua ya kwamba hakuna mwingine mbele yake ya kuconsult na hakuna mwingine nyuma yake. Yeye anakisimamia hivyo. So msikubali na vile niliwaambia, huyo Ruto is a very good scheme, mkafikiria ni mchezo. Ukiangalia lineup ya Nairobi, initially the original plan vile ilikuwa, ameosha Multavadi Nairobi kwa sababu amemshort change na kila kitu, akaeka lineup ya UDA yote Nairobi, akaoshwa. Are you getting the point? Kwenda Kakamega akaosha Mudavadi. So Mudavadi amepakia tu hapo kama flower boy, flower girl, hajui mahali pa kwenda. Saa hii kitu cha kushangaza, Mudavadi mwenyewe anaenda kupeana wrong figures, anaenda kuexaggerate, ati amepeana certificate 1000 sijui na mia ngapi na 800. Watu wanashangaa, wanauliza 1800, are you crazy? Mudavadi ANC 1800. Ukiangalia ile figures yanapeana ya MCA, inamaanisha ANC inafaa kuchukua MCA wote Kenya mzima. Karibu wote. Ukiangalia MP inamaanisha, yani huyo mzee wetu bwana anastahili bwana. Nyinyi wachungaji na watuma muombe huyo mzee. Huyo ameisha kabisa. So hao wanastahili maombi. So na kitu kingine, na nilisema hapa, hizi vitu zote, credibility ya Rigathi Gachagua haingemruhusu kurani for deputy president. Hiyo tupilia kando. Credibility ya Anne Waiguru Mumbi hiyo ikamtupa kando. Credibility ya nani sasa, chama ndio imetupa Muturi nje kwa sababu hawaja kubaliana, wanaenda kama muungano coalition, ama wanaenda kama sijui muungano, yani hakuna msimamo pale. So ule mtu understand chance pale ni only Kithure Kindiki, because yeye ni member wa Udaku party. So he stand a chance to become the next to deputize who? Chief Hustler mwenyewe huyo, vile mnamjua. Bwana Yesu asifiwe huyo. So mimi sioni kitu kikubwa hapo sana chenye mnasema ati Ruto hajibiki kwa mtu yeyote. Na mambo zingine zote wewe wacha tuone, kwa sababu siasa ndio iko karibu kuanza. Let us see how things are going to unfold. Thank you, Bernard. Back to you.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Alex.
Vipi bana?
Nimekusikia unadai kwamba Elder Kasuti anashare propaganda.
Yes.
Nataka stakabadhi zinazodirika haya masuala yote.
Unajua Kasuti
aseme gani hiyo?
No, Kasuti anatuambia progression ambayo iko ni kama walikuwa na timu Wanyonyi, wakatoka hapa wakaenda Westlands wakarudi Senate. Hiyo yote ni propaganda.
Si propaganda my friend. This is it's a lawyer it's a family matters issue my friend. Hii nasema ile kitu imeongelewa na jamii.
So
when you talk about kisi politics, listen. When you talk about kisi politics, I always respect you.
Hey,
No,
listen.
no, Alex.
Ngoja,
Nairobi
ngoja.
politics.
Hold on, Kasuti.
Let me inform
You will
Alex.
have
This
time to
Ngoja Kwanza.
rebut. You will have time to rebut. Okay.
Wait.
Just hold on. We have not cast aspersion on what you have said. Let Alex give his side of the story. I will give you time to respond. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
you know,
there is some strange noise from your end. I don't know what is happening. Who is smoking? Who is blowing what behind you?
that's a pressure cooker. Napika kuku. So that's a pressure cooker.
Okay, carry on.
Kasuti, you are not invited. Ni kuku, but you are not invited. Anyway, what I was saying, that's city politics. And I think the truth of the matter is they took consensus, not only consensus, they took a survey. And I think somehow we underrated a man called Sakaja. You know, sometimes we can be biased when we are leaning to a certain political base. And then we make a mistake and we give nomination to somebody who in the end might lose by us thinking that he is really popular. So what I was thinking is, when you look at the numbers of Sakaja, I'm trying to be liberal to him that the UDA fraternity may have understood why they fronted Sakaja. And I don't think it was by accident, it was by design. The fact that Sakaja was able to be a UDA member 6 months before the election, it meant that Sakaja became a UDA member somewhere last year. And to be honest, I know the DP, how he's been working. DP is a very conniving character. The problem with politics is this that we have today. These people went and did registration, and they took the votes that they registered by giving people handouts. As we talk today, even in a place that I know very well, some candidates that I know very well, they registered a certain vote, and these people have that vote with them. So you cannot go hunting for votes on a political ground, whereas some people already registered people. There was a time the popularity rate for Ruto was up here. He registered people through his own initiative. He kept those votes. And it's now that some people are coming out to say, no, these people have kept our votes. And these things are going even to court, by the way, in some areas. So these are the tactics they are using, very dirty tactics. And our courts are refusing completely to accept that that kind of connivery is going on within the IEBC. If you come today to me, for example, I know a sitting MP in Langata is in charge of CDF. He knows how many children did class 8. And this class 8, he went and said, if I win, I will be able to give you scholarship from Form 1 to Form 4, but make sure all of you must vote for me. Those who are poor, naturally, will accept that offer. They will take their vote and give it to the sitting MP because they are guaranteed with what? With that scholarship. So what happened in Nairobi is that these people were way before us. And if you look at the tactics of these people, and that is why even Tim Wanyonyi said, what Azimio people will say, the head of Azimio, that's what I will do. Yes, we love him as ODM, but I don't think Angepenya. So what they did was to make sure that they balance this thing. But I don't think Iyo Vitioto Umeongea that is what happened. But I think what they looked at is how they must win the city, because Uhuru's first term was marred with confusion. They won the presidency, but lost Nairobi. It was the most humiliating thing. And there was no cohesion in Nairobi. At one point in 2017, when we were doing the rally, they found out that Kidero had the power to decide where the last rally was to be. That was humiliating for the head of state. So what did they do? They made sure in 2017, come rain, come sunshine, they must take over Nairobi. And I think Raila and Uhuru have looked at a situation whereby they cannot lose Nairobi by all necessary means. So the negotiations that are being done are maybe beyond us.
Alex, I hear you, I understand you, but you're giving us now another side, not proving how what Kasuti said is not accurate. You're just giving us another more ground for why Tim Wanyonyi and the plan for the reason why the ticket had to go the other way.
At least you have said I've given the reason why. And that's what
I understand the reason and the whatever bringing in the Sagaja whatever plan, but Kasuti's sentiment is whatever the head of Azimio decided, okay, was first and foremost agreed upon by Wanyonyi. Then a day later, there was change of tune. Then a day later, there is change of tune. That's what we are looking at. What is happening? Is it getting new information, new revelations, or is it just trying to play with the minds of Nairobians?
Okay, from what I could tell from the new revelation I have read in the newspaper, I'm not in the boardroom. Tim Wanyonyi wanted the political power because the arrangements that Igade had at the beginning with Sonko, remember what it was. It was management and political power. Now, this time when Igade came, he refused the deal that he was given because he realized the frustration that made him quit. He cannot accept the same deal that made him quit. So he gave the demands that makes him an authority over Nairobi, not just a figurehead. So when it came to that, I think Tim Wanyonyi realized being a deputy president was as useless as, and it's better to become a Westland member of parliament. I think that is what truly happened, because a deputy governor seat without arrangement becomes the most useless seat. And we have seen it, because most deputy governors, for example, the one, Onyangapur, was out of the country for 4 years. What was the effect? Nothing. So I think Tim Wanyonyi was just going to be a figurehead of becoming just a deputy, instead of becoming something that could make him become a governor later on, if Igade fails. So him becoming a member of parliament, for me, is more important, because if Igade fails, they don't fail as a team. Because that is the same thing we are telling Ruto, that he is part of Uhuru-Ruto team. If Uhuru failed, Ruto failed. So I think Tim Wanyonyi saw an opportunity of becoming a person that cannot become just a figurehead. That is my thought from what I saw. But the whole issue of saying that it's a Luya issue, I don't think it's just a Luya issue.
Alex,
It is a winning strategy.
Okay, let's do this. Alex, what you have said is credible. Please mute your mic.
What you say?
Mute your mic. Thank you. I think both of you are addressing the same issue from different angles. So nobody's rebutting the other. And for that matter, naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Okay.
No. You can't leave me in suspense like that, Bernard. Let me inform Alex. He has said he has amesoma kwa kaseti. No. I'm giving him information that he doesn't have. Let me give him information that he doesn't have.
Tufanye hivi, okay? Unaona huyu bwana Guru na huyu Robert Nyumba, okay, wako kwa list na wamekuwa hapa. We have just cleared the first 1 hour. Only the 3 of you have spoken. Let us do opening remarks. Tukimaliza tusonge mbele tafadhali. So Kasuti, kama uko na sentence moja ya kusema sema saa hii, lakini kama ni 3 sentences hapana. Thank you. Asante. Tuende kwa Robert na wale watu wanakaa nyuma ya curtain na wafagia operation fagia yote. Robert, come in quickly please.
Hello, Bernard.
Hello to you.
Yes, I usually watch you from the background, and I rarely comment on the platform, but today I've decided to appear here to make some few remarks. Once I want to talk about the Nairobi gubernatorial race, and this is just a deal which was made. There is no way that the Nairobi seat was going to be given to ODM, to Tim Wanyonyi, because Nairobi gubernatorial, being a city, was to be shared on a table. So the president and the Honorable Raila Odinga had to sit and agree on who to support. Now that the flag bearer has been given to ODM, then the other one, the Nairobi governor, was to go to Jubilee or Wiper. Now that Wiper has taken the deputy governorship, then Jubilee must have take the governor. There's no way that Nairobi was going to be given out of the government, because it was very difficult for the first term when Uhuru governed and the governor was from ODM. It was very difficult. That is why they must ensure that the governor of Nairobi is in the government. So that is a deal which was meant. That I know Raila wanted Tim Wanyonyi to be there, but it was not possible, because that is something which must be negotiated. That's why he agreed that once he has been given the presidential one, that one go to Jubilee. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the nominations. I wanted to congratulate the ODM because they adopted digital voting. And I wanted to give them a benefit of doubt that the result was not manipulated from anywhere, as compared to manual one, as done by the UDA. Because I think most of you, if not all, must have seen some online where we saw some already marked ballot papers which were in favor of some candidate which we don't want to name. But the ODM tried, but party loyalty is also important. As somebody said, party is just like a house. If somebody has built a house from the beginning, he has been in the party, he has contributed so much. Once the house is complete, a visitor comes and says, "Welcome me in." Now, between the one who was involved in construction and the one who has just come, the party bylaws allows the party to give just direct nominations to those people who have been standing with them and who have also contributed to the party. So the party has those rights to give direct nominations to those members who have stood with them. Then I wanted to talk about like somebody like Mudavadi. I just want, this is a person who has been a vice president of this country, and we respect him so much. But what he is saying just confuses me sometimes, because at one time we signed the BPI. We saw him live signing, and he said this is a very good document. Now he's saying it is a very bad document. And I'm told that they have signed a deal with the DP that is going to take some percentage of the government. But that will be very difficult, because we remember the Grand Coalition government, where they said that Raila and Kibaki could share 50-50. But it was not 50, it was even supervised by the international community, and it was not possible. But it's only that the Right Honorable could not admit that all the other things were done by the president, like giving districts. You heard him complain that the districts have been given without his consensus. So it is very difficult to get those slots he has been promised. So once the Azimio government comes to power, the Mudavadi will just disappear from the political scene completely, because he will not have anywhere to go. He could have better been placed if he could have stick to the Azimio. But like the Honorable Prime Minister could have some mercies as he has been doing. Maybe he could see somewhere he could fit. But once he is on the other side, I think it could be very difficult. So that is my observations on those issues. And I believe that the conversations we are having here usually educate me so much. I usually stay on the background, and I enjoy watching you guys. You are making positive contributions to our country, which helps us so much, and we are proud of you guys. I usually see you, all of them, if you usually see me from the background. And I thank you for your just guidance. I usually gain so much, which gives me confidence on what we compete this country. Thank you so much, Bernard. I'll be able to come back again once you are through with the others.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Thank you. That is a good one. We appreciate it, and let's keep the conversation going. Kikwetu Vengers and David Olo, come small. Go, slow down, please. Slow down, please. There is no need for that. Let us do what helps the country, not what is cause for individuals. That's the reason why we're here. So please, Alum, David, and Kikwetu Vengers, we need you on this platform, but please tone down and do what is helping. Kikwetu, you complained that my mic is not serving you well. You can confirm whether that has been rectified or not. Probably it is your end, not my end. Hao wengine wajateta, sijui ni wewe unanionea ama ni mimi. Having said that, all the people behind the curtain, please, if you must stay behind the curtain, we give you a priority. You make your submission and go, so that we keep the screen brightened up. For the gender sensitivity rule of this platform, we're going to give the ladies priority, and then we continue with the chain, Guru, Nyumba, and all that. Big Sam, mtakuja baadaye. Wacha tusikilize kina dada kwanza, alafu tusonge mbele. We begin with Raquel and then Mama Selina. Raquel, go ahead. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I hope.
Hello to you. We can hear you.
Just what the former speaker was talking about, the
Sorry, Raquel, you have issues with your net. I think sort that. You will come in later. Let's listen from Selina. Mama Selina.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you everybody. Naona mjadala iko mzuri. Tumekuwa tukikimbia up and down, kasi pande hii, ingine upande hii, so at least sometime tuko na nafasi, saa ingine ni ngumu. Otherwise, mjadala ni mzuri. Hii mambo naona ya Huda, that is one man show. Hiyo ni chama ya one person, amepanga watu yake vile anataka. Ndio unaona kama mtu kama Keter alipita na alinyang'anywa certificate, na kuna wengi. Naona hata Susan Giika baada ya kukosana na Baruk, hata yeye bado hajapata certificate. Tunaweka hiyo kando. Nataka kushukuru wamama kwanza wa Nairobi, wamekutana leo na wameimisa ya kwamba wangetaka Azimio ama baba Martha Karua aweze kukuwa running mate ya baba. Na nilisikia maoni na nikafuata vile Chuneta alikuwa nasema inclusive na yale mambo yote wanaona, na ni mzuri panel itafute running mate ya baba, na tunataka mtu honest, tunataka mtu atafanya kazi na baba, na ninajua hapo Martha Karua ako tayari kuserve kwa hii serikali ya baba. Kwanza nataka kutoa shukrani, alisema niwasalamie sana. Amesikia Mtembei TV wamefanya kazi kubwa, wale wako Diaspora, wale wako Kenya. Na Penat wameniambia nikutumie namba ya Secretary General ya na Kenya Tabu, ndiye uweze uwasiliane na yeye, alafu kama mnaweza halika one of officials wanaweza kuja kwa Mtembei TV. Ya pili, wale wako Diaspora tumeambiwa na baba tujipange. Baba, ofisi ya Diaspora itafunguliwa Nairobi, watakuwa labda kama na PS yenye atakuwa nasimamia mambo ya Diaspora, but baba alituambia sisi ni bure sana, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunataka kupiga kura, tumepiga kelele kwa Kenyans, but watu 700 walimanage kuregister, wakataka kucomplain. Baba akasema that is not enough complaint ya kusema ilikuwa mbali, lakini watu wakalaumu sana embassies kwa sababu wajapatiwa watu nafasi. But baba alikuwa na genuine. Sisi tumekuwa tukicomplain tumenyimwa kupiga kura, but wakati tumepatiwa nafasi, imagine watu wajafika hata elfu ile walikuwa nataka. So it was actually si mzuri kwetu watu ya Diaspora. Otherwise baba alikaribishwa vizuri sana, tulikuwa na Wakenya wengi sana. Wacha niwaambie, nataka kuambia Alex wa Kisii walifunja record, ikafuatwa na Waluya na Waluya, Wajaluo na Wakikuyu, sisi wengine na Wakalenjin, but wale waliweza kufunja record inasemwa walitoka all over, walitoka Texas, walitoka Minnesota, walikuwa wametoka mbali sana. Ile watu walikuwa kwa wall, si watu walikuwa wa DC, walikuwa wametoka nje. So otherwise tulifurahi. Nataka kushukuru Mungu, kabla baba hajakuwa rais alikuwa 11 floor, mimi nilikuwa 7 floor, Martha Karua alikuwa 10 floor. So nataka kusema nilipata hiyo baraka ya kuingia kuingia hiyo hoteli ya baba na nimesikia utamu already, but otherwise Mtembei TV mama anasema asante sana na tuendelee kuongea hivyo, na anajua ile kazi tumepigana, mnajua tumepiga nani, tumetaka haki. We are not actually hatukupiga mtu, we were talking about the truth. Mambo ya Kalonzo, mambo ya watermelon, watu wenye wasimama, watu wenye waana msimamo, and hiyo ndiye kitu inasumbua baba. Kama wewe ni mtoto ya baba, kuwa mtoto ya baba. Ukisema umeingia ndani, usiweke mkuu ingine nje, ingia ndani. Kama mtaanguka, muanguke wote. Kama mnapita, mnapita wote. Nataka niashue watu wenye walikuwa na Twisi na Martha Karua. Wakati aliamua anafanya kazi na baba with running mate or without running mate, she is there to serve the country of Kenya, na amesema atasimama imara. Sally Koskei, wacha niwaambie serikali ya baba iko imara. Ile mkutano walikuwa naye ilikuwa kali sana sana, isipokuwa ni hiyo mambo ya tumepoteza rais, aliyekuwa rais, wakashoten mambo ya baba, lakini walifanya kazi kubwa sana. Wakakutana na watu ya State Department, wamekutana na wafanyabiashara, na mkikombea mkutano ya baba na mkutano ya Yuda, mnaona at least kuna tofauti, at least kuna very big difference. So hiyo ndio kitu ningewaambia, lakini kwa mambo ya naona watu wanapigana, naona mambo ya timu Wanyonyi, tukubaliane. Wewe ni ODM na umekuwa na baba na imetengenezwa Azimio ya umoja. Watu ya Central wamekubali kuunga mkono baba, wakati watu wengine ya Central ilikuwa ngumu kuusa baba. Huyu kijana, huyu kafana alifanya kazi kubwa. Ruto walikuwa na mtusi, wanasema anasungusha baba safari back, walikuwa nasema hiyo mkutano ni ya hoteli. That governor amefanya kazi, lakini nimefurahia kusikia leo anasema team Azimio from Wednesday. Hakuna kusema Jubilee, hakuna kusema OTM, na amesema serikali ya Azimio iko na kazi mingi na watakawanya na watafanya kazi bora. So nataka kuambia ya pili, timu Wanyonyi kama aliamua asimame kwa kiti ya parliament, yeye mwenyewe alitaka, tungemsupport. Ya pili, naona mnataka kulaumu Sifuna. Sifuna pia ni kijana mdogo na amesimama na baba. Wakati na Mwamba, mnajua hiyo kiti ya Secretary General ya ODM iko na kazi ngumu na ni ngumu, but for myself nataka kutolea shukurani mtu anaitwa Sifuna kwa sababu amefanya kazi ngumu kwa chama ngumu kama ya baba na imesimama. So tusilaumu, tutengeneze serikali yenye itatupatia kila mtu, sisi wote itatutosha. I thought sisi watu ya Azimio tusikue kama watu ya Yuda yenye wanarusha mawe. Nyumba ni yetu. Kama mnaona baba amekutana na serikali yote ya wasungu, nyinyi mnafikiria mtu kama baba anaweza kuja kupatiwa kufunguliwa White House na ni reka? Hiyo ni serikali tayari iko ndani. So ningeomba Azimio, watu yote supporters, wacha tutengeneze hii 3 months imepaki, tusipigane. Makosa imefanyika, na mama na baba wakikosana, watoto hakuna mahali wanaenda. So whoever amefinywa tutulie. Alex, nataka kushukuru baba, amenominate kijana moja anaitwa sijui nimesahau kutoka Minnesota, amepatiwa direct ticket ya ODM, na kuna mwingine alisimama na chama ya Anyona, tulikuwa na hao wote, lakini niliona ule mmoja ya sijui anaitwa China nimesahau, amepata direct ticket ya ODM, lakini ni kijana anaweza pata.
Jona Ondieki.
Yes. So unaona baba hana ukabila, anapenda kila mtu. So hiyo tu ningesema, but yenye nataka kusema Mtembei TV, watu wanawasikia. Tusifanye msaa kwa hii TV, kumbe mnasikizwa na watu kubwa sana na wanafuata vile tunafanya na wanaomba tupeane direction, na kama watu wanapigana ni sisi tuweke nyumba pamoja, tusikue ya kurarua. Hivyo ndio wameomba tujaribu, kwa sababu mnasikizwa na watu wengi, so tukirarua wale watu wako na roho kidogo wanaanguka ama wanatoroka. That is the message nataka kusema. Na sikujua Mtembei, nilipatana na watu wengi Stone PK, sijui nani, hata wengine siwajui. Nilikuta tu watu wananiambia Selina, oh, tuko Mtembei, lakini nilishukuru na Martha alifurahi. Na nataka kusema hii Mtembei TV imetuweka mbali, Alex, you miss it, but watu yote, ingawa nafasi ilikuwa kidogo, we were so recognized. Na wakati nitapeana namba ya Tabu kwa wale watu wako Nairobi na Penat, watu yote tumesimama hapa, tusipoteze mtu hata moja. Na wanasema tusikubali wale watu wanakuja kutujaribu, kwa sababu the messages tunajibu tunapoteza watu yetu. So we need, najua Mtembei TV ni ya kila mtu, ya UDA, ya wapi, but we are the majority. Na tukiwa majority, pengine mimi nitateta ya kwamba mama, wakati Mungu atamchalia, tungetaka Mtembei TV iwe ni mtoto yake, iwe ni TV yake yenye anaweza tumia, ama akitaka kutembeza mambo yake. Mimi nikiwa najua mambo itaenda vizuri, ngawa naomba tu tukae pamoja, lakini tuchunge, tutengeneze serikali. Alex, unasikizwa sana. Kuna watu nimetachiwa majina, maoni zetu ni mzuri, lakini wanasema tulete watu pamoja. Wale wameenda tuwarutishe, wale wanataka kuja kutuharibu, kumbe wanasikia tujaribu kuepa, kwa sababu baba anapenda kila mtu. Na najua nyinyi wenye mko Kenya, delegation Alex utatengeneza na tuone vile itaenda. Otherwise sisi Diaspora tumefurahi, na tuliomba ya kwamba Diaspora wamekuwa na viongozi ya kupishana, kurukana, kufanya mambo mingi, but sisi kama wale watakuwa wanatafuta njia yao, lakini sisi kuna watu wako Delaware, kuna watu wako Texas. Nataka tutatengeneza na hawa. Alex nitawatafuta, alafu tukutane na hawa, alafu tuone vile tunachakua. Hatutaki, kuna watu wamesoma. Baba anasema watu wenye wako Diaspora na wako na masomo wanatakikana warudi nyumbani wachukue nafasi. Wale watachukua nafasi, kuna mambo mingi tutatengenezewa. Mambo ya dual citizenship, hatuwezi kunyimwa kusimama. Kuna mambo mingi serikali ya baba itatuangalia, so nataka niwachie hapo. Otherwise pia nataka kushukuru, mlisalamia mama, ingawa tulikuwa Swahili village, ilikuwa na kelele, but you were so humble na alifurahi kuwaona. So asanteni sana, niko job, lakini nitasikiza, nikipata nafasi nitarudi, lakini tuendeleshe hivyo. Thank you so much. Love ya mama na love ya baba. Asanteni.
Asante sana Mama
Namefurahi
Selina.
kwa sababu Martha akiwa deputy, anaitwa nini? Si vice president, akiwa deputy. Selina na Mtembei TV tuko na nafasi kwa hiyo nyumba ya running mate ya baba. We will be there, I assure you. Nitapanda ndege na nikue Kenya, na hiyo nafasi nitakuwa hapo, na tutakuwa wote, tutakula wote. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Mama Selina. We really appreciate your being our ambassador and helping the word go across, and your wisdom is really much valued on this channel. The balance you bring out is usually necessary. You are absolutely our mother on this particular platform. Hata wengine wetu tukilose our temperatures, we value what you say, and we look forward to having that done accurately. Alex, kama una kusema sema mara moja kabla tumlete Raquel.
No, tunashukuru sana Mama Selina for representation. Something happened that could not make me travel that day, and it was a family emergency. But leo we are hosting Makao Mutua Oparanya and a few other Azimio people. So, I mean, we are waiting. I mean, in the next 1 hour, we'll be there if it's possible. We will broadcast live from there. So, I mean, some people are really eagerly waiting. And kwa kweli ni kuwa wale watu wako diaspora, we don't know how to negotiate for ourselves. It's a high time. Vile Rachel alisema the other day, let us start talking about business. Let us start talking about other issues so that diaspora can be able to become what it is to the economy of Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana.
Alex,
Big Sam, you had your hand up. Just a moment, Mama Selina.
Tumeambiwa tuone kama tunataka kuwa na member of parliament representing us in Kenya, ama tunataka kuwa na ofisi yetu ya diaspora ikiwa Kenya. So wakati Alex munalopi, wacha tuone what is the best. Na wale watu yetu wenye wako Kenya, tuchue pia watatuongoza aje. Hiyo tu ndiye ningetaka kusema.
Thank you. Yes, Big Sam.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, team, for the discussions. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I like the contributions from Mama Selina, very mature discussions. I just had some 2 questions. Number 1, did Cosmo Choi show up anywhere during the tour? And number 2, I had their plans to open up an investment bank for the diaspora people called the Diaspora Bank, Diaspora Investment Bank. Is it true? Thank you.
One, mambo ya Diaspora Bank is yes. Hizo china zingine umesema, nimesema watu walitoka mbali. Can you imagine people from Texas, from all over US, they came and paid the hotels. Ni watu, si watu walikuwa wamekuja kutekea ama ile watu wanataka kufanyiwa. Watu walitoka wakijua what they want, kutoka PA, kutoka New York. So haikukuwa ile supporters ati those are professors. Au watu walikuwa ni watu wakubwa sana. Watu wamesoma, watu wale wamefanya biashara. So hatukukuwa na idlers. That was a real meeting. So mambo ya hiyo ingine unasema ya kuenda kukondesha kwa sababu mumekosa support, alafu mnaita watu ya kanisa mnamwambia kucheni mchase fiti. No, that was not about that. That was real pure. Wale watu wanajua what they want in their country. So mtu kama hiyo, vitu kama hiyo hatukukuwa na hatukuona. So we are not even talking of that. Tunasema hiyo bank, hiyo ni moja. Na hiyo mambo ingine ulisikia ni ukweli.
Asante Mama Selina. Naomba hivi. Alex, what is it?
No, I mean there is wisdom in age. I don't think I could have answered that question that very well. Honestly, that's a perfect answer. She has avoided even to say the name Cosmos Choi. Thank you very much. That is wisdom.
Thank you. And you should not have even mentioned the name. Thank you. But we appreciate it. Raquel, please go on. Let's move on fast.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just continue in the line of diaspora. Just to thank Mama Selina. I know her. She doesn't know me because I'm one of those behind the scenes, as I told you all. So ninawajua wote, nyinyi wote, kina Alex. So nimeshukuru sana. Kwa niaba ya wale watu wako diaspora Dubai Gulf, tunashukuru sana ile kazi mlifanya. Because unfortunately huku hatujawahi pata ile support ya kupata connection. Tulijaribu sana, personally mimi niliorganize watu during Dubai Expo, tukajaribu sana kutafuta baba, lakini hatukuwa na line because of the Gulf organization. Yani vile tuko hatuna hiyo setup. So just to express kushukuru ile kazi mnafanya. We know you are representing us. Mkipata nafasi let them know we have a lot of issues in the Gulf. And we had even asked for an Azimio ya Gulf, ama diaspora, because we were really feeling it. But for us, personally, for me, there are some issues we had raised, which I mentioned yesterday. The issue of the new diaspora of business people like me, because I'm a diaspora, but I'm not in employment. So there are specific, unique challenges tuna face, which tukipigia embassy ama tukipiga simu nyumbani, nobody is able to help us. So just to support what you're saying, we are hoping by the time Baba takes over, he will be able to consider all these different things. So I just wanted kuchangia hapo kusema the diaspora is a very important segment. They contribute a lot of resources, but we need a proper structure. Philippines, because in the UAE, in the Gulf diaspora, there's a very well structured labor, low entry labor policy with the Philippines. Wako na watu milioni 4. Sasa vile sisi tunategemea chai na kahawa na tourism, wa Philippine wanategemea labor. So these are some of the proposals we are really hoping if the opportunity comes, we will really appreciate if Baba can consider the Gulf, asitusahau, tukue kama at least nyinyi huko. Najua nyinyi at least mko na ile sisi our diaspora hatuna hiyo opportunity. So mimi nimejitolea because I'm available, because I'm not in employment, so at least I have more time. So I just wanted to mention Kituli mentioned Mama Selina about the unity.
Where are you, dear? Where are you?
Mi niko
Sorry,
Dubai.
Penat. I wanted to know where she is.
I'm in Dubai. Mimi niko
Okay, I will connect you with my daughter. Na my daughter ni mtoto ya Martha Karua, and then that's fine. We will connect.
Sawa, that would be amazing. Yeah, hata kama sijui kama mliona kwa TV when Uhuru alikuja during the expo, we really gave him support. Alishangaa. I think even hata Waarabu walikuwa wanashangaa because we really felt just to follow up on this thing of unity. It's very important. Just trying to create a unified movement. We must come together. We must put our differences aside. Tusahau maneno mingi, we must work as a family because that's the only way we are going to succeed. So I just wanted kuchangia hapo kabisa, kushikilia, and also to thank Mutembei again because they are doing a really good job, and I've learned a lot, and I'm personally enjoying this space, and I hope you can continue so that at least tuendelee kusaidia watu wengi. Watu wa Gulf tuko ready, all the Gulf, there's Dubai, there's UAE, Qatar. Hata Qatar tunakuja huko tunaenda huko because of the games. Mimi ni mtu wa biashara, so kuna ka contract Mwarabu alileta leo tu jioni, so he wants us to go, lakini sasa unajua naenda kibinafsi. Sasa kama ningekuwa na ka backup kidogo, ningeenda in that capacity because there are some opportunities we can create for our Kenyans in Qatar during this World Cup. So these are some of the things that Mutembei TV is making possible, because kama mimi nimejaribu na watoto wote wananitegemea. Mimi ndio mama wa huku, lakini sasa pahali inafika unless I get your support. But I'm very grateful to be part of this forum. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. I believe that better days lie ahead as long as we work together in honesty and be able to rally what helps Kenya and what helps humanity. And so wherever you are around the world, let's not lose that spirit of humanity and being able to open opportunities one for another. Mtembei TV is a hub for opportunities. There are friends we have made here. I met Mama Selina here. I met all these people, and they are now we are closer than brothers. If one misses the show, it becomes an issue. You did not take permission to to miss the show. So let's make that brotherhood really work out. And we'll soon be hosting Raquel to tell us more about opportunities in Dubai and how we can tap into the same and profit, even as the people who are at home and then working in harmony with people in the diaspora. There is enough in the world for every human being, for every person. but not enough for one greedy person. So let's ensure that we facilitate in ensuring that this wealth that is enough for every person on the earth reaches to that particular person. So ukiwa mahali na uko na opportunity, don't sit on it. Please air it. Let's invite each other into opportunities. That is the only way for us to develop as a people. Just to remind us historically, the Tomboya came up with a program that helped Obama, the father of Obama, to go to America, and now we ended up having a Kenyan president in a most powerful country. All that out of somebody creating an opportunity. I don't think Tomboya had in his mind that he's exporting the Kenyan wisdom to go and run the most powerful country on the face of the earth. You can always make a difference by opening an opportunity for somebody, and you may not profit directly from it, but eventually the country can profit from the same. So let's not be so much caught up into ourselves that we don't think about another person. Thank you so much. Now naomba sasa turudi kwa mkururo. Kabla turudi kwa mkururo wetu, tukimchukua Mr. Guru, naomba tucheze hii tape kwanza.
Anaendelea na kazi yake jamani.
Lakini wewe unasema hivyo na Waluya walilia hii Nairobi wakaambiwa wanyamaze tu. Ati Gadhi amekuja. Mlikuwa mnajua?
Wajua kwa siasa. Si hata unaona venye Kalonzo wanafanya na kila mtu. Kwa siasa ni kukubaliana, si ndio? Unikubalie niseme hii ndio tuache hii kusema tunalia tunafanya nini. Mheshimiwa Rais na Raila Amolo Odinga wakaomba ndugu yetu Timo, akamwambia fanya hivi kwa deputy wa Gadhi, sababu tulijua kwamba hii kitu itaenda kwa Jubilee. Tusifanyange vitu tena, sisi tuko hapo.
Mnajua?
Tuko najua. Na akaambiwa chukua basi na mkubali muangalie serikali pamoja. Na uchukue na portfolio, uchukue tu deputy governor, sio na portfolio. Haya, siku ya kwanza unasema ukakubali. Uliporudi siku ya pili ukaona hii kitu sioni ikiwa sawa.
After kuweka hizo billboard zote.
Najua, lakini pia wanakuambia tunakubaliana, mmetumia pesa, hata Ngati alikuwa ametumia, hata Kagura ametumia, wale wengine wote. Na Mheshimiwa Rais akamwambia tutakaa chini nione ni jinsi tutaweza kusaidiana. Kwa sababu even in the end of the day si ni mmoja tu. Basi ndugu yangu akaambiwa, aliposema hapana, akarudi siku ya pili akawaambia kuliko hii basi mnipatie Senate. Kati alisema Senate akakumbuka ndugu yangu Sifuna amekuwa akitafuta hii Senate, itatuletea shida. Akarudi akasema wakati huo umesema na umeshapeana hii nyingine, na wale wamesema basi kama ni hivyo tutaomba fulani mwenye alikuwa anataka seneta akuachie. Amemaliza hivyo, ujue sasa umeingiza mtu mwingine hapa, amekuja ameona kuna nafasi si ameingia. Haya, tukarudi tukaita hata gavana Oparanya, njoo tusaidie. Sasa hawa wametupeleka mbio sana, njoo tusaidie. Na Mheshimiwa Prime Minister akaketi chini akasema ni sawa. Sasa mmekubaliana aje? Tumekubaliana timu arudi kwa ile deputy yake na tuweze apate na portfolio. Na mimi nikamwambia wewe chukua portfolio fulani, sitaisema hapa, najua itasaidia watu wengi. Tukaenda kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Rais sasa hapo ndio alifungua roho. Alikuwa amekasirika na mimi nikajua akaona haki ya kukasirika. Sababu sasa hatufanyi vyema. Sasa akarudi akamwambia ndugu yangu, nilikuambia uchukue hii. Kaniambia haifai. Kaniambia hii nyingine nimeifanya, ukakuja tena haifai. Sasa Mwami Oparanya mumerudi sawa. Wacha tuite mwenzetu sababu tulikuwa shamwambia hii kitu, tuketi chini tusikize. Uzuri Mheshimiwa Prime Minister akasimama ngangari. Akasema hii kitu ilikuwa ya Jubilee na ODM. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaenda hivyo. Sasa tulipokwenda pale KICC, sisi hatukuwa tunaenda negotiation. Sisi tulikuwa tunaenda kunajua ya kwamba Igathe ni governor, Tim ni deputy. Ndugu yangu Tim nafikiri alienda akalala akaona hii kitu ya deputy itakuja kunisumbua ama vipi? Sijui. Lakini wajua heri angelijua ya kwamba si yake peke yake. Unafanyia watu wa? Unajua kura yangu ni moja. Kwa hivyo lazima nijue wale kura yangu ni moja tu. So sema yangu ni moja. Naenda nibembeleze, niseme sera zangu hadi watu wafanye nini. Kwa hivyo kura yake ilikuwa moja. Hii ingine ilikuwa ya Waluya wenzake na wa Nairobi. Si Waluya, tuwezi pita na Waluya peke yao. Unastahili uwe na kabila zote ndio uweze kupita hii ugavana. Sasa sijui alifanyaje. Timu akaingia akasema yeye anarudi Westlands. Na sisi tukatoa machozi kidogo na alafu tukasema kiongozi aliangi. Hebu funga hiyo macho na uache ujinga kabisa. Kiongozi utoange chozi. Wewe vumilia sasa imeingia. Wewe Mluya ndio huyo umezama shwa. Nikashindwa. Nyinyi wanaume kwani mko wa aina gani? Unajua nilisema kumbe wamama tunajuanga kunegotiate. Tunaweza. Because unaangalia give and take paka upate kitu yako yenye unataka. Sasa hapo ndio ilifikia. Hakuna mtu alimtoa, yeye mwenyewe roho yake. Raila akasema Raila aliuliza swali moja tu, Mheshimiwa Prime Minister aliuliza. Jamani timu kwa wanafanya uchaguzi saa hizi. Tufanyeje? Iko kisi huko na iko mtoto wa nomination. Tutawafanyaje wale? Lakini imemshinda, sasa akashinda. Sasa nifanyeje? Hapa Kalonzo basi. Kalonzo ikasemekana basi wacha katikati yao. Katikati ya Aloki na Igathe. Sasa wacha niambie ya mwisho wana Nairobi. Acha niwaambie. Tusijidanganye kwamba Igathe hata kwa governor atakuwa kura ya Mkamba, kura ya Mjaluo, kura ya Mkikuyu, kura ya Waluya wale wataona wampigie wachache, amekuwa gavana. Tusijidanganye hapa na mtoto wetu ati tutasukuma. Ule ndio gavana. Sitasema numbers lakini ukiweka tu numbers hivi za watu wawili wale najua hawamuka roho safi kuchapa kura yao. My friend anafika 725,000.
Sasa unasema
mheshimiwa kura bado mheshimiwa. Mama kura bado.
Wajua baya wa Nairobi si upenda tusijidanganye. Constituencies zetu tuligawa kiukabila sana. Ni kitu mbaya lakini ni hivyo tu. Tuligawa. Utajua hapa ni hivyo ndio ziligawiwa wakati wa boundaries. Sasa tufanyeje?
Hiyo story tuachie hapo.
Tumewacha, nimekuambia ukweli na nimesema sitasema hizo lakini nimekwambia mbili na wanajua kuamuka kushinda watu wote. Hao wawili. Na kura yao inakuanga back to back hivi.
Kura so wanarudi waanze kuzoea gavana wao mapema.
Zoea gavana wako mapema na sema ina ubaya. Nasema tu ni venye demarcation zetu ziko. Na venye pia tuko very attached na kabila zetu. Si ni ukweli? Mpaka siku ile tutakubali ya kwamba kiongozi hasa hapa Nairobi, mpaka siku ile tutakubali kiongozi wa Nairobi tunataka yule anayekuja kubadilisha Nairobi na sera nzuri na atuletee maji na hakikisha maji haitakosa kwa mfereji yetu nawe hata ni nzuri ama hatuangalii kabila. Siku hiyo tutakuwa tumeweka tick nzuri sana. Lakini kwa saa hizi tuko na ukabila mwingi. Kabila
tuonane.
Mwe na siku njema.
Haya, mbivu na mbichi ndio hiyo kutoka kwa kichwa cha mama. Naomba tusonge mbele sasa. Bwana Guru, pole kwa kuweka kwa hold on, lakini naona wewe ni mvumilivu. Mzee wetu, karibu.
Habari yenu?
Salama.
Sasa naona dictatorial tendencies. You know, the Kenyans have not come to appreciate that political parties are like crabs. And in fact, I think it is Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga who once uttered those words. They are kind of they are formed by interests, and that is why they are given the leeway to on how to conduct their affairs. They can conduct like nominations through opinion polls. They can even offer somebody a ticket on the account of party loyalty and nothing else, and so on and so forth. Therefore, we may not talk much about dictatorial tendencies in parties because it depends on what the party wants to achieve. If it is a den of thieves and the owners of that party have formed the party purposely to raid the treasury, they have to look for thieves to pack them in the party. And therefore, this is something that is not unique to Kenya. Political parties is unfortunate in Kenya. They are more of personality cult in vehicles. They are formed to kind of advance a personality. That is why you will find once a person leaves a party, the party collapses. But in mature democracies, parties are institutions in themselves, and individuals are just that, individuals. If you look at the party discipline of ANC in South Africa, they are formed in such a way that they can recall the president midstream and over another president to the country until the period that they were given by the electorate is finished. Here, we do not have that because we've not matured enough to know that political parties should not be personality cult vehicles, but institutions that have programs to advance development of a country. And that is why in some instances the political parties select the people they think they can work with to advance those programs and projects. So the emphasis is not mainly on the personalities, it is mainly on the abilities. It is not it is not that you go to Mlolongo like what we do in Kenya, where sometimes you end up getting the wrong candidate by default because people don't turn up to go and do nominations, where you find the person with much money and a bit more of dedication ends up winning, yet is not the best. Therefore, political parties as such should be more of institutions. Unfortunately, we are yet to get there. We are going slowly. I think parties like ODM are now over 10 years old, and it is a wish and hope that even with the departure of the founder, that that institution will continue. Parties like KANU weakened, but they have endured over time. So there is always that hope that they can, come back. So that's it. Political parties have their ways of doing things. And if you don't reflect party discipline, the party can get you out. You go to elsewhere where you feel comfortable. Right now, I would have expected if we had a strong party culture, somebody like the deputy president should have left Jubilee long time ago. But you see, that is not the way our politics is framed. It is a more personalized, kind of thing, rather than an institution that carries with itself programs and projects of the people. So let me leave that there, but let me also comment a bit on the running mate issue. Now, I think Azimio running mate issue is turning out to be a circus, if I may call it so. I am sure where the candidate Raila Amolo Odinga is, he knows so far the person who fits the bill is a seasoned politician, and I think among those that are being mentioned, he has an idea who can be of help to him, and especially even beyond bringing the numbers in terms of management of the government. I'm sure he's aware of that. And for me, this committee, or is it commission, is a waste of time. And I think it is a way of buying time, or Raila will just say the person he wants, and because he doesn't want to look like he personally has discriminated against anybody, it is the committee that will pronounce the person that Raila Amolo Odinga will say fits that bill. That's the way I see it. It is removing pressure from him, and especially concerning one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Now, there is also the issue of people threatening to go to this side or the other side. I think Kenyans have become ardent at political blackmail, and they are following very closely to what is happening to their leaders. This is what happens. Even you will find people with almost no support talking of how they are going to defect from one party to another. Of course, they know every political party wants as many people, as many supporters as possible. And therefore, and with the many platforms of airing views, it's not like before where you had to use all manner of tricks to attract the mainstream media. Now it is possible to issue threats from whatever corner of the country. So you will find a group of 10, each is given 200 shillings to demonstrate and carry the twigs around the village because their favored candidate has failed to get the majority vote in the nomination, and then they threaten to move from Azimio or from Kenya Kwanza. But you see, the political party, I was impressed by what Kanini Kega said today, or is it yesterday, that they have used at least 3 opinion polls on every elective post to arrive at the rightful candidate to run on their party. So that's it. If you don't fall within that parameter, then that's it. You just have to go out there and threaten. Let me reach there, Bernard. Let me hear what the others have to say. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Keep huyo ni mkono umeinua ama ni salamu unatuma? Unmute.
Ni mkono nimeweka.
Oh. Nilikuwa nafikiria unatuma salamu kutoka Shamahoho.
Hapana, unajua sasa don't take me back to the old days. Unajua bado watu wanatumanga salamu bana.
KPC ni nusu ya kuonana.
That's the one. Na bado inaendelea.
Yes.
Bado inaendelea.
Carry.
Nataka kutuma salamu kwa baba yangu, mama yangu kutoka Nairobi. It's a quick, just something that Guru touched on. I wanted to mention something which is on South Africa. I think you are referring mostly to the EFF. EFF imeleta shida sana South Africa. Very good shida. Actually, de Klerk came to parliament one day na alifukuzwa. This is when the MPs know their strength. They know that is their house. You're elected by the people, not by Ruto or Raila. And I think if Kenya can move towards that, even if you're coming as a unit, MPs like Kater should come in and actually do their work for the people. Unaona mtu anafukuza president from, anasimamisha speech ya president, anafukuza bodyguards ya president. And ideologies, I can see already kuna watu kama against EFF are communist. Their main message is communist. And you can see they follow that to the letter because when Fidel alikufa, they went to see him. I don't subscribe to that, but I can see that I think Kenya needs to mature towards that, towards that road. But I'm going to add more later on. I think it's just that I wanted to add on Guru's good point, because somebody will come make up for ati Guru is saying things of Mlolongo. There was a point Guru was saying that you might have missed.
Okay, thank you Kip. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Bwana Nyumba. Vipi?
Salama Bernard.
Yes sir.
Sijui kama mnanisikia vizuri. Niko na shida ya system, naona inaenda ikipotea.
No, uko sawa, endelea.
Asante, na wasalimia wote panelists. Good morning, good evening, good day, whatever, wherever one is, different times. I think I'll be very, very brief, and I'll stick to today's themes. Ruto Dictatorial DNA, rocks UDA, Kenya Kwanza. I'm happy to see that DNA has already been done, and it confirmed that he is dictatorial. Whoever did that was good. He is. When you see even though he's in here,
that is Moi's clone.
Yes, I have congratulated who have done the DNA test and confirmed that's the position. Thanks. So very briefly, we have seen his actions. We have examples like Alfred Keter, Keika Kimani, who is my senator, and somebody who saw it coming, that is Ngrishi. Madam Ngrishi, she saw it early. I think she was gifted in seeing that DNA early enough. One thing, our parties are actually private enterprises. We cannot run away from that. When you talk of ODM, you see Raila. Talk of UDA, you see Ruto. Talk of Jubilee, you see Uhuru. Actually, that's why we keep on changing. After every 5 years, we have new parties. We have to make new parties. Our parties are not established, as already said by two people here, I think Uhuru and another one. Like the ANC in South Africa, a very old party, it has sustained itself till now. CCM in Tanzania, has been there. All the development countries like USA, the Democratic and the Republicans, Great Britain, Labour, Conservative, those are established parties. They are not, they are institutions. They are not individual, answerable to individuals per se. I leave that one there. Ruto Dictatorial, I can't elaborate more than that. It has been found to be, his gene is dictatorial. Now, item 2, Raila puts a panel to pick running mate. This is wonderful. Let me correct Mr. Guru. Establishing that committee is not a waste of time. This is politics. And as we said yesterday, and I think Mr. Bernard confirmed, these people are weighing each other. Kenya Kwanza and Azimio wanachunguliana nani atafanya vipi ndio mwingine achukue action, because it will depend whoever makes first decision, and that's why you can see they had to ask for extension of the time of finding a running mate. So it is intentional, and we need it this way. That's why Mr. Honorable Raila has set a committee not to look dictatorial. But as somebody, I think 2 people have said, but I'm addressing this to Mr. Kasuti, who said earlier that Honorable Raila had already decided by March who the deputy will be. Is it a secret? Can you share that one with us, Mr. Kasuti? Or is it so confidential and dangerous? I don't know. I have the same feeling. It's only I don't want to mention a name also. But you see, he's doing
Majira. Someni Majira baba. Soma Majira.
Nimesoma pia, ndio sitaki kutaja pia, nimesoma. So we keep it. Me and Kasuti, we know it was decided. But you know, democracy has to be seen to be working. That's why you set a committee. It's not like the other Kenya Kwanza. They just bulldoze. You are everything. You are the committee. You are the leader. You are the chairman. So Azimio, we try to be seen to be democratic. But I think they have already earmarked, especially among the 5 who had listed the other day. Mostly it will come from one of them. You can see the committee has been given up to 10th May to give the name of the running mate of Azimio. And the deadline for that, as issued by the IBC, is 16th May. So there'll be only 6 days. I like it because now at that time, only 6 days, whoever is happy or unhappy about it will have nothing to do or nowhere to run to. And I think that's the time Honorable Kalonzo will face the reality, and there'll be no escape. He can't run anywhere at that time. And also, I've seen the names of the committee members. These are prominent people. There's a bishop, Peter Jenga. There's Archbishop, Catholic Zakayo Okoth, blah, blah, blah. So the presence, someone said the presence of Senator Enoch Wambua will make matters difficult. No, he'll be overwhelmed. I think the committee of 7, and that's why it's an odd number. Even if he differs, he'll be overwhelmed, and that committee will come with a name and give it in time that nobody will actually try to change it. Nomination, anger, shocks. This is common to all parties because some people are rigged in, some people are not wanted. As I said, somebody like Alfred Keter, Susan Keheka, these are unhappy people, but it's not only to one team. It is spread all over the parties. But Azimio, which I'm in myself, is playing the game better. You can see even like today, the governor of Nairobi, Anne Kananu, has agreed to the selection of Polycarp Igathe as the Jubilee nominee for the Nairobi governorship. You can see Tim Wanyonyi also agreed. They are coming to a consensus. So finally, some people be very unhappy, angry, but for Azimio it's working because most of the time they try to have it in a consensus way. For example, even initially I thought it would be Igathe Wanyonyi, but Wanyonyi, I think he didn't like being a deputy governor, or he feared, because for all sincerity, and I mentioned that we need to change, especially the two, the presidential and deputy president, and the governor and deputy governor, in terms of their duration in office, and also maybe their position, interrelation between the two. So, because as we speak now, the deputies have done, they have no say. They can be frozen. Okay, they cannot be sacked, but they can be frozen. We have seen that. And again, as we said, you find a deputy being seconded to the president or governor for 10 years, then he's also given a chance to run for another 10 years, either the president or the governor. I think some of those things to be changed. As I said, I wanted to be brief. And thank you, Bernard, for giving me the chance. Thank you, panelists, for listening to me. Santi.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Nyumba Kasuti.
Bernard, I'm through.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's hear Kasuti rebut you.
No. I want to tell him, me, Wambugu Gojiri, Murathe, and James Orengo, and to some extent Mama Selina knows. That is, just read the signs on the wall. Me, Wambugu Gunjiri, Murathe, and James Orengo. To some extent, naona kama Mama Selina kama ako well informed, anajua. So, sisi watu wanne tunajua. So, wenye hamujajua, msome tu kwa ukuta kuna maandishi. Alex ameenda kukula kuku peke yake.
Mimi ni rafiki yako Bwana Kasuti.
You're your kitchen
Yeah,
cabinet.
you give me this information in secret.
We will get the smell from the kitchen soon.
Exactly. Kamoshi katatokelezea tu.
No.
Alex alienda kukula kuku peke yake.
Watu alafu turudi kwako Bwana Kasuti. Anataka tumalize na hao watu wamekuwa hold on, alafu turudi kwako ndio tusonge mbele. Tirades, is it Tirades Enterprises?
Yes, niko hapa.
Hey, you are breaking the first standing order of not showing your camera.
I already requested the reason why I'm not. I don't like being on cam because of the place I am in.
Okay, carry on. Make your submission then.
No, about Ruto Dictatorial DNA rocks UDA, can't talk about it because we are giving DNA this Ruto UDA thing an upper hand every now and then. So it's like we are campaigning for him. So not like to talk about it because if he's on the other side, there's no need of me talking about him. So I feel I can't talk about it. Regarding Raila puts a pattern to pick a running mate. You already know who the running mate is. And that's the reason why I had to switch from where I was to join you. So we already know who the running mate is. We need not to hide. Because for me, I feel the choice of the running mate. As Mama Selina has said, I all along had believed that we needed a woman running mate and a strong woman. So basically, you know where I'm headed at. Now, then there was this issue that Raila said in the USA, and I said it last time. if you want to bring your enemy close, if you want to beat your enemy, you bring them close. We had a habit when you're in Mutembei, I was on the other side. When you talk, when a new person comes and you're on the other side, you are scolded, you run away. Maybe
Pirates, you can raise your voice or move closer to the microphone. The audience are complaining.
I'm saying, regarding what Raila said in America about bringing people together. Mutembei, there are some people in the group who used to push us away. I was a victim once, and I know I felt it bad because I really wanted to know the reason why I have to join Azimio. But one time I went in a group, somebody explained it to me properly, the reason why he and she are in Azimio and joined. So when Raila said that, try and convince people to join you, don't fight them.
Bernard, we are struggling to hear. Even you are going next to the panel. Ambia jamaa ongea, hiyo ni good news.
Sasa unanisikia?
I want to know about the converter. You've converted. We want to hear your story, Bana. Testify.
Jamaa, weka simu, ongea na nguvu. You are whispering. Good news.
I'm using the headphones. I think my headphones have a problem.
Can
you hear me right
him
now?
to change his mind somewhere.
Remove your headphones. You will be heard better. Unmute. Yes, you're on mute.
Now can you hear me?
Move closer to the phone.
Now can you hear me right now? I'm using my laptop. I don't know whether it's my laptop that has a problem or not, or what.
Have you tried to adjust
Increase the volume of your speaker. I don't know, your mic or your speaker.
Just on the settings, if you're using your laptop, there's a setting there. You can increase your audio.
Okay, no, what I wanted to say, maybe I'll try and shout.
You shouted to the hills, but when I hear that news.
Yeah, when the first time I came to Mutembei, I was even called names. And it was my first time and I came to listen to what you people have. Then somebody told me this guy is from UDA and you are not supposed to give them airtime. Now I'm one of yours. Even Alex was there. So when our leader, Raila.
I did not chase you away. People may think it's me. I was there, but I didn't.
No, there was that lady.
Mbona unatangulia kuhepa wewe, Alex?
Okay, order, everybody. Let's hear Tyrants, please.
As much as I never liked Raila before, now I love him more because now he has brought the things that I wanted him to bring us. He's trying to unite us. When I joined you, I'll give you an example. My notion was, now I'll talk. No, it's not tribalism. I believe when I work with a Luo, because I'm a Kikuyu, the way they treated me, I was asking myself, if Raila becomes a president, how will they be treating me? That was the question I used to ask myself because I've been a victim of them several times. But when I came to listen to Raila, it's totally different from what you find on the ground. So I believe now we can get more people and more followers by encouraging, telling them and explaining to them how Raila did. When he went and told people now, when you find people and they are on the other side, they are coming on your side. Try and listen to them. Then let them talk and then give them the reason why they should change. Kimere, I remember Kimere was the one who converted me. And so he just talked to me and explained to me the reason why he's on that side. Initially, I would not see why, because I felt Raila was a problem. Now, that is one good thing and I believe now by the choice of the running mate, that is the best thing that Raila could do to us. But there is only one thing that I saw that was wrong and people do not see. I was listening to Sabina Cheka the other day while she was in Muranga. Then what she said, maybe most of you could not hear, it was not a good thing, but it also might affect Raila's campaign. She gave a narrative. She asked the people in Muranga, now if you are given 3 hyenas, and you are told to choose, one hyena has teeth, an old one, and the one has sharp teeth. Then you are told to choose which one do you want to eat you. The people there said they would like to be eaten by an old hyena. That she said now, we Kikuyus are not loved in Azimio or in Kenya Kwanza. So we are here. Now she was referring Haina to Raila, the person she is supporting. That is hypocrisy. We don't like. I do not wish to have hypocrites in our group. If you are a leader, if you know you are choosing Raila, you should tell your followers why you are following Raila, and don't say that you are just because of your convenience. Now, what she was trying to explain is like she's in that party because of convenience, not because Raila is a good leader, but because of convenience. So at times, some of our leaders, I also checked at Junet today, when he was talking about this thing of the panel, there was a time he got irritated and talked badly to the journalists. We are seeing how they are behaving. If they don't change, we might end up losing. That's what I saw. But about this nomination angers and shocks, that one was bound to happen. I don't pity Keter because we see the reason why I don't pity him is because he does not know where he belongs. If he was in Jubilee, he should have stood in Jubilee and fight there, because you cannot go and insult somebody, come back, and then the same thing to Aruguru. If you choose, you see this other side, all the people who lost, is the people who had issues of trust. They shifted from this party, came back, shifted, and then you want to go to the same people to vote for you. They can't vote for you because they cannot even trust you. How can I trust you and yet you are not confident in where you are? So finally, to conclude, the reason why I had to shift, the main reason is because now Raila, however old he is, he has fought for one. He has never changed in what he wanted. Something I've not seen for many years. I'm over 41 years. For those years since 1992, I've always been seeing Raila in a negative side. But for once, somebody explained to me, and I saw he had the interest of our country at heart. And he proved it today when he went and told those people, when you see your people coming, and that's what you're supposed to go to Nyanza and tell the people in Nyanza, that don't take advantage of people. Call them and embrace them. Explain to them, show them love. If you show them love, they'll follow you. But if you show them hate, they just run away. And that is the major reason why most of us have been running away. There was an issue where in Dandora, some people decided to stay in somebody's unit and decided never to pay rent. We have had all those issues, but right now we can change them. Now I am not going anywhere. I'm here to stay.
Thank you so much. Mikono imepanda, sijui nifanyeje. Nianze na Mama Selina.
Yes, nataka kumwambia ndugu yangu ya kwamba Keter anatoka constituency yangu na is my village. Tunatoka the same village. Keter Wanandi walimwambia simama na UDA. Na wakati amesimama na UDA kwa lazima uende na constituency. Na sasa constituency wamemwambia Keter tumetoka UDA. One reason. Keter anapendwa na wakaaji wake ya Nandi constituency, and that is the original mother of Kalenjin. Mahali Chelakat Mutai, mahali Mario Serone alitoka. So issue ya Keter si kutapatapa, si ati hakujua kitu alikuwa anafanya, alitaka kufuata constituency. Sasa constituency wamemwambia tumetoka UDA, we are not going there. Anaambiwa arudi. Keter alikuwa na Gideon, yes, na Keter alikuwa nasema ukweli, anamwambia Ruto the truth, maneno ya mahindi, maneno ya inahusu wa Kalenjin. Wakati wa Kalenjin wote walifutwa, aliuliza Ruto, what are you doing kama watoto yetu wamefukuswa? So Keter is a outspoken member of parliament yenye wa Kalenjin wanamtegemea kwa sasa. Na vile wameamua kama anatoka independent, atakuja kufanya kazi na serikali, na Keter is coming back. So si atiana msimamo. Hiyo ni Ruto amemuokopa na watu ya Ruto, hii puppet Ositany, hii mtu anaitwa Sudi because Ketera hawezi kuja Inama, ametoka mahali Laibon wako, the Kalenjin itself, so hawezi tingiswa. Anyway, nilitaka kukwambia otherwise karibu. Yes, Martha Karua alituambia tupeane issues, tutongosane, mkituweza tuwa support, lakini tukiwa na sweet tongue tunawakaribisha na mnakaa na sisi. As from now we want that love, tunataka kuleta watu wengi kwa Azimio. Na anatuambia hivi Penat, tuulize, tupeane 10 point ya papa na tuambie watu ya UDA watupatie 3 point peke yake, hatutaki watupatie 10, only 3. Whoever comes here from UDA atuambie only 3 points. Tuko na ya papa 10, watuambie 3. Tukiona hiyo tatu na ni 3 si ile ya kupika karata. Baba anasema Baba Care anasema 6,000 na vile amesema tunataka watu ya UDA watuambie ile vitu watafanyia wa Kenya. 3 is enough. Thank you. So my brother, you are welcome, lakini mambo ya Keter ni constituency enyewe iliamua na wameamua. Na Bomet na Kericho mtashangaa, Washingishu mtaona kura ya Kalenjin vile itafanyika.
Okay, asante Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa jibu hilo. Tumulete na Nyumba kwanza. Nyumba ni swali naamini. Bwana Nyumba, unatusikiza?
Asante Bernard. Hello?
Yes, you can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, hata sisi ni comment. Direct, kama anakumbuka tulikuwa kwa the other channel ile ya Mlimani huko, mimi na Guru na Kemere, and I'm very happy to see his conversion from the other side to our side. Of course, Bwana Kemere ndiye alimuleta. Karibu sana Direct, ongeza watu wengine marafiki wako wakuje pande hii. Nyumba twari nawe. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Guru.
Bwana Tyrant, wakati aliconvert tulikuwa kwa hiyo forum na tunashukuru kwamba ameshikilia pale pale. Nilimweleza kwa nini sisi Wakikuyu hatuwezi kubali pale tunapelekwa, na nadhani alipata sababu, lakini nataka kumkosoa kidogo na kumcorrect. Sabina Chege anajua ile inaendelea huku kwetu kwa mlima. Watu wanajiuliza mambo mbili. Hawa watu wawili wanawashuku. Na hii nasema kwa sababu lazima tuongee ukweli. Wanawashuku kwa sababu moja, hajaeleweka sana, ametusiwa, amewekelewa mambo na ikaingia ndani sana. Kwa hivyo watu wakaamini. Huyu mwingine wamesikia kwa media, wamesoma, wanajua mashamba imeibiwa, mapesa imeibiwa, na hizo vitu zote wanajua. Sasa swali ni je, hao watu wawili ni nani tunaweza amini kwamba mambo yetu itaangaliwa? Na ndio sasa akatumia mfano, na mfano hiyo ni kama kuambia watu, ndio najua mko na hiyo dilemma kwamba mko katikati ya watu wawili ambao hamna ile 100% trust kwamba mnaweza wekelea pale. Sasa she was just being truthful to the rural psychology on the ground, and it is a question that should be approached with a lot of care and understanding, na kuuliza kwamba afadhali hata kuliwa na fisi ambayo ni mzee kwa sababu hana meno kuliko chui ama fisi ambaye ni mdogo na ana meno. Yule hana meno anaweza kuuma tu mguu na uweze kuponyoka na ukimbie, lakini yule mdogo atakukamata, atakumeza, wacha kukura, kukumeza. Kwa hivyo these are just analogies that must be used, kwa sababu hatuelewi na mambo zote at the same level. Wewe tyrants, labda una bahati kuwa umesoma kiasi, lakini unajua sasa ukiwa unatumia the local analogies, lazima ukatumia mfano kama ule ili watu waanze kuelewa na mambo kwa njia ya ustandi. Asante.
Okay, shida yangu
Thank you very much.
Bernard.
Kasuti,
Kidogo tu Bernard.
ngoja direct, you are going to make one response. Let everybody air on what you say. Kasuti, and then Alex, alafu Tyrants to respond, tusonge mbele.
Ya, ni vile Nguru amesema tu. Pia mimi nilikuwa tu nataka kumkosoa pale kwa sababu ile msemo Sabina Cheka alitumia kwa Kiswahili inasema simu likujualo haliwezi likakukula likakumaliza. Angalau lina mwanya ya kukubakisha. Unaona? So akatumia ile fisi mzee, fisi ule wa katikati na ule fisi chipkisi. Na akawauliza, huyu mwenye hana meno uko na yani chances ya kusurvive mnaiona aje? Na alikuwa anaongea pure Kikuyu. Kama I don't think if at all kama ulimisquote ni kama wewe ulikosea au kushika vizuri ile Kikuyu alikuwa anaongea. Inabidi sasa utaenda tena ukae na wazee kina nyumba wakufundishe Kikuyu, uelewe Kikuyu vizuri, alafu sasa unajua. Na by the way watu waka respond, hakuna hata mmoja alipaki nyuma, mnataka muliwe na fisi mgani? Na wote kwa ujumla wakasema mzee ule hana meno. Basi akawaambia basi ule mzee hana meno ni nani? Ndio hivyo, na akamalizia hapo. Hilo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kumkosoa kidogo, kwa sababu alisema kitu ambacho kiko contrary na kile Sabina alikuwa anasema.
Thank you Kasuti. Alex, quickly.
Ndugu yangu, shukrani sana Tyron, nimekutolea kofia. Tunakualika katika huu mwaliko ambao ni wa Azimio la Umoja, na mimi nimekuelewa kwa sababu mtoto mleavyo ndivyo akwavyo. Wewe ni mtoto katika Azimio na unasema ukweli unaposikia maneno kama nyang'au, fisi ati yao sasa ndio bado viongozi wetu. Haupendi hivyo, na mimi nataka kusema kweli kuwa kwa wale ambao wametoka katika ule mrengo mwingine wameingia katika mrengo wetu, lazima tuwalee kwa njia ya in a delicate way, kwa sababu mara nyingi na tukubali 2013 2017 yale maneno ambayo yalitumika katika to demonize Raila yalikuwa maneno kama hayo. Na tunaposema lazima yeye aelewe, hakuna njia hataelewa. When you get salvation, you don't want to be demonized again. The truth is that kuna vitu vingine kama mtu kama Sabina Chege kwa kiwango amefika sasa hivi. Sabina Chege is being taken seriously by everything she talks. So ikiwa ndugu yangu aliona kuwa katika uongozi wa Sabina Chege hangeweza kuongea hivyo kwa wale ambao wachanga kama yeye kwa Azimio, kwa sababu amesema nyakati nyingi yeye alimjua hivi Raila, na wakati alibadilika hataki mtu amdanganye tena, hataki kusikia maneno kama hayo. I think he has a right to. Let us not think that he's not in his right mind. He believes that we must start using better words for Raila Amolo Odinga, and I do believe that, because yale matamshi ambayo yalitumika katika Raila from 2007, 2013, 2017 yaliwashika, na sasa tunapoyaondoa tusitumie mifano ambayo pia inaweza leta shida kama hiyo. Raila si nyang'au, Raila si ofisi, Raila ni binadamu, na Chege alisema before, alikuwa hata ameambiwa Raila hata sio binadamu. So mimi namtumia yule ambayo umesema juu yake. Sabina Chege alikuja akasema yeye alipokuwa anaendelea to grow up alidhani kuwa Raila sio binadamu, lakini kwa sasa anamjua yeye ni binadamu. So sasa wewe chukua hayo maneno kuwa Raila is a human being, yeye sio ofisi. Karibu Azimio.
Thank you, Alex. Now, Tareds, you can respond quickly, please.
I need to explain my reasoning behind it. You know, when wakati kama unapenda mtu unampenda. No, saying Raila ni fisi na mwenye ana meno, it's meaning that he's a helpless person, he's a puppet. No, I was coming because I feel he's a strong, but now the people who are following him are taking advantage of him because they think he's a puppet. As much as Nyumba ameniambia na Guru ameniambia hivyo, look at this way, kusema if Raila does not do what they want, you can go wherever you want to. If they know he's a strong person, let us stick to that person and don't show any sign of weakness to the leader you have chosen. So that term itself was a bad term, and I cannot hide it, and the timing was wrong. The people who cheered is because they listened to that. I was there, I listened to it. I smiled when she was saying it, but after sitting down and analyzing the statement, it might bring voter apathy. What will happen if Raila is a hyena and Ruto is a hyena? Why am I waking up to it? There's no reason for me waking up to vote. No, you might not lose vote. You'll get your vote, but the voter level might reduce because there is no reason for voting those two leaders because they are bad. So if you are trying to make that an angel, let if Raila is an angel, let him be an angel to the end. Don't try and demonize him in any way. That's what the timing was wrong, and the leader who said it was wrong, and even the forum itself, because people went down and sat down and thought about what they said. They listened to it, but the people who have the vote might decide not to vote, because between the two leaders, there are no leaders.
Direct, I get your point, and from what Alex has said, it's clear from where you are standing, and I appreciate your concern and your love for Azimio and one Raila Odinga. But I will also want to urge you to appreciate that conversion is gradual. Conversion is gradual in the sense that changing people's minds from what they are used to the new there is now the new normal is a new terminology. The new normal. It's also gradual in the sense that the leaders that demonized Raila Odinga in the ears and in the hearts of Kenyans are now the same sword that is being used to clean his name. It will be very fast for them to turn Raila into the angel without this transition period. So right now we are in a transition period. You are a deep thinker. I don't think majority of Kenyans think deeply like you have done and did serious analysis. Most Kenyans are very emotional, especially when it comes to political matters. And there are people who can be converted by that statement. Others will be turned off by that statement. But I believe let's not be too much into making politicians do what we want. At the same time, we need to learn what the politics is an art, is a science, it's everything mixed together. So let's not read too much into what they are saying, but allow the transition. There are people who just have a natural hatred for one Raila Odinga. There is one lady I knew specifically. Her hatred for Raila Odinga is so much that when she hears that name, she falls sick and she vomits. She collapsed the day the elections was annulled in the matatu. She had the announcement in the matatu and literally collapsed, was carried to hospital. Yeah, now we are dealing with a group of people that have reached a particular level in their way of taking politics serious, that we need to be careful on how to deal with them. So naomba tu twende polepole, tutafika. Na voter apathy is there, yes, but there is a cure to it. There's a cure to it. If we fix the ticket properly, we are going to do the magic to get everybody to go and vote. We just want to get everybody to go and vote, but when they go to vote, they should vote rightly. And I'm happy that you're concerned that either they will not vote or they will vote on the other side. Leadership in at this point in time is more of a team than an individual. It's more of a team that one constitutes than an individual. And that's what is going to determine 2022 elections. Which team is going to help the country? Which team is going to propel the country to move forward? So it will not be who is the one savior. It will be Raila and team are going to deliver this. Ruto and team will offer this to Kenyans. Which team do you front for because of what Kenya can benefit from their performance? Not one individual is able to sort everything that is Kenya is going through right now. You have seen also not one political party is able to harness the support that is able to get the presidency. So since we are doing party coalition, we need also to allow different teams to be constituted. Let us now move gradually and appreciate it, accept it. We move forward. Thank you.
Okay, before you go, Bernard, I wanted to clarify something. I'm not going back to UDA. That's one thing. I am surprised to hear that Susan Kika has an issue today. It confirms what I was told by this guy. I think it's Guru Kimere. They were talking about how Moi realized Kibaki was opening a bank, and one day they decided to shut his dreams. So it's a confirmation of what I was told. So there's nothing like me going back.
I support you. There is no. I don't want to use a bad expression, but I would say that nobody wants you should be going back to UDA. If you made up your mind and you see anybody fronting for Kenya should see a better Kenya in Azimio than UDA. But if you are fronting for selfish interest, the business deals you will make, the kills you will make, the run away with the public funds you will make, you will front for the other side. But at the end of the day, kama sisi wote tutaenda kukula Kenya, tutaimaliza na hakuna mtu atashiba. Tutakuwa tumeimaliza, lakini hakuna mtu mmoja atakuwa ameshiba. Lakini tukienda kuitengeneza Kenya iwe bora, kila Mkenya atapata chakula na Kenya itadumu na kusonga mbele. Vizazi vingine vinavyokuja vitapata kitu chakula. And that's what we need. Somebody who can go to the kitchen, prepare a meal and save for the future. Not somebody who wants to eat what is available at the first meal and then the next meal there is nothing to be eaten. We shouldn't allow such people near leadership. We need to have people who are willing to task their minds, task their capabilities to expand the resources that are available, make maximum use of the available resources to expand the cake that is enough for the 50 plus million of Kenyans live comfortably, whether literate or illiterate. Being Kenyan needs to count, and being Kenyan needs to count in such a way that you're safe, protected, and secured by just that title, I'm a Kenyan. Before tuende umesoma ukapita wapi, umefika class gani, unaendanga kanisa wapi, na wewe ni Mkristo ama Muislamu. Being Kenyan needs to be something that somebody's proud of and is something that's earning somebody respect somewhere. If we can't build a country that secures its people, we don't need a country. We should disintegrate and join other countries that are able to protect and safeguard their own, that is, their own citizens. Thank you very much. Yes, Raquel?
Support what you're saying, but quickly just to ask tirades, because I did communication, so I'm very particular. He has mentioned that what Sabina Chege was saying, that's what we call, what do we call it in our African way? You know how you talk about the elephant and the rat? You know, you don't necessarily have to refer specifically to people. It's a metaphor. It's it's an art, actually. So unaweza kutukana Bernard without saying his name, and he cannot sue you, because we all know it is Bernard, or we all know maybe you're referring to Mama Selina or to Fred or to me. So I think Sabina, in her wisdom, because you know, you look at the context, hapo uko na wamama, you know, uko na people of a certain level. So you try and use a narrative and use communication which you think they'll understand. Now, Tyre, to be fair to you, you as the recipient of that information, when you had it, you took offense. So this information fell on many ears. I would suggest this, since now you're on our side, by the way, thank you very much for crossing over. It would have been nice for you to take the initiative, look for Sabina or look for her team and say, you know what you said the other day was so nice, but maybe it might be misunderstood if it's, so it also helps. Sasa wewe vile umeelewa, you just also go and share and say, okay, it may have been misunderstood like this, because that's a way of feedback. Then when she goes to the next rally, she can also say, vile nilikuwa nimesema. So it is no more tirade, si ati ni kuna ubaya, ni vile tu hivyo ndio mtu anaongea. Ukiongea na wakere wachiere huko nyumbani, there is a way you go to their level and you bring those and they like it. So I would challenge you, tirades, why don't you do that?
Shida yangu si chenye ni implication. My worry, I understood whatever she said, but the issue is the implication of what she said.
Okay. Thank you. Mama Selina, your hand is up.
Yes, Penat, mambo ya siasa samani ama baba vile anatuambia mambo ya kitendawili, so inalete shida na young generation, kwa sababu they want to go direct. Watu ya samani wanapita mbali. Samani tulikuwa tunaambiwa usitoke nje, iko nyang'au. Hii watoto wadogo sasa ukimwambia usitoke, ama tuliambiwa ndege analete mtoto, hatukujua mtoto anasaliwa. Lakini watoto ya sasa anakwambia unapepa mtoto kwa tumbo, na mwingine atakwambia ulifanya nini ndio ukapata hiyo mtoto. So it is the generation that si mbaya sasa. I like what my sister said, tukichanganya hii mambo na kuna vitu kama sasa kwa siasa, unajua saa hii watu wanakuwa careful kwa sababu especially Central, they are very delicate juu wamewekewa maneno mingi, and this is a generation. Kama samani kura ya Wakikuyu ilikuwa inadisaitiwa the last minute, kama imepaki 2 weeks ama 1 month to election. Now it's different. Hawa vijana wadogo waelewi, na hata ukimwambia anakwambia hataki kujua. It is even because they don't want even to know what the elderly people are saying with the parents. Lakini tunashukuru vile amesema, na wale watu wameona mbele. Unajua wakiwaambia maneno tena zaidi mutasikia kuokopa. So they are trying to at least kuonyesha nyinyi, kama vile mwenye alisema, in which hands are you safe. Hawa watu vijana wamekuja, ukiuliza wamekatalia mtu kwa njia gani. Let's go for example, unaambia watoto ya Central Uhuru wamekataa kuwasaidia, ndio sababu hamuna kazi. Lakini huko kwao mahali wametoka, vijana yao wako kazi, na kwa sababu amekuja kukupatia 2000, hiyo 2000 ukikula utakaa nje miaka ngapi ndio arudi tena. So nafikiri Central iko samani, watu walikuwa naokopa watu ya Central Penat, na nimekuja kuamini ya kwamba wale wanasema wa kwanza watakuwa wa mwisho na wa mwisho watakuwa wa kwanza. The Central were very clever before kwa sababu ya viongozi yao na vile mambo ilikuwa imeenda, but for now ina change. Watakuja kukua kama Wanandi samani. Wacha niseme kwa sababu mimi ni Mnandi. Samani community yetu walikuwa naokopewa sana, they were very rich. Lakini siku hizi unakuta mpaka Wanandi wameanza kwenda kibarua. Samani walikuwa naenda Keio, walikuwa naenda Nyanza, wanaenda wapi? Kwa sababu walikuwa na mali. Na hiyo ndio kitu moja alijua, tusipo paralyze these people, kumaliza mambo ya mahindi, kumaliza mambo ya masiwa, these people wawezi kutuinamia. So they had to paralyze mambo ya siasa. Watu wenye wako wanatuongoza wako na akili, so wali paralyze kwa sababu Nandi. That is why Eldoret town, nasema tu kumwambia ndugu yangu ndiye aweze kuelewa. I'm sorry, Eldoret ilikuwa very expensive town. Mnandi tiseme anasema anataka suit 6 na hakuna kupatia kwa muhindi, kwa sababu ako na hiyo pesa yote, ananunulia watoto, anafanya shopping yake December mpaka next year December. So that is why Eldoret town was very expensive town, lakini sasa Moi ikakuwa ni ngumu kuongoza hii watu, so then you have to paralyze. Sasa na nyinyi watu ya Central, hivyo ndiye wale watu ya chama ingine wanataka kwanza kumaliza viongozi yenu, mupaki wale chenge, mupaki wale amuna sauti, ndiye sasa wakikuja kuwamaliza amutatoka. So kama sisi sasa, unaona kama Keter anajaribu kuambia Wanandi, and they have opened up, wanasema kama Ruto anafanya hivi, na siku ingine wasisi wa Kalenjin ama Wanandi tukitaka kukua rais na tumemaliza nchi, kabla singine watatutarau. So kuna vitu kama hiyo, lakini inakuwa ngumu kuelezea vijana direct. So nashukuru mwenye umeelewa, lakini ukipata vijana wengine uwaambie. Na wacha nikwambie, hakuna mtu anatoka nje anakuja kukupenda. Unaona mimi niko hapa sasa, nikiwa na Alex na nione Kip, nitang'ong'onesea Kip kwa sababu najua ni wetu. Hiyo ni hiyo, sitaruka Kip. Lakini nyinyi mnawacha watu yenyu, mnakuja kufuata watu amujui nyumba yao inakaaje, amujui wanaishi nyumba ya dirisha, amujui wanaishi aje. But always listen to your elders na viongozi wenyu, hawawezi kuwausa. Na ndiye Uhuru kwa sakana aliambia wase, alilalamika akamwambia, kwa nini nyinyi msiongeleshe vijana wetu? Thank you so much. Sitaki kuchukua nafasi. Nilikuwa namwambia wetu kwa sababu ameingia Azimio, ndiye hawezi kujua bila atasaidia wengine.
Only 1 minute. Thank you. 1 minute, Bernard. I wanted to explain to everyone. It's not like I don't understand what Sabina said. If the people who did literature walifanya fasihi, this book was called Amezidi. It was the most difficult book, and that's why we went to school kusoma fasihi and understand every statement somebody says it means something. And labda kuna wale wajasoma, sisi wenye tumesoma ambao, I think I have a problem, not here, everywhere. I listen to every statement somebody says and I judge it from what you say, because I might want to use what you said later. So what I felt when Sabina said those things, one, she started instilling fear by telling us we are not loved in both sides. That one was instilling fear to the voters themselves. That one to me was a weakness. Secondly, you are
not loved or you may not be loved.
So what I'm trying to
let me finish. Statement. That statement he referred to 07. He referred that statement to 07.
Let me finish. Why I'm saying that is because it's not like I did not understand what Sabina said. My concern is the people who may misconstrue her statement later. There might be some other people outside there like me who are thinking the same thing. And I can go and tell people to change. But there are some others who can use the same words against Sabina. What happens if somebody else goes?
Thank you, Tyrants. But I want us to Nini. I don't want it to be a back and forth on the same issue. This is what I will tell you. In politics, you can make a very good blunder on the platform by what you say. And there is the correction dimension towards it if it's really bad. If I will remind you, 2007, yes, 2007, they made the land issue a campaign issue. And when the matter went to Rift Valley, and they said they are going to implement the Ndung report in 100 days, okay? That thing turned they turned the voters against the proposal by ODM, okay? And the deputy president then, being Secretary General of Kano, I think so, before he joined ODM, came up quickly and said, sisi hatuwezi kuwa wajinga, twende kuimplement kitu ambayo inakwenda kutuaffect sisi. Tutaiangalia kwanza ndio tufanye implementation. Now, that means that if somebody makes a statement that will have a direct effect on how people are going to vote, there's an opportunity to correct it. Secondly, right now where we are yet to finish the nominations and then roll out proper campaign. It is good that Sabina Chege is not going to run for an elective seat. That in itself is an advantage in this scenario. So she's able to have enough time to recover from whatever effects this can cause. But that aside, she's mature enough. I'm sure that that matter can be sorted out. When the nominations are done, we now have clear-cut candidates and clear campaign period has opened. When Uhuru will begin to go to the mountain and tell them why he's Azimio and not the other side, mambo yatanyooka. Don't worry yourself on one statement. Katika siasa mambo mingi inasemwa, mengine mazuri, mengine mabaya. But at the end of the day, the clear winner is the one who wins the conversation at the last minute. And that conversation is framed of a series of events that lead to that particular conclusion. So let's not tag the entire campaign on one statement in one place by one person. The mountain is big and it has vested interests, and the decision of the mountain will not be based on what we have had so far. Something is going to come up and is going to tilt where the vote of the mountain will go. That is yet to happen. There is always what we call the object of aggression. As soon as the object of aggression is made clear in the mountain, is when we will know where the mountain is going. Right now, they are in between. They don't know who to stone, who to embrace. But when it will be clear who to be stoned and who to be embraced, mlima itanyooka hivi. Wait and see. Let's give it time. Let's allow it to mature. Kasuta, I'll give you 1 minute as nataka tusikilize Kamau kwanza tuanze hiyo second round.
Yeah, that 1 minute even I'll
Second
use
round gani
some few
wewe?
seconds. She
Unajua kuna
that,
watu
that
hawajamaliza
statement,
first round. Hata wewe kipu hujafanya first round.
so we kienyeji we nawe nyamaza bwana. Sasa saa ile nimepewa dakika 2.
Niko kama Ruto.
Wewe unakula moja. Kienyeji kwa nimepewa 2, wewe unakula moja. Kwa nini bwana? Okay. Hiyo wacha nitumie aja nitumie sekunde moja tu hapo. Ndugu yangu ile alitumia alitumia mfano wa 207. Hatukuwa tunapendwa. Hakutumia hatupendwi. Alitumiwa 207. Kumbukeni, hatukuwa tunapendwa. That's what she said. If I understood that Kikuyu vizuri, alitumia mfano wa 207 ndio akuje kwa mfano wa fisi this time saa hii sasa mahali tulipo. Lakini hiyo statement yenye wanasema hatukuwa hatupendwi, hapana, hakusema hatupendwi. Hatukuwa tunapendwa mwaka fulani wakati fulani. Hivyo ndivyo mimi nilimuelewa ndugu yangu.
Okay. Asante. Yes, wanna keep your protesting. What is the matter?
No. Let Kamau go. I was just being cheeky. I'll follow your rules, your eminence.
I will deal with you later. Let me just spare you for now. Mr. Kamau. Mr. Kamau, fisi yupi ungependa kuume? Yule hana meno ama yule hana meno? Inaonekana kama hayupo. Bwana Kip, take it away, Kamau hayuko.
So, I'd have loved to hear from Kamau, Amanda. Lakini at least we had something from Nyumba to scare, some the discussion.
Kwanza ndio ajue kwamba anapaswa kurudi.
Kwa sababu unajua wanakuanga na ile forum yao ya The Mountain, which is good. sasa tutaona sasa, let's see what, you know, Ruto is, he's trying to be Moi. Every single move he's made is just, I think Kasuti always says this, he's a good schemer. So hata mpatie hiyo, that is what he's always wanted. He's dreamt about it since he was 31, and he's not going to shake, and that is why Farouk is there. He's chief of staff, he's everything, you know. So yeah, he wants to be a dictator because he really wants to be Moi. He really admires what Moi had done and achieved. So musifikirie ni kitu ya juzi. If you look at his political path, from the time he was in Kano to moving to ODM kufuruga vitu huko until Raila had to rebuild that party because the guy just came and swept it. He's just done the exact same thing he did with Jubilee. Nakuja anachukua na negotiate with people. So he's a dictator. As for nomination anger, mutaendelea kukasirika. This is normal democracy around the world. It's okay. Takasirika na mutaendelea kukasirika in the next election. I'll give you facts here. You do not own the parties. The parties are owned by people. If you do not pay if you do not pay for subscription, why complain? You know, if you're not allowed to come for the conferences, why complain? That's why I don't understand why people are complaining. This is just something that UDA and ODM or Jubilee or any other party has given the privilege to some wananchi to vote in their member nominated MPs. Otherwise, this is vitu zinaendanga kwa board meetings. It sounds unfair, but it's the way it is. As for Keter's case, that was unfair. And the reason why it's unfair is not because they didn't want to pick him. The thing that is unfair is the fact that they made him go through the whole process. So naambia mtu alipe, he paid for it. He went for everything legally. So hiyo hata kama watu walimkubali, angejua mapema, and then he can go independent. But you've taken his money, you've done all these things, you've angered the people down there. So that's the only case I think is okay. As for Mama Selina, huyo ni mtu wetu, mnamfukuza sasa kwa nini? Sasa just because he skips sasa Nandi mnamfukuza kwa nini? lazima nikugonge hapo. Raila puts in a panel to pick a running mate. This is just political gymnastics here. We all know what is happening. Raila has already picked who he wants. Kalonzo is coming with women again. He's done it the second time. I think waliona Mtembei, tulipiga kelele na Mama Selina tukasema unaleta wanawake watano. Then he watched Mtembei akaona akuja now with 1 million of them to say that they're supporting him. So these are just tactics from Kalonzo. So I think the committee is just there to what do you call it? To make it look formal, but it's already been decided. And hata wakieka mtu uko ndani, if they put one person of Wiper, there's no way they're going to overthrow the other 6 people. Hata kama ni wawili watakuja, they'll be you know, it's a done deal. Get used to Deputy President Martha Karua as soon as possible. That is happening, my friend. And Kalonzo, kama anataka weka virago zake, aende. He goes. It's okay. As for Nairobi, I want to say that people, we need to understand that we're not there yet. Nairobi has the largest population of Luya, I accept, but also Kikuyu, but also Luo. Sasa mkisema Wekesa, not Wekesa, Sakaja is going to win because he's Luya. There's about 900 Kikuyus. The only difference between
point of correction, Kib, kienyeji. Kikuyu 700, Luya 450, Jaluo 400, Kamba 350, 340, 50 there. Rotich, you and others are just 300, 200, wengine hata hakuna. So point of correction, Sakaja is not Luya, is Rotich. Don't forget to put that name there.
No. Koske. It's basically, the rumor is it's a small tribe from Uganda actually that speak Kalenjin, but that is yet to confirm. I know. Tunasemanga hivyo. His name is Koske. I don't. There's the Kalenjins in Tanzania and also Kalenjins in Uganda. So our people are well spread, just like Maasai's, but those are different clans. But what I was trying to say is, compared to the other communities, why Raila always wins Nairobi is communities concentrate in particular regions in Nairobi. You find the Luyas in Kangware, or you find the Luos in Kibra, or whatever. I'm just giving us but an example. But what you forget, Kikuyus are spread. They're in every single part of Nairobi. That is why Polycarp is a good candidate for Nairobi, because after spread your vote. So if ODM wins 4 seats in Nairobi, or 6, or whatever it is, the total number, it's because the concentration of ODM supporters are in different constituencies and wards. So he gets to win a whole constituency and it becomes an ODM affair. So that is what Ruto Ajona. So come rain, come sunshine. This one, I really think that it was well thought out by the Azimio team to pick this man. At first I thought, oh, this is unfair, wananchi need to pick somebody that they want. But in this case, let it go in the boardroom first. I have no objection to it. We're not there yet. Sometimes if you think about it from a political point of view, a politician is somebody like our father or our mother that, they make certain decisions on our behalf. So, and pia akifanya kitu, saa zingine you might not agree with it, but it might be for your best interest, my friends. So, Nairobi is Sakaja. I can forget about it. It's looking like that. But those are the little things I wanted to say. Sasa acha tu ni nyamaze kidogo, ningoje Kasuti anigonge na yeah. Tutapigana tu bado, sijali Kasuti.
No, sasa we kienyeji, unakeuka kuwa kienyeji. Hebu nikuulize swali. What is your surname?
My surname?
Your surname.
Yes. Unfortunately, I can't say it on this platform.
Exactly. Sasa
yeah.
Sijawahi ona mtoto Mwafrika jina lako linakuja mbele ya jina lako linakuja katikati ya jina la mwenye unafaa kuitwa. Sasa huyo anaitwa Johnson Rotich Sakaja. Johnson Rotich Sakaja. So huyo is a pure Kalenjin. Hiyo ingine ya mbele. Kitambulisho inasema hivyo.
But
kitambulisho ni ile ya black and white.
Is that his kitambulisho kweli?
Really kipande ile yenyewe.
Social media. Saa zingine unajua kuna vitu zingine unafaa tu kuignore, my friend.
No.
Hii kitu unaona
It's real. It's proven.
It's social media.
Mama yake ni Mmaragoli, anatoka kwa kina Mudavadi. We know.
Okay, asante. Katika mira ya Kiluya, mtoto akibip kabila ya mama.
Bas, hiyo.
Hiyo. Sasa ni wa baba.
Haya basi, asante. Nashukuru, naomba tusonge mbele. Penny.
Yes, kijana yangu, habari?
It's all good, it's all right. It's okay. It's everything is
surprise. Habari yenu?
Tuko salama.
Sawa. Asa mama Selina
anasema tusikuruhusu kuongea kabla uonyeshe sura.
Okay. Tunaonana sasa. Hello?
If there is one clever chap on this channel, he's called Penny.
Anajifanyanga
Make
hapo.
your
Onyesha
submissions.
sura.
Hapana, mimi mzee yeye sura ya nini?
Acha kujifanya. You know more technology than me. Onyesha sura
Unajua
bana.
mzee setting ya nini ya kamera ilimshinda. Anawekanga setting kamera ya nyuma, patala aweke kamera ya mbele.
Anakuenjoy. Anajifanya huyu achana, anakuenjoy.
He knows what he's doing. Penny, go ahead, make your submission.
Hiyo ndio watoto walikuwa wananiambia juu ya technology, sasa wameenda ninasumbuka nayo. Na walikuwa wananiuliza dadi, tukienda utafanya nini? Sasa ndio umeweza kuniambia bana, na teknolojia yangu iko nyuma. Hapo ni kweli. Na nasalimia mama Sara sana. Na hii elections imekwisha. Sasa mmeona tuko May already. Na tusiji ukiwa UDA, Amina Azimio buko Azimio. Ikiwa UDA tuko UDA. Tuwe na raha vile wengine wamesema. Mkishinda mmetushinda. Tukishinda tukawashinda tumewashinda. Lakini ile mimi nilikuwa nataka Mama Selina waeleze ni this is the first election that will really make a difference in Kenya. There was many years of Moi na Moi akaambia kila mtu, akaambia Nyachae, akaambia nani Matano, akaambia everybody you will be, akaambia Raila Odinga you will be the next president. Na kila mtu believed they will be the president. Now here is a bad belief. You cannot believe you can be something that you are not. You will be a headmaster somewhere and you are not. So this will be the first election. Na ile mita waomba tu msijukue mtu au mfikiri mtu ni wazimu if he is not in ODM or Azimio or UDA. No, we are all human beings. We are all normal and we do our things. Naona kijana yangu Dani Alex anakimbia banani anakuja on time. Kasudi, everybody is doing their you know, their hustle here and there, but ile na niudhi ni kuona ya kwamba kama wengine huko UDA unaambiwa maneno mbaya sana. Sasa how can I come to you if you are calling me names? Or if I'm calling you names, how can you come to UDA? So let's all laugh like Viability anakuwa na raha all the time. Na tuone ya kwamba he's too late. You cannot convince me, I cannot convince you. So waje tuseme ile mzuri. Kama Mama Selina alisema, sisi watu wa UDA tukiingia hapo tuambie vitu tatu. One is bottoms up economy. Huyu mzee amelala, practiced it. Na muliona. Hata Mama Selina alitueleza the other day, mtoto yake walianza company moja ilikuwa na 100,000, sasa iko na 500,000. That's bottoms up economics. Ingine ni to stop the betrayal. The betrayal has gone on in Kenya since independence. Mzee alibetray Oginga Odinga. Raila alikuwa betrayed by Moi. Kenyatta betrayed Ruto. So let us not practice that kind of stupid politics. Let us have politics of where we can all talk together, agree to disagree, or agree on some issues. Na ya tatu ni peace and happiness and stopping of corruption as we know it. This is not fighting of corruption, what DCI is doing. It's not. I beg to disagree completely. Let us have somebody like Maraga to be the Attorney General, na mtaona vile corruption itakwisha. Wengine we are involved in begging him to join UDA government if he ever comes up and he'll be the Attorney General. My friends, you will see corruption being fought for real. Not one guy says Madoadoa, he goes to jail. Another guy says Madoadoa, you explain that he said it because of this, because no, it's the same word. So hivyo tu na tuendelee kucheka vile ya Bernard anachekaga. Hiyo ndio inafanya nakuja hapa. Inakuwa addicted na hiyo mcheko yenu. Vizuri sana. I am a very happy person. Mimi napenda. Thank you Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Kasuti ako na swali kwako.
Oh, okay.
Mimi niko na swali kwa huyu mzee. Na in fact swali langu litakuwa ni la my question will be based on damaging the ignorance that makes us look stupid. Let me ask you a question. If it is to break betrayal, you are practicing betrayal right now. You betrayed Keter. You have betrayed Susan Kihika. You betrayed you who. Now, for heaven's sake, do you mean what you are saying, or you are just for fun, for fantasy, for fallacy? Mzee wangu, wacha hii
Let me
mambo
answer
yako
your
hii unakuja hapa.
Can I answer your question?
Anza, jibu mzee wangu, nakusikiza.
Asante. That's very easy. You cannot go to Ruo Nyanza and talk bad about Raila and expect to win. A political party has leaders who go up Kenya. Everybody is a king in his party. What just happened to Jimmy Wanchigi when he tried to go to challenge Raila? My friend, Kitel angeenda huko Nandi awe na Azimio na win. Hapo hakuna mtu atamuuliza. Na kikuja, I just answered you the first one, kijana yangu. Nobody will go to Ruo Nyanza and say something about Raila and still win. Is that betrayal or reality? Reality, my friend.
No. Answer my question. Do you mean what you are saying, or you are just saying because for the sake of saying? You say you want to stop betrayal. How comes you betray one of your own? One of your own, above all. You betray one of your own. You live, in fact, you invite this person to come and register. You do a great campaign with him. You allow him to spend a lot of money. And then you go ahead and make a very petty ruling. A very great guy, my friend. You hata unifanye namna gani, wacha useme kama hiyo ndio uzee sasa, hapo mimi nakataa.
Okay. I believe Kitel is going to win as an independent. Kenya is a young country. We are still learning how to practice democracy. Yes, he was kicked out of UDA, and I support him. And I will even vote for him if I was voting, because he is liked by the people of the place. That is what we call democracy. There are so many examples in the world like Kitel. So it's not the end of the world. Betrayal is when you lie to me. You tell me you go do this, I go do this. That's betrayal. Kitel has been fighting these people. That's not betrayal. There's still different ways to look at it. But if you mean betrayal, Kitel has been fighting to be independent, to ask for his people for corn, ngombe, all these things that his people want. We see them and we agree with it. But he's fighting the king of the party. Just like I told you, you cannot go to Ruo Nyanza and fight against the Raila. That you know. That's even not explained. But if he goes independent and he wins, there's nothing wrong with that. And then nobody betraying him, because he has never even talked. Ruto tried to give him a microphone one time, and the people shut him off. Who's betraying him? The people that were shutting him off, or Ruto? Betrayal meaning kuna sugumuza ni ile watu wanakubaliana politically. When Mzee Oginga Odinga alisema we cannot get independence until Kenyatta comes out. Kenyatta comes out 2 years later, he kicks away his KPU. On and on. That's the betrayal I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you, Penny. You seem to have a special definition for your betrayal, and it's applicable in different circumstances differently. But all the same, we appreciate your submission and your acceptance that the people of Nandi Hills know their MP, and no matter which party he comes with, he will still win. And the ills that Kater has raised about your party leader, if they were not true, or if it was just witch hunt, they wouldn't be an issue to him. They must be an issue. They are being taken as an issue to him because they are serious allegations that needed him to address. And Kater is moving away. He's not moving away alone. If he moves away with the Nandi and then there was English people follow him, what will become of your deputy, of your party leader?
my friend. If he loses, so be it. I mean, there's nobody who says that Ruto has to be the president of Kenya for some of us to survive. That's not the end of the world. There are so many of them. You can be a president. Kasuri can be a president. Look at France. The guy who rules France now, when he took over power, he was like 41. We should not be afraid of young people. So long as Obama was like 45, was the youngest. And he had already served 2 years in the Congress. So we have very qualified people, but we are not giving each other time or agreeing. The politics, I mean, the new constitution, we are not even following it. We are killing it. Mama said, the 70s and 80s were terrible. When people were being fired in the street, when people were being killed, the constitution was set up so that it can give us freedom to talk, especially how we're talking right now. But what is Kenyatta and Raila doing? They are mutilating it. Which constitution are we using? They are using the old constitution. There are cases and cases in court. I'm a friend, Bernard. This was done in Pakistan in 1976, where the president Al-Bhutto disobeyed the rules. And the rest is history. You guys can read it. And that's why Pakistan will never catch up with India, because they were one country at one time. So let us be very clear. You guys are educated. I have no problem with you guys, because mukishinda mtasegeleza Kenya mzuri sana. There's no problem. Vile wengi mnasema ati mimi nakuja nasema kila kitu iko mzuri. Iko mzuri. Hakuna taabu. Tupigane kwa nini? Thank you very much.
Asante bwana kweli, tunashukuru. Naomba tuachie hapo. Kipu, iko nini?
Huyu mtu anafaa kuonesha sura bana. Anakuanga tu, yani we always sees camera just move around. Ama atuweke at least avatar bana.
No, tutamtumia cameraman. Tutamtumia cameraman. Cameraman ndio amekosa, ambaye atasimamisha tripod. Lakini ni vizuri tunaweza mpata na anaweza kutoa maoni yake na Wakenya wamesikiliza.
No, but no, it's a joke because Alex knows him. They're neighbors. Ilikuwa tu joke na gonga tu penny is funny. He's very funny.
I agree with you. I agree with
lakini huyu mzee anajua kitu kimoja. Anajua kunyeshe kusinyeshe, hakuna dakika wala sekunde UDA oro yellow fever oro udaku oro Bwana Yesu asifiwe on a free, fair, credible, verifiable contest in between Baba and Ruto. Nowhere, hakuna hata mali anaweza fika kwota yake, hawezi. Kila mali Baba anaona akiwa ameketi hapa hili chini ya ofisi, anaona mbali kuliko Ruto akiwa amepanda juu ya KICC. Take it to the bank, that one for free.
But you could say that, but there's mistakes that Raila has done from 2007, 2013 and 2017. I hope this time watakuwa na agents on the ground, because that is the mistakes that he had. This time, I hope he will have agents looking at everything.
My friend, agents was there, lakini ulikuwa unaenda unachapwa, unafukuzwa. Kuna place ulikuwa unaenda wewe unasema wewe ni wa ODM, wewe haya fanya hivi, angalia hiyo keti na usiangalie nyuma. Ama wewe kaa tu, lakini
the camera phones
usione kitu. Exactly. Right now things are going, mimi nimekuambia, on a free, fair, credible, verifiable contest in between. Hata wakiwa wangapi waungane wote. Kama tuliwashinda 2007, tukawashinda 2013, tukawashinda 2017, wakiwa wameungana wote, kwani sembuze hii? We.
Okay, asante sana kwa Kasudi. Yes,
hello?
Benny, what is it? Yes.
I was telling my friend that you guys self-defeat all the time. Raila defeats himself. Hata hii kama right now ni hii city ya Bonjari peke yako munayo. You were very popular the last elections. None was an ODM member, because you are used to giving handouts. You are not used to democracy. Hiyo ndio nashinda. Last kwa hiyo mheshimiwa ambaye ameni challenge. Last ni kusema kwamba saa hii tutaambia today, I'll tell you. Jibukate akisema ni Raila ameshinda, I will tell you today, tutaambia mashamba yaende nyumbani. Can you say the same thing about Raila? If Jibukate announces Ruto, will you say that mzee Azimio umeshindwa aende nyumbani? Will you say that today? No. Mnafikiri mtashinda? Ndio hiyo unaongeza tu fair balance, all this, hiyo yote iko na sasa tuna Jibukate. Will you agree?
No.
Thank you.
No. There's nothing to agree. Comparing Ruto and Raila is comparing day and night. Day and night cannot agree. Thank you very much. But all the same. Unachukua Tyson alafu nataka kumlinganisha kwa Conchestina. Wewe acha hiyo maneno. Yeah. Those are two different wewe. Wacha tuachie tu hapo. Bwana Guru.
Yes.
Yes, naomba sasa utulete katika awamu ya kuelewa mlima. Hii maneno ya aina na hiyo yote pamoja. Sequentially help us understand where are we as far as capturing the mountain is concerned. And the voter apathy, of course, somebody commented and said the voter apathy in the mountain will work in favor of Azimio. What is your thought on the same? And on that note, nitawacha Kasuti akuwe chairman for a short while, nikitengeneza kahawa narudi.
Hiyo ndio fisi walikuwa nasema unaachia.
Kienyeji ako hapo. Umeona ameanza fungia huyo kienyeji kwanza.
Je, ile fisi tulikuwa tunasema. Na je ile fisi
is it me as contributing?
Je hiyo fisi.
Order both of you. Bwana Guru,
Mama Selina atatuongoza hapo.
Yes. I think that observation of voter apathy is very correct. My interactions with quite several people in that zone express that they will not go to vote. And some say they support Samoei Ruto, but when you ask them whether they will go to vote, they tell you no, they will not go to vote. So I don't know up to what percentage that will be, but I can maybe hazard a guess that about the best performance in that area this time will be about, the very best could be just about 65% turnout of the total vote registered. And that has a direct implication on the ability of the Kenya Kwanza candidate winning the elections. I don't know what plans he has to, stir the base and excite to make them come out in kumera fashion, duraku, because the people seem to have been quite discouraged that they went to vote twice last time and vote for their own, but most say that things have become a bit hard, although it's a mixed bag actually in terms of welfare. Right now, just to touch a bit, I think things are not very bad for those who are in coffee. Things are not very bad for those in macadamia and avocado farming. So, but on the flip side, the agricultural inputs are quite expensive. And therefore, these are the matters that actually touch on the people of the mountain. and there are things that are very close to their hearts. And therefore, it is on basis of this and the person who can make better that they go to vote. Actually, I do not know what method Samuel Ruto will use to get our people out of their homes to go and vote. It's going to be a Herculean task. These are very busy people. They are also very critical. They are also very self-centered in the sense that they will always ask what is in there for me. Mimi nafaidika namna gani isipokuwa kupatia mtu kazi. So don't be surprised at what you saw during the nominations. I can tell you, like, Embu County has 340,000 voters, and the governorship or the gubernatorial seat contest, UDA winning candidate did not get even to that 1,000 in terms of those who turned up to do the nominations across the board. So basically, this is what the situation is. Then the other factor is that people have started realizing that political parties mean that they are just political parties. So first of all, there is one line of argument that this is a region that should have its own party. And some people have started understanding that a political party that has rooting in the region is beneficial, especially when looked against the background of ODM that seem to have its root in Nyanza and Western Kenya. Wiper Party, which has roots in Ukambani, ANC stroke Front Kenya that have grounding in Western Kenya. So basically, there is that realization that there is need for homegrown political party. And I believe once the president hits the ground and other key personalities, this matter will come more strongly and will affect the voting patterns in the area. But further than that, we expect also that people in different political parties will be voted in, including the independents, because also people have come to learn that political parties are mere vehicles, and they will be more concerned about a person whom they have seen his leadership skills and has been working with them, assisting them, guiding them. So we are likely to see patchwork of political parties in Mount Kenya region. We are also expecting to see more people change their minds and accept, especially those who are not very well committed to whichever side, and the undecided voters. We are expecting them in the next few weeks to start taking possession. Most awaited is the nomination of running mates for the presidential vote. Key people that have been mentioned on either side is Justin Muturi, Kenya Kwanza, Kindiki Kithure, Anne Waiguru, Rigathi Gachagua, Aris Wahome, Didi Nyoro, and others. On the other side, we have Peter Munya, Peter Kenneth, Martha Karua, Lee Kinyajui, and so on and so forth. Therefore, basically, this is also another factor that will determine what each candidate will get from the mountain. There is fear that the two formations are kind of in a situation where they are monitoring each other. And the fear is that if Kenya Kwanza picks Musalia Mudavadi, then Azimio could easily pick on Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, leaving the zone, the Mount Kenya zone, without that second most powerful seat, and therefore opening up a political battle that whose end may not be immediately known. And particularly so because this will cause even a further depression in terms of voter turnout. Then the other factor is that the choice could be between Waiguru on one side and Martha Karua on the other, which could bring battle right in one area. Or Kenya Kwanza going for Justin Muturi, who comes from Kenya, from Mount Kenya East, and then Baba deciding to go for PK or Martha Karua of the Mount Kenya West, and therefore dividing the vote. It will not be unique in the sense that we've had such scenarios before, when, but that time it was between Kibaki and Matiba, and the region was divided right in the middle. So all these scenarios, at the end of the day, will determine how the voting pattern will be, and more so the presidential vote. Basically, let me say there are those who have made up their minds on who they are going to vote for, and some of them, whichever campaign is done, will not change them. It's quite a number of voters. So that's where we are. But I can tell you that we cannot say there is what we would call a strong wave. Yes, UDA has favor, but wave, that one is doubtful. It's doubtful, and it's even likely that Ruto could get could get the presidential vote in terms of quantity, and then end up losing some parliamentary seats and gubernatorial seats. Particularly, I'm looking at Embu County and even the Raka Nivi country. These are some of the counties that could easily go with Jubilee and the other one with the bus. Because the personalities therein are very strong and they are very strategic, and politics being local, there are other factors at play in those zones, and therefore that's why I'm talking the way I'm talking, that it will be a mixed grill kind of situation in some of those parts of Mount Kenya. But Baba, I think confidently we can say that he will not go below 25% at the very minimum. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru. Inaonekana chairman pia mlifukuza while I was away. But Kip, are you the one behind chasing away the chairman?
Alikuwa ameanza kuleta ofisi, sasa nikamwambia aende. No, I think he dropped off by mistake.
So wacha kabla tulete Roba, wacha tusikilize huyu. Okay.
Umuthi ngwenda kwaria na ruriri agikuyu tondu ukorwo kuri andu atukirire na andu amata atondoru itari ndona tene wakwa na iteciragiria ati muthenya ta uyu ni ugakinya okorwo kuri andu atondoru fiu bururi uyu magakiga ni agikuyu ni ndarora karainapu kada uria njaruo cirathurire kwao ta kuria Githumo Governor Professor Nyangi Nyong'o, Deputy Governor wake Dr. Gahu, MP wa kuu Githumo Town Dr. Hu, ucio ungi Dr. Hu, Professor, Dr. Professor, andu athomu, andu ogi, andu mena hakiri. Acio ni andu aria njaruo irathura. No ithuĩ gũkũ Gĩkũyũ-inĩ tũrareheirwo Polycarp Igathe atuĩke governor wa Nairobi. Mũramwĩta project. Inyuĩ mũtikwenda mũndũ mũũgĩ, mũtikwenda mũndũ mũthomu, mũtikwenda mũndũ wĩna hakiri. Mũrerwo mũmwĩte project. Na mũkaiyũkia ũhoro ũcio wega mũno. Polycarp Igathe nĩ project. Na mũndũ ũyũ kambuni iria ciothe atũire itũraga cirehaga faida. Ararĩ Equity. Mĩaka ĩyo aratũraga Equity. Faida no kuongerereka. Mũgĩkũyũ witũ ũrĩa wothe wĩna kĩara gĩa kũnorithia, mũndũ ta Igathe wĩna kĩara gĩa kũnorithia, mũkerwo aca ũcio rumai, ũcio nyũrũriai, ũcio mwĩtei project, mũrũmĩrĩre Waititũ na tũgege tũrĩa tũngĩ. Mũgĩkũyũ wothe wĩna hakiri tũrume tũnyũrũrie, ndegwa yothe itũ ĩrũru-inĩ rwitũ, ndegwa ĩroneka ĩna mayũ, tũhakũre, tũtigie mĩtikai. Na mũgetĩkĩra na mũkaiyũkia ũhoro ũcio. Ngai mũtirĩ akĩgu. Inyuĩ mũkwĩrwo no. Madagĩtarĩ maya na maprofesa maya marathurwo kwĩ njaruo rĩ. Na tondũ Raila nĩ ekuoya thirikari rĩ. No nĩ bangĩte na andũ angĩ. Wathiĩ kwa Ruto, onokorwo ndekuona thirikari, kwa wabangĩte andũ angĩ. No gũkũ gwitũ tũbangĩirwo tũgege. Mĩtikai mĩtheri, ng'ombe ĩrĩa yothe twĩnayo ya grade, tũkerwo tũthĩnje, tũtigie mĩtikai, mĩgoco, na mũkauga rũrĩrĩ rwitũ nĩ rũkaumĩrĩra. Rumĩrĩre kũ? Na nĩ kũhuka tũraruhuka. Mwĩcirie mũno andũ aitũ.
Bwana Guru, you can help us, help our understanding before Roba comes in.
Nilisikia kidogo bwana. I know what he said.
Okay, tell us what he said.
Yeah, remember I went to Alliance High School in Kiambu for 4 years.
And you know, Kikuyu and Kisii, their language almost is Bantu. So the guy is talking about rural people, they have professors and learned people. And Kikuyu, they are just putting some people. So he's talking about the governor of Nairobi. And people are saying it's a project, it's something like that. Yeah, I mean, that's what the leader I had, but I think that's what the main thing, you know. He's trying to warn his people because they have started coming up now that there are two projects, Raila and the governor of Nairobi. I mean, this is kind of very interesting, to tell you the truth. The vice president of our country is just like he wants to take over Central Province so that you can tell people it's above Uhuru Kenyatta, the person they voted for 5 years, another 5 years. I can't believe them. They are allowing him to do that. Kusema ukweli, even the topic emerges itself. Ruto is a dictator. That's the bottom line. Whoever can argue with me, let him argue with me and ask me that he's a dictator. Just look what he has been doing. Look what he did to Musalia Mudavadi. See what he did to Wetangula. ANC is gone. Fort Kenya is gone. And now he comes in. It's just like you say, is the church, yeye ndiye anaamua kila kitu. Is the president, he wants to be a president, another quite charge of the country. He wants to be the jury. I mean, it's just like, who else do we see every day in UDA? Everything comes from Ruto. It's a one-man crew. So the thing is this, the people of Central Kenya, like I told you, I went to school up there. This man wants to, through destruction, to the Kikuyu nation. There's one thing he wants. He's very smart. Let's give him that. He's very smart. Ruto is very smart. Because if you see the campaign, the way it started, there's one thing he wanted people to avoid. And he managed to do so. But some of us, we have been saying it from then, and we keep on saying. Ruto never wanted this narrative of Kikuyu Karenjin to come up for presidency in Kenya. And he managed to do that. So going forward, what does he want to do? He wants to make sure that he runs over, and I repeat, he runs over Uhuru Kenyatta. And let me tell the people of Central Province, if Ruto wins, Uhuru will be remembered as one of the worst president, very weak president. He ran over his vice president. He defeated him. He surrendered and he went home. And that's what Uhuru has to avoid. If Ruto wins, the Uhuru legacy is going to be tainted. And that's the bottom line. Look even the way he's representing himself right now. Somebody was talking about some running mates from Central. Well, I've come here from last week, the week before. Like I told you, some of us, we work with some of these people, the campaign. I know the people, Ruto's people who advise him. I know some of them from here, where I'm seated. His running mate is already decided. And I told you yesterday, if you saw yesterday what I said, his running mate is going to come from the Embu people or the Meru. And there's a reason behind it. What I just told a few minutes ago. He wants to avoid this thing of Kikuyu, Karenjin Kikuyu. Do you know why? Because the other campaign from Azimio, I know also they were waiting on that issue. If you could have pointed from somebody, that thing could have come as a campaign thing. He wants to avoid that one. So, since the rank mates have been decided, this idea of Karonso coming up and other things, I know I was listening to you guys before. People are saying we have to slow down. Let's talk the truth. Let's say the truth. I don't know what Karonso is after. I've seen his interview. It's just like he's trying to inject himself to be the running mate. And from what I heard from one of your guests, some of the guys who said before about Nairobi, I saw the clip from, I think that the one was the member of where? I think Tagoredi, on a radio station. He said how Karonso came in and they got the assistant governor in Nairobi, the Kamba guy. Karonso knows how to play games. But I think at this time, too much is too much. Some of us, like I said yesterday, I'm getting tired of him. Already I'm tired of him. So when one of those people who came in the other day and said, no Karonso as running mate, no Raila presidency. I ask myself, who is she? I mean, I know some people, I've seen it from the clips, I've seen it from some other places. People are not happy about it. So here's the thing. Papa was a few minutes ago, or a few hours ago, I saw it was in DC. I think it should be on the Friday right now, coming back. He said he's going to have zero tolerance on camp corruption if he wins. And if Baba said whatever he's saying and gets Mada Karua, who I say is the running mate, because it's a done deal. That's what I believe. And from what I know, it's a done deal. Unless something happens, that ticket is going to win because people are tired of corruption. And some people keep on us saying, oh, Mada Karua doesn't, she cannot even win a governorship, or she can, what does she bring on the table? Mada Karua brings a lot of things on the table. If she brings people who are against corruption, and that people is a majority of the Kenyans who wants to end corruption once and for all. She has been consistent. We know how she stands. I know that she has some weakness. When couple of weeks ago, some of us we said we know what she did towards 7 and other things. We forgive her for that. But let us look at the big picture. Let us look at the big picture about the country. So if I compare the other side, who Williams is going to get the running mate, I know he's going to get the Kindiki. It's a done deal. When I compare the two, I would rather go with Mada Karua and Raila Odinga for another 5 years. But if Mr. Ruto wins, I'm sorry, the people of Central Kenya, your own son, Uhuru Kenyatta, is going to look as somebody, I mean, it's going to be a very bad picture because these people have been fighting for a long time. It might be not a physical fight, but whatever has transpired since more especially since 2017 up now, we have to be very careful because some of us will love Uhuru. We see him as one of the best presidents ever in the country, even though there are ups and downs now in the country. Some of them you can't claim them all. It's all over the world. But at the same time, let's respect Uhuru as he has his few weeks to go, or a few months to go to get out of office. When it's all done, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, some people from Central Province, you realize what Uhuru meant to you people. Some of us, Uhuru is part of our life. We respect him. If he was going for another term, we could have even voted for him. He's going to be one of the best presidents ever. But that one, Ruto, is going to be the worst ever vice president of Kenya. That's my opinion. And someone can just challenge me if who she or he thinks that I'm wrong. Thank you. Any questions from anybody?
Robert.
Yes, Mr. Gee.
So what? Because you are saying that we regret. I'm from Mountain, right? Because of the legacy, and we will regret. We have a problem. And one of the reasons we have a problem with Uhuru, like me and you, we are tea farmers. I'm assuming, based on where you come from. How are the prices since he came?
Let me tell you something. This is a worldwide problem. It's not about Uhuru. We had COVID, and now we have a problem with what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. That's the bottom line. I'm telling you, I'm here in California. I used to pay like $500 gas a gallon. Right now, it's almost like 1,000 Kenya shillings. It's not only in Kenya. It's all over the world. You can't blame somebody. This is something else. You can't blame things on that.
Robert, that is not the issue. It's not Uhuru who did that. Muuliza nani alikula store. Who is the one who destroyed the farming industry? He was assistant agriculture minister. It's Ruto, not Uhuru. So please, this is something that's been happening for decades, and it's down to alleged Ruto corruption. So please do not blame.
What I mean, I was talking about the current affairs, but if you go in the past. And
no, that's what he was asking you. He was trying to trap you. This is what Uda people do. He was trying to trap you with that question.
I don't think keep you a tea farmer. So here's the problem. When Kibaki became the president, the prices start going up. For the last 9 years, we didn't have COVID in 2013, 2014. The tea prices have been going down every year. And you want me to blame Ruto because of that? I'm not going to do that.
Yes, but wait.
My question is.
Stop there. Hold on, Kim. All right.
Order, please.
Mr. Gee. When all these things happen, who's the vice president of Kenya?
The first president of Kenya?
Yes.
Kenyatta Jomo.
I'm asking you.
Order. Let's do this. Gee, you are in to interrogate a matter or raise a new matter.
No, it's okay. We can take the challenges, Bernard. I'm asking him, when all these things you are asking from 2013, who is the vice president of our country?
The vice president is William Ruto, but the buck stopped with the president, not with the vice president.
That's okay. Uhuru's going out. Why should I vote for the vice president who are among the people who cause all these problems? Why should I vote for him? It's part of the problem.
So if you agree, if Robert, you agree with me that, so let's agree that we have had problem for the last 9 years, right? That one we agree.
It's been more than that since Kenya.
Okay, Robert, hold on, Robert. Allow me to deal with Gee. Okay, Gee. The deputy president, who is your party leader and the person you're fronting for presidency, it's not just the deputy president. He was the main partner in the coalition between TNA and URP.
Yeah.
The 2013-2017 government was split between the two. There are dockets that went directly to URP and dockets that went directly to TNA.
No evidence, so I don't think so. The
There is
last time I
no
had,
need for evidence. I'm telling you what is factual. Okay.
so Ruto
The
said
docket
in
for
one of the interview,
finance was URPs.
Bernard, the
The
last interview by Ruto, he was
security.
asked the same question. He
Who
said,
was asked which question?
Ruto was asked, so you took half government and
Bernard
Uhuru.
is interrupting your speech.
Can
I want
I
Bernard to
finish?
that. No, I want Bernard to finish that. No,
let him finish. Let him finish. We know. Let him talk.
No, Guy, you cannot say what I'm saying is not factual. It's factual, and it was part and parcel of the bargain between who becomes the running mate during the TNA and the URP. It was agreed that William Ruto will support Uhuru Kenyatta as a president on condition they will share the government 50-50, which Uhuru lived to his promise. And that is not something that we are cooking, it's something that is in the public domain.
So can you give your opinion and let me give mine? You have your own facts, I have my own facts, right?
Yeah, but no, Guy.
Robert, hold on,
facts,
Robert.
we have them.
Guy, what is your problem?
The last time I had the deputy president, he was asked the same question. He said, the appointing authority is one. We only have one president called Uhuru Kenyatta. He is the one who appointed ministers. I did not participate in any of that. So I can no longer go with what
how come half of them were named
Order, keep. Just hold on. So Guy, you want to tell us that the deputy president's answer to the press is superior to the agreement that was signed between TNA and URP?
Do you have a copy of that, or what are you talking about?
I'm asking you a question. Between the two, the agreement and a response to a press question, which one is superior?
I can only go with what Ruto said because he was part of this. You are saying there was an agreement based with zero evidence.
There is evidence. There's evidence. How many people or how many cabinets we had from Karenchins? How many?
What does that mean?
It means
okay, Ruto chose. Order, Robert. Let's do this. Thank you. Let's not fall in the trap. This is not taking us anywhere. It wants to take us where it has always taken us, to nowhere, and we are not going there with you. Thank you very much. Can we get back to the debate? Tumsikilize nani huyu Manson?
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Yes,
Fine.
we can hear you.
This is my first time to appear. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Today I will just say hi, but one thing I would say that this year's election is for Azimio. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. King Cobra.
Okay,
yeah, it's Cobra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. I just jumped in to respond to Mr. Gay. Please, just allow me a second. He's got this habit of jumping in, asking questions, which makes no sense. And when it's being checkmated, he fades off. Like right now, he's fading off. He's not ready to listen. So, Mr. G, it's good you have put your head halfway down. I'm asking you a simple question. You said that the price of tea has gone down, and you allege that you are from an area that grows tea. Do you know how the tea price is determined? Please answer my question.
Yes, I do.
How does it? Can you explain to us how it's determined, and then how does the president factor in?
One of the things is what determines is the value of dollar versus the shillings.
Okay.
And then when they go to the brokerage back there in Mombasa, it depends with the grade. And number three, and that's why Uhuru has been getting us, how much is he taxing us versus what we are getting at the end of the day. So the prices, if you go to other country like Sri Lanka and other country, their prices have been going up every year. Ours have been going down, not because we have very poor grades, because the money have been stolen every year by the same government.
It's the brokers. Now again, hey,
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Keep, just give me a second. Let's hear what he's talking about.
Yeah, and I keep saying I agree with him. Hey, the brokers. I do know who the brokers are. Mount Kenya Foundation, the dynasties, and all those. Yeah.
Again, why did you say Mount Kenya Foundation? Why did you say?
So,
oh my God.
Because I know.
Keep
You are
staying
blaming-
order. Keep staying order. Please hold on.
Kim, let me continue.
Let there be Cobra and Guy responding.
Okay. So, Guy, do you know something called supply and demand?
Yes.
It's a very simple economic term that everybody knows. So, when the demand is high, what happens?
The supply is low.
Yeah. And the price goes where?
Can you just stop asking me this question? Just come to the point.
You are blaming for something that is inevitable, that is economically controlled by the force of demand and supply, and you are telling us that it's the president who caused that. If you argued about the taxation, I would agree with you. And those physical measures can be implemented by the government system machinery which is there. But you coming just blaming something, next time you're going to tell him the water is dirty because of the president. That's what you're going to tell us. So I rest my case. Please come here with facts. Do
King
not
Cobra,
tell us.
you know what we are doing ourselves? In our manifesto, we have something called guarantee minimum returns.
Yes.
That one, we have to have it. Regardless of what's going on, we can't have a farmer spending 1,000 shilling and getting 200 back. It does not make any sense. One of the things, when you guys were talking about Prime Minister and all that, and BBI, we say, and this is one of the things, especially us from the mountain, what we agree with Ruto, there had to be a minimum income. And not only for us, everywhere, including tea farmers who are including in Rift Valley, you see, including our brothers from the...
Then if that's what you came, Mr. Gee, excuse me.
How
come Ruto never came and did what you were saying?
Hold on, please. Thank you. Wanagi, do you sell your tea to the government?
Of course, KTD is a parastatal.
Okay. So is the one charged the responsibility of determining your tea from your farm, how much you
They
sell?
can subsidize, including the way they did with fertilizer one time. For the government has to protect us. That's why we decide when it comes to milk and when it comes to tea, coffee, there had to be a minimum return.
So my question is, how does Raila come in?
Raila doesn't care because he has not talked about that one. I have never heard him talking about anything like that.
For real?
All he's saying, he's going to change the constitution within 100 days because we have to have prime minister. We can't have winner taking everything. And I'm like, I mean,
I think you can't just tell me you just woke up. You just came from a hole, and Raila never said whatever you are saying. That's you know what? You're not being sincere. I wanted to just, I was giving you some credit You said about we have problems. I agree with you. And these problems is being caused by politicians. I agree with you. They have caused pain on us in terms of taxes and other things. But you can't come here and tell me that William Ruto is not part and parcel of the problem. That one I would disagree with you. That's why I'm telling you this. Because William Ruto has been part of the government. That's why they has get out. We want new people. That's why the only hope we have and what we have on hand now is Raila. Raila, remember when they had the Musmukata government, people keep on crediting Kibaki. Don't forget some of these things, they were with Raila as the prime minister when some of these were done. Ruto, they had 10 years. And what they did? Disaster. I agree with you. Disaster. Guess what? It's time for us to try something else. But you cannot try the same men who have been milking the same cow. We go back and we expect different results. No. That's why I went for Raila, tell you the truth.
And Robert, what is the difference between Ruto's agriculture minister and Uhuru's agriculture minister? Agriculture is getting better. So I don't know what this guy is saying.
I don't think you're a farmer. You are not a farmer, kid, because if you knew you are a real farmer, you would know.
Hold on, Guy. Why was Kiunjuri fired?
Because he was friendly to Ruto. Period.
He was what?
He was linked to what William Ruto. It's not only Kiunjuri.
Hold on. You are the farmer here. You are the farmer here, and I want you to tell me how is the performance of your agriculture services under Kimunya as compared to Kiunjuri?
Under Kimunya or under Munya?
Under Munya, sorry.
As we are doing very bad. I'm telling you.
Munya, you're doing very bad.
Do you know one of the reasons why?
No. Just tell me why you are doing bad. Tell me how you're doing bad.
I can tell you the reason why. And I'll tell you because we had Sagana 3, and you had President saying, oh, the price of fertilizer is now 2,000. Even anyone knows that the fertilizer is almost 6,000. So this guy don't even tell the president the truth. So the prices of producing is way too high. And then he comes and buy a milk at 20, 30 shillings per liter. Ukienda kwa duka ni 120. So, and that's why we are saying, once we take over, hizo factory zao tutajua vile tutafanya. Maybe tutafungua zingine where watakuwa wanauzia, you know.
I like you are reasoning, but there's one thing I want also to remind you. Don't you think, since independence of our country, we had Kikuyu presidency, we had Karagi president, it's time for us to move on somewhere else, period, so that we can solve our problem.
When I see Roba, I see my fellow Kenyan. When I see Kip, Ben, all these people, I don't see their tribes. You cannot tell me, Roba, if you find me somewhere without anything that I need your help, you're not gonna help me because I'm a Kikuyu. We are Kenyan. We are here as Kenyans. If you start looking people by their tribe, you're being.
Let me tell you something.
Roba,
you said we have been having problems.
Let's do this.
Please.
Thank
we
you.
can solve our problem right now when we try somebody else. Maybe that's why we have gone wrong on our politics.
Order, please. Thank you very much. Let's do this. Tribalism is a very emotive matter in Kenya, especially it's only mentioned conveniently in some quarters for various reasons. There are people who have chosen not to see the problem of tribalism or the problem of bad leadership, because anybody recommending somebody who has failed as a leader to continue into leadership, he recommends bad leadership and he believes in bad leadership and he profits from bad leadership. And probably the reason why somebody will front that and stand for that is because it profits few people at the expense of the rest of the country. And for that matter, I take that to be the wrong way to go about it. It's the wrong way to go about it. if Munya is not performing as the CS for agriculture better than Kiunjuri, I'm yet to be told. But from the information I have, there has been a drastic improvement under Munya than Kiunjuri. Farmers are happier now. Coffee is paying better. Milk is paying better. The rice being bought by the government is being paid on time. That is the information I have. And if that was not the case, the demos we used to have on the street of farmers, I haven't seen one. I've not seen one since Munya took office. So except Guy is the only farmer in Kenya whose tea is being bought at a special price that other people are not selling, and is the only farmer whose coffee is being sold at a special price that others are not selling. But if it's for propaganda purposes, you have won it. That is for you. But in my opinion, you are not sincere. You just have your own issues about Uhuru and his government. And for that matter, you're entitled. We give it to you. Would want us to let that go and do what we must do.
Just 1 minute. I want to tell you, I'm also a farmer. I come from Kisii. I got tea. I got sugarcane. And we are the people who voted for Mr. Uhuru. We did it twice. We voted for Kibaki. I'm telling you, this time we are not going to do the same thing. Well, we have been making maybe a mistake, I don't know. Because we know where we went wrong. We know a man who was the Minister of Agriculture. I mean, can you imagine how do we import something like maize? Maize, when our own farmers are just suffering. They don't have even a place where to sell the maize, and yet we are importing maize. And do you know who's behind it? The Vice President of Kenya, Mr. William Ruto.
I was the one who was talking, and my conversation with Mr. G was hijacked.
MCA or MP is as important as the governor or presidential candidate you vote for on 9th of August this year. That pothole in your estate, what has the president got to do with it? Let me rephrase my question. How will the president know there is a pothole or a gaping manhole or dry taps in your estate should you settle on an incompetent person as your MCA? How will the person you elect as president on 9th of August know how unfair, skewed, or fraudulent the bursary issuance process is in your constituency if you elect a crook as your MP? In other words, that pothole will remain there regardless of who you elect as president if you have the wrong MCA. So we can safely say that your MCA is the president of your ward. Your MP is arguably the president at the constituency level. Even that governor is a county boss. Haven't we seen them with huge convoys, stately offices, and we call them Your Excellency and their spouses First Ladies? I digress. My point is, it should bother you who your MCA is, just as it matters who becomes the country's 5th president. In the 2022-2023 budget, more than 370 billion shillings will be shared out between the 47 county governments. So the person you will cast your vote as MCA will represent you in the county assembly, oversee the billions of shillings that will be allocated to your county, and make laws that will guide how these resources will be utilized. So your choice on 9th of August is that vital. The person you elect as MP will have a say on how the national government will utilize close to 3 trillion shillings in the budget, make laws that will affect you directly, and keep a close eye and ear on what happens in the 3 arms of government. So between now and August 9th, please closely monitor, assess, scrutinize, and evaluate all those seeking the 6 elective seats that will be up for grabs on the election date. Don't just focus on the presidency. The election day will be a buffet. Pick wisely. Just one wrong choice be it the president, governor, senator, woman representative, National Assembly member, or county assembly representative, will give you political constipation or a leadership running stomach for 5 years. The choice is yours. That's my punchline.
I have been singing that song, haven't I, Ben? MCA. I've been singing that for months. Finally, people are getting it. Local government.
Okay. Asante sana. Where's Mr. Cobra? Lily, you can come in. Lily, are you there? And the people behind the curtain, please, it is dark. Okay, it seems Lily's not there. Alex?
Yeah, Bernard, we are here waiting for people who don't respect us. The meeting was to start at 4 o'clock. Bernard, this is 6 o'clock. We don't even know where they are. That is how we change interests. We respect people. We leave our businesses. We leave our work. We are converged here, thousands of people waiting to give our support to Azimio. They are hauled somewhere. I don't know what they're talking about. It's like we are waiting Kalonzo at some meeting. So not so much goodness coming from here, but anyway, we are still waiting. We are true to Baba, but not to these people. Thank you.
Take it easy, Alex. Take it easy. Managing people is different from managing other creatures. People are just people. You can ask us people who deal with people. So a little patient may just work out the magic, but all the same, we appreciate it. Lily, are you there? Lily's not there. I want us to agree on something here. Where is this? One moment.
Hello.
That in the coming hours. Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i waded into the election debate, calling on Kenyans to reject corrupt leaders. Matiang'i, who addressed the Anglican clergy on the state of election preparedness, also defended President Uhuru Kenyatta's right to campaign for his preferred successor. Olive Barrows has that story.
In trademark fashion, as Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i threatened to rain fire and brimstone on those perpetuating the conflict in Marsabit, he invited Kenyans to be honest with themselves regarding the upcoming general election.
People are running around here who have held public responsibilities. They are not accounting for what they did when they were holding those public responsibilities. You are the religious leaders. The story of talents in the New Testament. What did you do with the ones I gave you first before you come for more?
Both he and his ICT counterpart, Joe Musheru, who've previously publicly voiced support for Azimio presidential aspirant Raila Odinga, once again invited Kenyans to vote wisely.
Call deep state who hate me. They don't like me. They don't want me to be a leader. They plot evil against me. You drive public money in that state. You eat food bought by that public state that you are condemning. You live in a house of that state. When does it become deep and deeper than you?
Addressing the Anglican clergy on Tuesday evening, Matiang'i identified voter bribery as the biggest threat to the August 9 general election, while Musheru flagged misinformation.
By the time we are done with this electoral cycle, we will have laundered criminals into our elective institutions, even up to about 40%. Money launderers, wash players, criminals, drug dealers, and all those, because they are the only ones who can access that amount of money.
We do not have access to the servers.
The church leadership taking IEBC and the Office of the Attorney General to task on their failure to implement Chapter 6 of the Constitution by allowing persons who do not meet the integrity threshold to contest elective office.
You have abdicated our respective roles. The work of the IEBC is to conduct fair elections, not to prosecute those who enter through the back door.
And when taken to task on the president's open support for Raila Odinga over his deputy as his preferred successor.
What are the threats to the electoral process when a sitting president, the symbol of unity, is directly involved?
You saw President Obama, before he left office, on the campaign trail for the Democratic Party candidate. Did that happen or it did not happen?
But even as the security officials sought to instill confidence that they've done everything in their power to secure the August 9 general election, they acknowledged that reforms in the sector are a work in progress. Olive Burrows, NTV.
So how deep does the state become? Penny, are you there?
Yes, I am here, my friend.
Carry on quickly.
Thank you, Bernard. Yeah, but what Matiang'i is saying, it is not, Biden was, all the Democrats campaigned together and the Republicans campaigned together. That's where he's missing the point. We're not fools. Let us logic it out. Kenyatta said, kumi yake, kumi ya huyu. You change your mind. You have a right to do that. But hii ingine ya kila Matiang'i, kila Joe Musheru, kupigana, we have never seen anything like this. The ministers are supposed to be ministers. They're supposed to respect their superiors. Sasa huyu anajiita Dr. Matiang'i. What kind of doctor is this? But we have only a few months to go, and we shall see the truth from the shallow thinking of people like Matiang'i. Because Joe Biden could never campaign for a Republican. Somebody needs to tell him that. Or George Bush would never campaign for a Democrat, even if they did like Trump. Lakini yetu ya Kenya ni kwamba tusunguse pole, tusikisane, tuende mbele. But right now it's too late for you as Azimio people, because muna mtu ambaye iko na 3 million votes and he doesn't want to join you, and you still think you will win. My friend, it's going to be a tall order, but we only got 3 months to go. Na sisi zote ni wa Kenya na tuinvest kwetu kwa nyumbani kwetu. Yule mama alikuwa anasema kutoka Saudi Arabia, tunataka watu kama hapo. Kama Julia kutoka South Carolina, tunataka wananchi kama hao. To help each other. We don't have to be in one party. Ile mama wa Saudi Arabia, Bernard, some of us are ready to help her with $1, 1 shilling, whatever. Alafu asaidie wengine. Hiyo tu ndio tunataka. Hatutaki tu kusema maneno bule. Tuseme maneno that we are follow with actions. Asante sana Bernard. Wewe unanipatianga wakati nasikia mzuri sana. Na I'm coming home very soon, nitakutafuta. Tuende kunywa huko South Beach. Well, basta. Thank you.
Red wine.
I like that. Thank you.
Kuja utapotea. Wewe ulitoka Nairobi wakati Nairobi ilikuwa kijiji. Sasa hii imekuwa mji.
Hapana, hii ugonjwa tu ndio unanifanya sikuje, lakini ninakujaga kama 3 times a year. Unauliza watu wengine wa media houses hapo watakuambia. Na utanikuta na wengine wao. Na sijui kama unajua Denzel Msumba.
Nani?
Denzel Msumba.
No, wapi? Which media house?
No, alikuwa kwa media house kitambo, lakini anatoka Mount Elgon. Aliuliza kura huko in 2010 or something like that. Lakini alikuwa na media house.
Denzel Msumba alienda kusimama Teso South, lakini hakufaulu ya kwanza na hakufaulu ya pili, lakini this time anasimama MCA. Ashapita na
namba yake bwana. Ule rafiki yangu.
Yeah, niko ni rafiki yangu sana huyo. Ukitaka namba yake nitakuambia.
Yeah. Wakati alikuwa na radio hapa America tulikuwa tunaisikiza sana.
Nilikuwa huko sana tukiwa na akina Dan Orange huo. Unamkumbuka huyo?
Yeah, kila ndio rafiki yangu huyo alikuwa German.
Okay. You people link up, exchange the numbers. Let's continue the debate. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Asante. Keep.
Sina mingi ya kusema, lakini mimi nakasirikanga
hapa. Mwanze kunitafutia temba.
Sijamuona. Me, I usually get a bit upset when people don't put facts and just come and spew stuff. You know, saa zingine, may believe there's something you have you're either a blogger, chief of staff, or a PA for someone. Because, I don't know, it's like, we tell you something, there's facts there. Like, for example, mimi nimekuambia sasa, half the government was for Ruto, half the government was for Uhuru. And then we showed you facts and said, no, this is, I mean, are you blind? Half of the people in the government had my name, the way my name is keep, and so on and so forth. Isn't that evident enough? You can't tell me that Uhuru is going to forget bringing Wanjiros, Wanjikos, and whatever's, and then bring Kalenjins on behalf of Ruto. No. Then we tell you that kulikuanga na mahindi inaletwa, they're imported. Sugar is being imported because you've got people like our deputy president having businesses that have what do you call it? That depend on government, you know, to do business with. And then you say it's not, surely, tunakwambia mambo ya Starbucks, the petrol thing, we know he's one of them. Tunakwambia mambo ya insurance company yake, you still deny it. When you want to give us evidence about Raila, you're talking about things in the 80s which have been disputed. I do not understand why you defend this person. So there has to be a reason. I really need to understand the reason that you're defending this person. And because anytime I see you guys coming to this platform, you asked a question and you divert it to another place. Like, umefukuza mtu anaitwa Cobra sahi. You know, and it really upsets me. I really want somebody who's challenging enough to debate us. You know, we want to know what is bottom-up economy. I really need to understand what it. I don't know what it is. If somebody can tell me in plain English what bottom-up, we can tell you what Azimio's plans are there for. And then from your end, instead of telling us that sijui there was a betrayal of what betrayal? And I'll tell you one thing, it's politics. the end of the day, you can't say that you're telling a whole nation of people. it's betrayal. And the most embarrassing thing, the thing is that the Kikuyus are a powerful nation, but you let a stranger come and take over your region like that. Your region is, I mean, the king, like you can say, the kingpin of the Kikuyu land is a Kalenjin now, because he tells you anything and you do it. Yet you have Uhuru is still your kingpin, Lakini mnaambiwa kila kitu na Ruto. I hope I did not speak out of turn, but it just looks like that. So next time, please come with facts. Mtu kama mimi I blow up. Hata unaona hata Roba, me and Roba, we blow up with things. We need facts. Yeah. So next time, uza sera yako. I want to learn. I want to learn what you guys are offering. Maybe you might change my mind, but so far, nothing. Santi.
I was hoping if you come, every time you say this tribe, it's because of this tribe. I'm not here to argue about tribe because I see Kip as my fellow Kenyan, and I say that. So you're telling me that, nobody is supposed to campaign in Kikuyu land because if we agree with his policy, now we are being controlled. No,
twisting my mind.
We're just buying what he is selling us. And in our place, we don't have kingpins. And that you have seen that. Uhuru have tried to portray him as a kingpin. He has said, no, that's not the way we do it. They may be doing it somewhere else, not here. Come tell us what you're offering us. And like I said, this guy came with a minimum guarantee return. We say that's good. And he came and said, guys, I'll fix the economy of this country. Most of you guys are going through schools, they have degrees, but they don't even have anything to start a business. My first budget will have at least 50 billion to give to Kenyans with those ideas, those mama bogas, because I'm trying to build the economy starting from the bottom. So, and that's why I'm buying his idea. That's why I'm not
Stop. So you just said something very important there. So this Mama Mboga, utampatia how much, and what is she going to do with it? Yeah, just explain the Mama Mboga analogy, and let's go from there.
Okay, very well. So this is what happened. Most of those people and we talk about Mama Mboga, Makanga, Mkokoteni, they are not there because they are not educated. They go through school, they get degree, there are no jobs. So they go to Makanga. So if he come with an idea that we can buy, we're going to give him something small to get started. Can you give him, I'll give you 100,000. Let's see what you can do. It's like every time if you go to borrow money from a bank, bring your project. What are you trying to do? Where are you going to get your product? How are you trying to sell it?
So basically, let me stop you there. So basically what you're saying is your institutization of loans. So private sector is not going to be giving loans. It's going to be the government.
We are going to compete.
You're going to make. No, wait. That's what you've just told me. You're telling me that the banks are not sufficient. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, because the banks are owned by dynasties. So
and why not?
Mr. Gee, I want to ask Mr. Gee a question.
Yeah.
So Mr. Ruto just wake up and start thinking about Mama Mboga. How comes the last 10 years he never cared about Mama Mboga? I mean, just stop kidding us, man.
He cared. It's like someone was saying, Bonaroba, about Kibaki. Kibaki had been a vice president. He was not able to do anything. We cannot remember how he performed because he did it. He didn't have an opportunity. So if being a vice president is different from being the president. So I have been a member of parliament. I have been a minister. I have been a deputy president. Now I have whatever I've learned for all those years. Give me 5 years and we'll check this economy and you won't believe it. Double digits.
So my question is, you want to tell me Raila was not part of that economy?
If you remember, I wish Bernard can play a clip. And Uhuru was saying, Kibaki did very well the first time. But the second term, Raila messed up. We started going back to negative. So during the 5 years of Prime Minister, we went from bad to worse. And you can remember even with his CDF, go to Kibera, 0, worst. So I can't believe what you're saying.
Mr. Gee, let me remind you one thing.
Yeah.
When Kibaki took over, he took over from a dictatorship of 24 years of Moi. So that was the first time our economy started opening. 2007, Kibaki lost the election. But people decided to do what they did. They forced themselves in. What happened? Then some things happened. But after that, then we started recovering. The economy went good. We started doing all these projects. We had a new constitution. Now you are telling me that you are talking about the first years of Kibaki, but when Raila came in as the prime minister, nothing happened. You know what? That one is proving you to be. That's why I told you you are not genuine.
No, I'm talking about this. If you give me an opportunity, I can get that clip to you. That was my
Just wait. So, I had not finished that thing with the loans. Okay. So policies that governments are supposed to build, it's like now you're getting the banks involved into a financial institutes rather than allowing these guys to make profit so that they can pay, they can bring revenue into the country by taxes and VAT and stuff like that. Now the government is going to take the loans, give it to these people for free. So what else are they going to take? Okay, wait. A government, I believe in small government as quickly as possible, right? Whereby the governments, build hospitals, fix the roads, firemen, police, services and stuff like that. But then when you're telling me that bottom-up's main economical plan is actually to give people loans, it's just like student loans.
What we are against is trickle down, because your family owns the banks, they own Ruby, they are control the price of the petrol, they own all the insurance companies, they own all the mail company, Brookside and all that. They own all the land. Half of the country is owned by 2 families. No, it's not gonna happen.
Guy, just answer my question, because what you are beginning to do is inciting the country against 2 families, or inciting the country against the rich, and all that is not the reason why we are where we are. I want you to answer me a simple question. Deputy President William Ruto has sold himself to Kenyans that to have risen from chief chicken seller to deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, owning 5 choppers and living large. Which economic model did he thrive in? Was it bottom up, or was it trickle down? If trickle down made a chief chicken seller rise all these ranks and become super rich like he is right now, how come he's finding fault with it when it has worked for him?
First of all, I don't have any evidence that he has 5 choppers. You're telling me again, 0 evidence. So I can't.
My friend, Madian told us.
Please give me a chance.
Madian told us. Ruto asked those airplanes at what's that? There's how do you call it?
Okay. Whether he has 5 or 2 or 0 choppers, he is rich, stinging rich. He has money to throw around in Harambes, in a women group association, in Boda group association. His well never runs dry from selling chicken. That must be miraculous.
Bernard,
Tell
Bernard.
us. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. G, me, I'm still on you. You have got a problem here, and your problem is that when you are cornered, you start throwing in some narratives which are really irrelevant to what we're talking about. But
Bernard, let me help out.
Let me look here. Pen, can you just shut up for me for a second? I didn't interfere with you. I respect you, respect my time too. So what's happening is, Mr. G, you have talked of the big banks being owned by the dynasty and so on. I believe you're not in the country. I strongly believe from the setting of your house, I can tell you're not in Kenya. And I believe you're abroad. You're in America. And here's what I'm asking you. Don't we have families running this economy in America? You cannot answer me that. I can name for you thousands of families who are running this economy. In every society, be Russia, the oligarchs, in America, we have got Soros, who are the ones who are controlling everything. The economy, the top cream is in small hands. What you're doing, you're creating a fight between they have it and those who don't have it. Now, my question is, you want us to distribute wealth to everybody? Do you believe in capitalism or you believe in socialism? Where do you stand? You talk about the economy of bottom to up. Where on earth? Give me an example of that an economy which has thrived in those conditions. There's nothing like trickling from up to down, and there's nothing from bottom to up. We have got the most important class, that is the middle class. If you told me you're going to promote the development of the middle class, then I'll agree with you. But that nonsense of economy from the bottom, thank you very much. You're going to get my grandmother, who's 90 years old, and give her that loan to start a business. Please, you'll wait for a very long time. My grandmom does not know how to read. My grandmom cannot do any business right now. Please, think before you utter some words.
So, Cobra, can I ask you a question before you go?
Go ahead.
So, where did you get this idea that we are going to get grandmothers 90-year-old and give them money? Where are you getting that from?
I'm just giving an example because
you're giving an example that doesn't make any sense.
No, you tell me that everybody will have some money.
Cobra, hold on.
Okay, all right.
Guy is yet to respond to my question. You have added to the question. If the trickle-down economy was able to raise a chief chicken seller, become a billionaire, okay? And now the same person has found the fault with the system, and he says he's now going to begin at the bottom to make the other chicken sellers right now become billionaires, but this time it's not trickle down, it is bottom up.
So you remember when Ruto was, I don't remember what the faction was in Rift Valley, and he introduced an friend of his, a childhood friend. I think his name was Clemendi. I'm a Clement, and they were saying encouraging. They call him Clemendi. That means they went to the same school, same year. He succeeded. Maybe out of 100, or let's say a class of 50. He is the only one who succeeded. All the others are Cremendis of the area, the same. They are poor. So he was.
Excuse me, G.
No. Cobra, hold on. Let him finish.
Okay. Please, I need to talk to him after.
It's okay. Hold on.
Yeah. So JM Karaoke was talking about a country of 2 millionaires, or 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars. Because with the trickle down, out of 50, we only have one person succeeding. That's a trickle-down model. With the down up, the bottom up, we are going to have more than one, at least half. You know what happened? The population of Kenya right now is around 50 million. Half of it are dependent. Like most of them are at the 18 years. So they depend with the rest, the 25. Out of the 25, only 6 to 7 million have decent jobs. So with the economy where only 12% have jobs, so with the new economic model, we are trying to increase number from 6 to 7 million, then to 10 million, then to 13, then to 15, and we get to as close to 25 as possible, so that we can be able to carry those who depend on us, the dependent, which are most of them who are over 18 years. That's why we are trying to come with the economic model that will help increase the number of those who have income. They'll be able to create jobs and pay taxes, and that's it. And that's how economy grow.
Okay, Wanagi, have you ever run a business? I mean, set up a business and run it.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Okay, let me put it the other way around. Are you aware that over 90% of businesses that are started every year close within the second year, statistically, scientifically proven? So if you gave out money for people to start business, okay, and 90% of the people you gave loan shut business, their business collapse in the second year of that particular economic model, how do you, what will be the way forward for the bottom-up approach?
My learned friend Blackie has an answer.
No, we need to move on. Bernard, we need
No,
to move on.
today, look, today we must have a fight here. Let's not disagree.
Let me assist Guy on that.
No,
Let me assist Guy on that.
No.
Can I assist Guy on that?
You guys started with Nyagaka, you came back now, Mr. He. You guys can't come and lie. No.
Can I assist Mr. Guy?
Bernard, Black is out of order. I was the one who was asking Black. He had not even responded to me.
Cobra. You people are becoming too sensitive to Tanza Kwatupa quarantine. Relax, tafadhali. We want to have this conversation moving forward, not for us to be stuck in one place. Mr. Guy, businesses that are started every year, okay, close within the second year with a magnitude percentage over 90%. If you gave loan to every mamamboga and every boda and every mkokoteni pusher, and 90% of the people you gave loan close shop, what becomes of that economic model? The money is gone, business is closed.
Can you tell us where you are getting the numbers? 90%?
That's something that is in public domain.
No, it's not. Because this is the first time I'm hearing about it.
It's the first time you're hearing. Get me that link, and then we give it to him, because he seems not to be here. He seems not to be up to date. He has denied the aspect that 85% of members of parliament don't make back to parliament. I think you people are just imagine things. Huh?
I did not doubt that. I've never talked about members of parliament.
No. Gender sensitivity. I think we need somebody else to talk. Sarah, please.
Ngoja, tafadhali, relax. Everybody, relax. Okay, Black, what is it?
On the funds which I've seen most, first of all, hello to everyone. I'm Jambo Bana. Pole nisamee sijasalimia mjambo. Bernard, my fellow panelists, na wote wako nyumbani. Kwa salama eh? Now, in regards to the funds that G was talking about, I don't know if all of you are aware of the Uwezo Fund that is currently there in Kenya operating. Well, there is an Uwezo Fund that was started in 2013 by Uhuru Kenyatta. and it does the same thing just as the bottom-up economic model of funding the people, biashara za watu wa chini. So you're not talking about something that is from space or from Jupiter. It's already happening. The Wezo Fund is doing that, and since
Where are we
inception.
having problems?
Listen. Up till now, I'm talking about numbers. Until now, around in regards to repayment, I'm actually going to post. I'm going to try find a link and send to you, Mr. Bernard. Nikutumie, then maybe you can show the viewers when wanatuangalia huko, uangalie from its inception how much has been disbursed, how much has been repaid, and how much it has done and changed and transformed the lives of the people ambao wako pale chini. So hii issue is not something that is new. It's just that what Ruto is proposing is going to add some more funds into it, 100 million every financial year to every constituency, not all constituency to share this 100 million.
Where has he been? Where has he been for 10 years?
Listen to you. That's what I'm telling you, Roba.
Please, let's
but the Uwezo Fund has been there since 2013. Uwezo Fund has been there. Just go and tafute research.
Kwanza Black, stop getting excited.
No.
Yes.
There is Uwezo Fund, there is Women Fund, there is Youth Fund, there is devolution.
So it exists. We agree on that.
Goja, all those programs are running.
When were they started?
The deputy president of those programs is who?
When were they start, and who started them?
Yeah, the deputy president of all those programs is who?
Thank you. Who started them? It's a simple question.
You are not answering my question.
Sorry?
The deputy president of all those programs is William Ruto, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
He has presided over those programs for 10 years.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
And then he comes and says, trickle down is not working.
Yes.
He now wants to begin bottom up.
It's not beginning.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Not
understand that.
What?
Again.
Is that what? Hold on. Is the Wezo Fund bottom up?
That's what it was trying to do, and what it has done.
No,
it's just that right now, when he comes in,
it's taking money from the top, taking down.
From who?
You take money from the top, which is the government, and devolve it down.
Where does the money come from? From taxes. Are the taxes paid by people in the top or by the people, by the all citizens? The government gets its money from the citizens. So you're not saying the money comes from the top.
The bottom up model. It's not taking money from the bottom and taking it up.
Understand what the concept is, huh? In the way that I will try to explain, in the way that I'll try to explain.
What is the concept here? What's the concept here?
Of the bottom up. Well, this is what, in my understanding, what it means. Currently, what happens is most policies have been made to be able to facilitate large companies up there to be able to be stable, expand such that they will offer employment to the people, which would now spur economic growth by the employment that these companies would offer to the people, these big companies. Now, what the bottom-up principle is trying to do is to try to do the opposite. Make these people at the bottom, these people at the bottom, make these jobs for themselves, empower themselves, employ themselves. How? Start up their own little businesses. You understand?
Okay, then
equip them with skills that would employ them. Let's say equip them with skills that would give them, offer them employment. Could you employ? Sorry. Yes. Yes.
Up to there. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Now the people employed by Safaricom, the people employed by BAT, the people employed by Kenya Breweries, all of them, okay, are taken home.
Yes.
They are given money. All right, to start their own business. That means Safaricom will close, Kenya Breweries will close, BAT will close. These big companies will cease to exist because Namamboga is now employing. How does
Your
that now
way of
help
looking
the
at
economy?
it, your way of looking at it is I don't
Okay,
know. Sorry, I'm
exactly
trying
what you have
to
explained, and I'm
to be.
listening to you and understanding your concept.
Is it logical that all companies will close, or is it
But
logical
you
that
said
all
the
these
people
companies you
working there
mentioned
will be given money to start
will
their own
get extra
business.
income
What will I be
because
doing at Kenya Breweries when I can start my own business and run it? I've been given
understand
money by
this?
the government.
The focus is on the unemployed people at the bottom, not the employed.
Oh, it is now
In Kenya, we
unemployed.
have more than 4 million unemployed, and this is targeting those unemployed. It's not telling that the people that are employed to quit their jobs so that they can go start their. I mean, come on. Let's think logically, man. Mr. Bernard, let's think logically. Who says that hizi kampuni zote zifungwe? Look at it from this perspective. Hizi kampuni zote umezitaja, Kenya Breweries, Safaricom, they'll actually get extra income because they'll get more people that can be able to purchase their services and their products.
This is no
I
argument,
use your
man.
own words.
Come on.
Exactly what you said is what I placed for you and painted for you a picture to see what you're trying to explain. And for you to see that it's not viable, it is an ambitious program that is going to collapse this entire country in the pretext that you're following a bottom-up, bottom-up ideology.
Socialism.
God knows where.
Absolute socialism for nothing. We're a capitalistic country. We are entrepreneurs. You know, socialism.
Understand one thing. This bottom-up economic model
can I be heard?
Is there to solve the problem of the unemployed, the majority unemployed at the bottom.
The only way to Cobra unakuja, I'm giving you time. The only way to address unemployment is industrialization. Create industries that will employ people, and those people will.
And that is part of our program.
Only employ 5 people. You told me
and that
you
is
have
part.
4 million people who are unemployed in Kenya.
Can I explain further?
To employ 5 million people, and who will be eating the mboga?
I have not finished. Listen, I have not finished. I was talking, Mr. Bernard.
Stop
in regards to G.
If you want to be part of the solution of this country, don't create a problem. Be part of the solution. And the solution is not where you are taking us to. It's just a game. Like I told you, bottom up is a scam. It's a scam by one William Ruto to deceive people to vote for him. And as soon as he's in office, you will never hear about bottom up. Just like it was with laptops, just as it was with these other things he promised. Women will not be digging, will not be fetching water. All those things he promised in 2013 that he never employed. That is how bottom up is going to be. In fact, it has already started to die now. By the time we swear him in, if that happens, God forbid that ever happens. If that happens, you will never hear of bottom up again. You will come up with something else. 2027.
Nimechoka na hii, please. You know, Cobra, bear with me, please.
Kitu mboko umeuliza ni hii fund itatolewa vipi? Hiyo ndo swali nilikuwa najibu.
Black always does this.
Please,
Black always does this, and I have to stop this. No.
Keep come to the camera, please. Come to the camera. Yes.
I can't accept this. No, we need to stick on topics. Nomination, anger shocks, a running mate. These guys are going to take us to a rabbit hole. I made a mistake by asking about their objectives, the selling point in UDA, and it looks like it doesn't make sense and it will not work here. Let me tell you what Ruto does. Ruto copy pastes policies from other countries and then tries to make it his own. No. It was not built for Africa. Africa, we're gonna do the way we can ourselves. We are very young society. We're a very young society, and we need to build our own. You can't come and tell us bottom up. That's not even a terminology that is ours, you know. So tafadhali. Okay, King Cobra.
Okay, Kip. I want to bring some sanity in this argument. And please, I'm going to use my time.
And then gender sensitivity also. Okay. All right.
Some sanity when we're discussing this. First of all, today I want to explain to Kenyans what is a bottom-up economy and what is the origin of that terminology, because we're jamming in it with very shady kind of expressions, and we are using some terms which makes it so local that nobody can understand. The bottom-up economy is a copyright after Dr. Savanji, and it's being tried in America for a long time. It is a Democratic Party idea that development starts from down, going up. Please, Black, I want you to listen to me very carefully. The conservatives believe that the way you stimulate an economy is from top to bottom. It's all practiced in the USA. None of them works perfect. Get it from the beginning. It's not a solution. So the bottom-up economy, the Democrats believe that you implement those social amenities like Social Security, food stamps, just to mention about a few. And then people being given that, you'll have that power to work. But it has proved that it's not a good incentive, because people become lazy and they say everything will be provided by the government. That's why Jeff Kennedy told you, ask yourself what you have done for the government, not what the government has done for you. Republicans believe you build up there, you encourage people the big corporations to expand and therefore create jobs. And then the wealth will trickle from up to down. Between the two systems, we've got those changes every now and then. None of them work so well. And therefore, the middle class is born, which happens to be the majority. So the idea that the worst of them all is that Democrats have failed completely. It's failed completely. That's why so many people are coming from out to work in America, because majority of the president of America keep you in America. Most of them don't want to work. They tell you, where am I going to work? And they go and get a food stamp, and they just sleep there watching TV the whole day. The side effects, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, and so on. That's where we cannot afford it in Kenya right now. Let me close it up. What you're talking about, the loans, has been tried in Kenya. And I'm going to talk. If you want to Google them right now, go ahead and Google them. The system you're talking about was tried in Kenya in the 70s and 90s, where the foreign countries came and gave us a lot of loans, which were meant to go directly to the farmers. One of them was small-scale coffee improvement program, skip loans. Google that, write it down. The other one was IADP, Integrated Agricultural Development Program. What happened? Our politicians told the people that's government money, and they never paid, because every time you're looking for somebody, it tells you, why should I pay government money? I can promise you, if we repeat the same mistake in our country, we are this time, at this age in time, we shall be heading to disasters. And there's no way, Mr. Ruto is not telling us where is getting all these funds. We borrow, and you're telling us that the taxpayer is going to be funding this. We are still borrowing, we're in debt. We can't even pay our loans. And you're promising too much that you can deliver. Please, Black, you're such a smart guy. Stop being misled like that. Say no when it's no. Thank you.
Black is a blogger, man. Black has a Twitter handle.
Hey, keep. Please, let's stop this. Let's stop this insulting. I do not own, as a disclaimer, I do not own a Twitter account, and I do not blog.
I own a Twitter account. You can follow me. And my mind is Fikiri Enterprises. You can follow me. I do my own business too. So we are talking facts here. Just address my questions.
I
If those
said
programs
order,
you're talking
Cobra.
about, sort about.
Okay, let's hear from Sarah. Please, Sarah, come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. First of all, I'd like to greet everyone in the panel and the viewers. I feel like there's a lot of a lot of testosterone in the panel, and therefore you sometimes need a little bit of estrogen to streamline the panel. Either way, I'm going to speak to UDA. Anyone who is here and is for UDA. Before I do, I need to tell people from Azimio there is dignity in listening. If you listen clearly to what these people say, you will find the loophole. Interjecting them and bringing Ruto into the picture and making everything about Ruto is degrading yourselves, to be very honest. So please learn from that, change that. And that is why generally the debate always degrades. It's because you yourselves also degrade the debate. I will tell you the truth. I will not sugarcoat it. So change that. There is dignity in listening. Listen to them. You'll find the loophole, and you'll be able to cut them in a very respectful manner, and there will be no comeback. Anyway, you have chased Block away, and Block is the person I needed, because he'll find that I take a different approach, and you'll find that I'm a very different Azimio person. So I do not want to argue this. I'm going to talk to you intellectually, and I just need you to listen and answer when I ask a question that is needed. Anyway, there's been all talk about bottom up, trickle down, trickle up. I'm lost for words on this economics. I just want to ask Block something, and I just want one answer question. What is the highest class in Kenya? This is for Block. Block. What is the highest class?
Addressing.
What is the highest class in Kenya?
What do you mean by class?
Middle class, high class, low class. Simple.
I've never categorized anyone personally as low class, high class, middle class. So I'd not be in a position to answer that. Sorry.
Okay, good. That's an answer. Anyone else who can tell me what's the highest class in Kenya? That's common knowledge.
Dynasties.
The lower class, my sister Sarah, I'll be the first one to tell you that.
It's the middle class. Simple. That's the only. That's one. Second of all, I wanted to know the unemployment rate. Are the people who are unemployed more than the people who are employed in Kenya? If Kip can tell me this, because I need facts on this to create my submission clearly.
There are more unemployed people in Kenya, and there are more self-employed people. Kenyans are self-employed mostly.
Okay, good. And what is the people who are the education system? The one we have is 844, right? But the new one is coming up. Before, there are many people with 844 in Piando inakuja pole pole, right? If I'm not wrong. There are many people gone through the 844 system.
Yeah, majority of Kenyans have finished. I mean, most of us here in this panel have gone through the 844 system. So nearly, I'd say, only 5% have done the new system. Less than 5.
Perfect.
Less than 5.
Perfect.
It's not
That's
even less. Sorry, Sarah. It's
Mhm.
not less than 5. It is. It is. Those kids are still in primary school,
Good.
so we can't even say that there's anybody with
Zero.
new system. Yeah, it's 0.
Okay, good. Thank you. Perfect. That's a perfect answer. First, bottom-up economics exists. This is for Bernard. You were asking if it exists. It does exist. So know that it does exist. But my submission is that it does exist for other countries, but not for Kenya for now. This is for UDA people. It cannot exist in Kenya for now. I will give you my opinion on why it should not. One, like I started, my first question was, what's the class? Bottom-up economics is centered on elevating, small businesses, and essentially, with Ruto, with the way he explains it, rather, I'll use his words. He says he wants to elevate the low people. So we have more middle class people. What happens to them? That's one question I wanted to ask Block, for him to explain to me exactly what happens to the middle class people if just the low ones are the ones given credence. Second, I want to get this from Cobra, because he said he has something, he knows a lot to do with businesses. What is the rate of a business booming the first time? The first time, what is the rate?
The first time is high.
It's
I'll
hard,
give
right?
it, yeah.
Very good. That's the answer I needed. Now, take the scenario where the bottom-up economics is used in Kenya, right? And essentially, the Ruto and his fanatics say that they are going to empower small businesses, so they expect returns. Now, if small businesses have a prevalence of not working the first time, or rather they work but not at the rate which is needed to grow the economy, where is the money that they gave going to be recovered? How is it going to be recovered? That's the questions Azimio people should be asking, not arguing about what Ruto said and what Ruto did not do. Please do not degenerate a panel. Ask questions factually, let them answer. If they cannot answer, you will know exactly who they are and where their intellect lies. Third, now comes the education, and Julia will help me here. We both know, or we all know, that 844 system, most students in the 844 system, I've used most, not all of them, have not really learned the art of learning how to do things by themselves. Essentially, if you look at the education system of countries in diaspora, and which is now being elevated in Kenya, they're teaching students now to learn how to sort of learn to do things a little bit by themselves without having to be fed or pumped all through in order to secure a good grade to just get into university. Is it true, or am I wrong, Julia?
Are you saying that, come again, Sarah, that the new system is teaching?
So it's sort of empowering them to actually work on their what they know best. It's what's the word?
I think you are right.
Gifted in
competency, right?
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah, you are right. I think they are trying to make these kids
do
what they know best and what they love to do best. That must be the objective now.
Oh, exactly. So
they're moving away from exam system whereby people are just good with books but not good in the field. I think, yeah, I think I get your point there.
A perfect. That's the perfect statement I needed. They're not good in the field. So most people in the 844 system, this is essentially, it's sort of a thorn in our own flesh. most of them you'll find that they're not good in the field. They're good theoretically, they're not good in the field. So how do you give these people money to empower themselves to start small businesses? How will they be able to do that? They can't work these things theoretically. They have to be put into action. So when we talk about bottom up, or not we, when Ruto talks about bottom up, he's not being clear to the people. Because for bottom up to work, a lot of systems have to be cross-checked. A lot of ministries have to be cross-checked, because Kenya has not been built like that. It works a little bit like what Cobra said in USA, because it has been built like that. There is a competency level based program in USA, and people, the students in diaspora, essentially learn to do things by themselves at a very young age. We do too, but we do it theoretically, not on the field. So a lot of things have to be cross-checked. It is not going to work. It can work, that's the truth. We are not denying it, but it won't work for Kenya, not now. And that is why in the Azimio agenda, we have focused on middle class, because middle class are the bigger group in Kenya. If we focus on them, if we empower them, we are going to get that money back. We are going to be able to increase the economy of Kenya even higher. We can't start cross-checking all other systems of Kenya in order for the bottom-up thing to work. And if you look at it, if you look at the bottom-up economy closely, he's not really bringing up a new economy. He's just elevating what has been there. So there is no bottom-up economy he's bringing about. He's just continuing the economy that we have now. So when Block and the others come to the panel to explain to us what is going on, they need to look at very many things. It's not just about Ruto says this, we are going to believe it, or this worked in US, or this nature of trying to parallel. There's a sort of parallelism between Kenya and many other countries. It should stop. We are not parallel to any other country. We are singular. And we should take Kenya as a singular country. There's singularity in Kenya. So please deal with Kenya and deal with Kenya alone. Do not bring other economies onto Kenya for it to work. It doesn't work like that. Instead, you use what is in Kenya to build up Kenyan economics. It can't work with other things involved. Again, for Azimio people, if you listen to them, you'll find the loophole. I feel like you're pumping them a lot with what Ruto said in terms of his lies, and you're forgetting the main agenda. The main agenda is to use our Azimio agenda to fight their agenda, which is not what Azimio people are doing in this panel. And that is why you're degenerating the panel. It's wrong. That's why we keep on saying use facts. There's a reason why we use facts. Because when you use facts, it holds weight, a lot of weight. And they can't make a comeback with a fact. That's the problem. Do not always be saying Ruto did this, Ruto did that. It's not about Ruto. Use agendas. We are giving them leeway to talk about Ruto. We are actually giving Ruto more votes. That's the problem. That's all I needed to say. Thank you.
We have some questions.
Yes, keep.
You can ask.
So number one, you said it's not possible.
Sorry,
yes. Yeah, no, he's going to come back. The thing I wanted to know is hii kiboko uko nayo yenye unafanya wana kwa laini. I'd like to know. Well done on that. It's just the thing that we try and do is bring facts, but what you're about to experience is what we are usually experiencing. So I would let G come in, and you'll understand what usually goes on. Then you'll understand what we're going through.
Yeah, keep that. I don't know whether she's back, but that what I was saying is because she was saying that it's probably we already know. Being the first time, it'll have some challenges. There are people who called White Wright brothers, the one who invented the airplane. The first time, it only went for 6 feet. Right now, things are different. For you to succeed, you don't have to score an A on your first step. In fact, the main reason why one would succeed is being consistent. But we cannot just sit there and wait. Oh, let's give them 1 year, they all fail. Of course, we know we'll have our challenges. And don't say it's not possible because we cannot, because the white people are doing it, we should not copy them. No, even as Black people, we are smart people. We have smart people in Kenya. We will do this.
Gee,
And
you
we
have
know.
words very differently. I've said it is possible, but not at this time because Kenya hasn't been built like that. We have to give
Why?
it to be built like that.
Why are you saying that?
Economics can work. That's essentially what I'm saying.
Why are you saying it cannot work? It cannot work in West
work
countries.
for now. Not it cannot work. It will, but not now.
And what's the reason?
Because do you want me to repeat the submission?
Difficult to talk to him, Sarah.
Because you didn't say it. You're just saying it cannot work without giving any reason.
Because there is no infrastructure to carry it.
So you think we don't know what you are. We don't know what you are doing. We already know all that. We know how we're gonna.
If you know that there is no infrastructure and you want to run it, you want to run it on air or you want to run it on what?
You just watch. When Kibaki said we have free primary education, people doubted. So just watch. For the first 1 year, I can tell you because we will be on this panel, all these guys will be UDA members.
G, give me a second. G, I think you see, this is the trick I've got a problem with you because you always divert the conversation to something else. We are talking about the economy structure. You're telling us about Kibaki and the free education. That's where you go wrong. Let me tell you, Mr. G, you cannot play Russian roulette with the economy.
And you are forcing me now to exercise powers that I have that I'm restricting myself to use. Where is this? Sarah.
Bernard.
You responded to Guy. Let Black. Do you have a question to Sarah?
My question was, if you believe that the focus should be more on the middle, what happens to the ones at the bottom? Do they wait until the middle are able to employ them?
Actually,
They should sit and wait. And
I'll answer you on that.
And they pray a lot and hope.
That's a very good question, Block, you've asked. In the 10-point agenda of Azimio, Raila he emphasizes on a social protection program, right? Does he do that or does he not?
He does, just like the Ways of Funds also has.
Please, I just want you to answer the question the way I have asked you. I don't want propaganda. Just answer the question, yes or no. It was a closed-ended question. Okay, he does. Good. When he focuses with the middle class, he did not just focus on the middle class. He also decided to implement something for the low class people, and that is why he brought in the social protection program for the completely low income people. Did he not? Did he do it or did he not? Yes or no, please.
He did not, because in 2007,
I didn't ask you. I asked Block. Did he or did he not? I can't hear you.
I'm saying, did he or did he not what? Sorry.
Did he focus
I had
on
a problem with
the social protection program?
In the 10-point plan?
We are only focusing on just one plan, so we are focusing
I'm
on
asking from the 10-point plan, Baba's 10-point plan.
Yes.
Which one? There was Baba Care, there was Uchumi kwa kina mama. Which one? Which one specific?
Program.
Huh? Sorry?
The social protection program.
Which would fall under where? Inawezekana, West, which one? Just specific, the point. There were 10 points plan.
Social protection plan for the 6,000 to the vulnerable families.
Yes, he mentioned that.
Thank you.
Which fell under which one? Sorry. The Inua Jamii.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good. So while we elevate the middle class, we're also giving an opportunity for the low income people to get some money to sustain them as we continue also elevating them to the middle class. I think that he actually explained that clearly well in Chatham House. Did you listen to his speech in Chatham House? Good. You see, while you people are busy listening to Ruto too much, we tend to listen to Ruto, and we also tend to listen to Raila in order to understand both aspects of the coin. So essentially, we haven't left the low income people, because the low income people being given a sustainancy program, they're able to be elevated. Now, I didn't tell you this, but the social protection program, one, it does not just work by giving 6,000 Kenyan shillings to people. Like, it's not just handing out money. I think that's one thing UDA have tried to, exclaim that that's how social protection works. It does not just work like that. There are very many aspects of social protection. And as a matter of fact, I believe social protection has already started in Kenya. He's just elevating what has been there. So low income people are also put into the picture. Ungeniuliza high income people, because that's the people who haven't been mentioned as such. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's
question on that.
Okay.
She said that the 6K will be handed out to the wale watu wa chini to sustain them as the middle class wakiwa na generate. So this 6K is to keep them in wait wakingojea middle class wainuke. Have you been to Kenya? Have you been to Kenya recently? Because I've been there. I was there last year, late last year.
I said as the low income people are elevated to middle class. You did not even listen to what I said.
Okay, so how is this 6K going to elevate them, if I may ask?
That is a sustainancy money.
How?
It's simple English.
Please be specific when you say sustenance. Kulipa bills za nyumba ama?
I'm not going to explain block because
because when you say 6, it's a handout. It's another name for a handout.
No,
Mr. Black.
When you send money home to sustain, what do? We are sending money home to sustain them, to cater for the expenses.
So
that's why we send money home.
If you send money home to sustain your grandmother,
that's what it basically means. When you say you're gonna give 6K to sustain them,
sending to your grandmother, is it helpful to her or not?
Now again, like I'm saying, does that it makes them independent, not independent? They're depending on me to send.
That is because
it does not make them independent.
I've told you.
So this 6K
social protection fund. These people are other than them left to themselves so that they die of starvation. The government takes the responsibility to sustain them as other means are deployed to ensure that one of their family members at least is get employed, then takes on the responsibility of taking care of that family. That's something that is simple for anybody to understand, except you want to be helped to understand it.
So swali ambalo niko nayo hapo ni gani? How is this gonna be done? How is this gonna be achieved? Where is this money coming from?
The money, where is the money coming from? From the budget.
How are they gonna fund this?
It's going to be factored in.
What is the criteria as to who qualifies for this? There's so many questions on this.
No, that's just for argument purposes. The 2 million
Now,
families that are vulnerable is not from the air. It's out of the statistics of the census that was conducted
fine,
2 years ago. Okay,
fine,
so it is not from the air, and that
fine,
data is with the government. Is just
fine,
rolling out the plan. They have the details.
fine.
Let's
Now,
listen to
fine.
Julia.
Okay, fine. Sasa,
Julia, come in, please.
Okay, Asante. I just want to continue with what Sarah is saying. She gave a very good structured. I mean, they had her information. What she gave was very good. Now she's trying to explain what I think Mr. Black and I think Geese, Amanda Api are trying to refuse to understand. First, I was reading the comments here, and what Mr. Black is saying, somebody called Patrick Cheptoek is saying that bottom up is giving money to groups. I'm a Ugandan, and it works. And then if it works in Uganda, I wonder why Uganda is still lagging behind Kenya economically. Actually, they are really doing so badly. Kenya is a top. I wish Black do some investigation. Kenya is among the top nations economically in East and Central Africa. In fact, I think it's the top now. It's a leading as far as it's not behind Uganda. So I think we cannot compare ourselves with Uganda. None of the East African countries doing any better than us. Now, the other thing, if you are talking about giving money to groups, now giving money, so giving money with what structures? Now, Mr. Black, the challenges that the UDA group is having is working without structures and policies. Now, when you are busy asking Sarah a question, you are asking her which 10 points. Now, I think you should have read through these 10 points. And Baba's 10 points, each one of them addresses a specific area. Now, when we talk about Inua Jamii, it's addressing the vulnerable. Just like Mr. Bernard is telling you that even if Kenya continues to grow economically, we still send money to our relatives to sustain them. I mean, to buy them this and that. So this supporting the vulnerable happens in many countries, especially the developed world. Even in the US, it's happening. US is a super economy, but still they support the vulnerable. For example, when we had COVID, the American government gave, I think, $1,200 twice, and then I think $600 once to anybody who was living in this country, even those who are not permanent residents. And as far as you are a taxpayer, you are given that $1,200. Even my son, who was barely working in Walmart, got his $1,200. Now, you would ask the American government, walitoa wapi pesa na napatiana kwa nini? It came to a time they had to support their people to prevent them from going hungry. So we're hoping that Kenya is going to that movement where we'll support the vulnerable so that we make sure, even as we struggle to build the economy, no one is sleeping hungry. At least they may not have the best lifestyle, but they not sleep hungry. That's why Baba put that as point number one. But if you are keen, I read for you yesterday, and I think you're refusing to ignore, and I'm going to read for you again some of the 10-point agenda, and I'm going to explain 2 of them so that I hope you're going to understand. Now, Sarah was talking about the education system, and one of the number 6 point is waste not a single child. Education is non-negotiable. This program will be an aggressive scheme to ensure that some of us, our children, get rightful access to quality education. Now, we need to deploy a new army of teachers to deliver our children. Now, the other thing that he has talked about, he's talked about hashtag inawezekana. He's talking about the youth, that now more than ever, we need to invest in preparing our youth for the future. The program will equip our youth with the mindset, skills, funds, and technology to enable them to innovate at par and even surpass their global counterparts. That is what Sarah addressed more in her discussion. Now, she talks about the 844 education. She talked about the education system that has been there in Kenya. And I think that is one point where we have failed. Now, the difference between Baba and UDA, Baba has put structures. He had looked at the problem ailing this country. He doesn't think that giving Julia 100,000 will solve her problems. It can't solve my problems, Mr. Black. I need to pay school fees for my children. I need to pay all 1, 2, 3. So even if you want Julia to start a business, at the end of the year, I'll tell Bernard, ile pesa ulinipatia iliisha. Unaweza niongezea ingine. because I have issues to deal with. So what you need to look at is Julia has 2 teenage children who are about to graduate from college. Now, these children need to be made independent and self-reliant. So what do they need? Julia's children, teenage children need skills to be self-reliant. Ndio hata mkimpatia mkopo kutoka Equity, atakuwa akijua hii biashara ninaanza aje, naenda wapi. Sasa ukiniambia ati mimi niko pale mashinani, ati unanipatia 20,000, I'm telling you, Mr. Black, 1 month will not go, that money will be over. So Baba is laying structures while you people are talking about taking money from our public coffers and giving the people with no structures. That one cannot work. Now, when you are talking about bottom up, I went to search. I wanted to really understand what is this. Now, and I'm reading something that is helping me understand what exactly is bottom up. Now, and someone is commenting here that the bottom up approach cannot be implemented in a country where there is high inequality. And also he's talking about where there are no structures of who to give what, and where people lack skills. Now, these people lack skills of initiating and managing small-scale businesses, something that requires a lot of public awareness and civic education. So I think if you are talking about this is what Ruto should have started. He should have said what Kenyans need is civic education. What Kenyans need is skills. That's what he should have started. Now, he should have put up structures to tell us this is what we'll do. We'll do 1, 2, 3. So, Mr. Black, may I finish before you continue raising your hand? I think Bernard has seen you. Now, so Sarah was addressing the education system, and she was comparing the past education systems with what the government is implementing now, competence-based, I think, I don't know, Mr. Bernard, competence-based what?
Curriculum.
Competence-based curriculum. So if Ruto is saying he's going to start things, all the things he's saying have been set up, have been started. The government of Kenya has already realized that the skills we have are not helping our children. So that one is already working, is already started. Now, if you're talking about hata kuna malipo uzeeni, hii policy ya baba ishaanza kwa malipo uzeeni. Why were these people being given? I think there are people who are being given money. I don't know whether it's about 2,000. It is something that has started because they need support. These people, Black, you cannot say that you are giving them money for nothing. They need help. Some people in Kenya cannot even go out to work. They need support. And we have a lot of taxpayers' money that is being wasted by corrupt leaders in Kenya. So we can use that money to help these people. So that's already started. So stop asking where these funds will come from. These are programs that have already started. Now, when Baba is saying he'll address the skills with the youth, it means he's already laying a foundation that we need the youth to have these skills that make them productive. He's already laid a foundation. So he's also talking about counties producing what they should produce. I mean, moving from subsistence production to industrial production. See how Baba is laying foundation. So if you go to Kirinyaga, for example, Kirinyaga, they have a lot of coffee and they have a lot of tea. And we decide that we are going to process our coffee. We are not going to sell coffee beans. That is what Baba is talking about. So Kirinyaga may soon start selling processed coffee. That creates value for their coffee. That is the foundation of the growth of the economy that Baba is laying. So you people, the only thing you are telling Kenyans that bottoms up will give money. Those are the same thing I have been saying here, roadside declarations from UDA. Ati tutaongezea 1,100 kwa CDA. It is not about adding money. The money is already available. There's a lot of money through devolution in the counties. The problem is, how are we spending this money now? How are we spending the money that is already available? So the thing is, Mr. Black, what is challenging this country is what Sarah has said here clearly. The skills that our people have to produce. Now, the kind of production we have, we're still having subsistence production. We need to change that. Because if we move from subsistence production to industrial production, we'll move our economy, we will create more jobs. Now, if we emphasize on the newly introduced education system and it is well implemented, now we shall have our children more skilled. Now, Sarah said something And maybe if you are in Kenya, you don't understand what she said. But now, if you have a chance to come to the US or to the Western world, and then you interact with these children, you'll now understand what she's saying. Now, I taught in Kenya for many years. I want to give my experience. And I think I taught in one of the best performing schools, a girls' school where girls score so many A's, in especially math and sciences, and they got to do engineering. But now, looking back at my students, whom I think they had so much content, knowledge, and looking at the students I'm teaching, okay, the American kids don't appear like they are given abstract test or abstract what. But the one thing I have discovered, American kids have problem-solving skills. I have experienced that many and many times in my classroom. When I have issues with technology, those kids will not go to call someone. They will tell me, teacher, we can do this. Let's try and find out what happened to our printer. That's right. They will unscrew the printer and try and investigate. They don't know anything about the printer, but they will try to do something about it. So I have discovered that the American education may not be so abstract. They do not give their kids such difficult exams, but they want their kids to have skills that can help them survive in the economy. That is what they do. They teach their kids to repair their cars. They teach their kids so many things. Now, they don't even teach their kids to pass and go to the university. They teach their kids skills. That's what they do. So that is what Kenya is trying to go back to. And the government is already addressing that. So what you are trying to say, Mr. Black, the bottom-up thing from Mr. William Samoei Ruto, the problem with it is the structures. I mean, there are no structures. The only thing they have gone around telling people, tutawapatia pesa, tutaongezea pesa hapa, tutatoa pesa. You know, that is the biggest challenge this UDA so-called government to be is going to have. The other bigger challenge than that, Mr. Black, the other bigger challenge, which I will never stop mentioning here, is that we cannot trust your boss with public coffers. Once bitten, twice shy. When he says he'll take out 100 million Kenya shillings, we are so afraid of what will happen to that 100 million Kenya shillings without proper structures. As we want structures, we want our children to start training on skills that will help them. We don't want you to give me money. I want you, your government, Mr. Black, to ensure that my child can become a mechanic that can depend on herself or himself. I want you to, your government, to ensure that my child akona skills come as a clothing and textiles that will make her independent. I don't want you to give me that money. I want you to ensure that our schools have the equipment and the technology that will implement or that will train our children with the right skills. I want you, your government, Mr. Black, to ensure that I have a good road from North Kinago to transport my potatoes to Nairobi. I want your government to ensure, Mr. Black, that the money planned to construct hospitals and put proper infrastructures in our hospitals is not stolen, so that I can walk to Kirinyaga General Hospital and get treated without pain. I want your government to ensure that I have an insurance cover, that I don't spend sleepless nights worrying about how I will get treatment in the hospital. Those are the basics I need, Mr. Black. I don't want you to give me 10,000 shillings. I want you to put the right structures for me and my children and my children's children to thrive. That's my idea, Mr. Black, of what a real bottom-up economy is. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I'll give you a minute to respond quickly. Ask a question.
Well, Julia, there's a structure that already our fifth president Ruto gave. He said that he's going to be opening more TVETs, which are going to equip youths with skills. Currently, they've opened around more than 20 TVETs countrywide. So you're talking about something that is there, something that they started, something that he was part of, and something that he intends to increase more TVET facilities once he gets into power. Now, these TVETs are going to be giving skills and equip skills to these youths. Ndio ambao unaosema that will assist them kwa upande wa kazi. So it's not that there's no structure. There's a structure that yenye tayari it is there, it is ongoing. So it's not from Mars. So
Okay.
in regards to
Order.
Sorry, no. Thank you, Julia. At least
Ngoja Bwana Black.
Thanks.
Bwana Black. I am sure you are old enough in 2002 when Kibaki took office.
Yes.
He took on a negative economy.
Yeah.
And turned it into positive.
Yeah.
And his first job his first job in office was to ban Harambes.
Yeah.
And the solicitation of money in terms of supporting social programs.
Yeah.
And introduced CDF and created a conducive environment for businesses to thrive. He never conducted one Harambee. Not for school, not for Mama Mboga, not for Boda Boda. But by the end of his first term, we were approaching double-digit economic growth. That is, I'm talking about a practical economic transformation that took place during your time. Okay? What do you envisage from what Deputy President, your party leader, is proposing as a carry away from Kibaki or a better approach than Kibaki to recover this economy? Because where we are almost where we were in 2002 as at now.
Again, kabla nijibu hiyo swali yako on Julia, and then also on top of that, Ruto had proposed putting in around, for example, I'll give an example of my own place at the coast, of putting around 100 billion in setting up special economic zones, whereby things like EPZs, yani export processing zones, value addition farms will come up there. Now these are going to be offering jobs to some of the people that will be coming out from the colleges and from the people that are around that place. So already tayari utakuwa imeoffer jobs. Aside from ile TVETs, like I said, in regards to structure to the youths. So tayari upande ya skills, I believe Juliet may correspond. Ama in agreement at least on that one, Madam Julia.
Okay.
In regards to skills.
Do you want me to respond to Black?
In regards to skills that you had spoken about, the TVETs will be opened.
Hold on, Bwana Black.
Then niendele kwa ile jibu kwa ile swali yako ya Bernard.
What you are saying, Mr. Black, is is hanging something on top of nothing.
Tell me, substantiate.
Skills are not gained by opening TVETs. There must be a systematic way of how people move from one level to another level. You cannot declare that from tomorrow everybody to join TVET and develop skill.
Ai bana tuko na protocol, mtu akiinua mkono bana, hatuwezi shinda hapa hivi nani anaongea na tunainua mikono, tunachoka.
Okay. Ukiinua mkono sasa unaongeza sauti, sio? Tukubali hiyo kama sheria mpya. When we are in the middle of interrogating a case, you hold on until we finish the interrogation. If you keep lifting your hand, then now there is a problem, because interrogation is a process. And I've been here 5 hours 47 minutes. You just came. So mwanze kunitafutia tempa tafadhali. Inaonekana nikikaa hapa nitakosana na watu na sitaki kukosana na watu, na wahitaji jioni ya leo nikirudi kwa show ingine. Now, Bwana Black, answer the question on recovering the economy. It will help better than all those schemes of Ruto changing tone from this to this to this to that. We can't build an economy haphazardly, touch on TVET, touch on the children, touch on women, touch on... The government operates in a systematic manner One item leads to another. We need to know where you're coming from and where you're going, not for you to react to this, react to this, react to this. Spare us all that and answer the question. What did Kibaki do that was wrong, that now William Ruto wants to do bottom up to correct? And if Kibaki corrected the economy until it was almost double digit by the first 5 years, okay, how come William Ruto is borrowing nothing from what Kibaki did, is introducing a whole new program that has not been tested anywhere, has no infrastructure, but he wants to make us believe that it is the solution?
Number one, Mr. Bernard, I would like you to withdraw on one thing. Let me finish. When you say that DP Ruto anarukia hii akirukia, I think they have to address all people in the society. That's why even in Baba's 10-point plan, akona kazi kwa wote, akona inua jamii, akona uchumi kwa wakina mama. So does it mean that hasishughulikia hawa? I mean, come on. When you put it that way, sorry to say, it's very lame. Now, going to answer your question.
Let me remind you, Baba's program is pegged on Vision 2030, an whole blown program that has been that is being worked on. So it's not something is being pasted on. It's not something that's being painted on top. It is a systematic approach towards developing the country as envisioned and as planned. Not that I had Baba talking about Baba Care. I want to begin Ruto Care. Tafadhali, hebu maliza haraka tusikilize Martin, mimi nataka kung'atuka hapa. Mmeanza kunipatia ka stress.
Anyway, acha nisiongee sana huko. So to answer your question about Kibaki, you should realize that Kibaki found the economy that was battered. The infrastructure was messed up. Ruto going into 2022 as a president, he does not have these factors lingering around. So when you start asking that, you should first ask yourself before you ask me the following questions. At what state is Ruto inheriting the government? And at what state did Kibaki inherit the government? So the challenges that Kibaki had to deal with to spur the economy were different from the challenges that Ruto is gonna inherit to spur the economy. Unaona? So ukisema yetu nataka kuleta comparison as to how if Kibaki did this way, we don't do it that way. The question should have read, the question should have been, what is Ruto going to do? What is Ruto going to do? Again,
Kibaki inherited a negative economy. He turned it to positive. Okay. Right now, our economy is doing badly. Do you agree that?
Again, you're interfering.
Is our economy doing better than whatever, what we had? Right now, we need to recover our economy, isn't it? That's the need of the hour, so that the economy is able to carry everybody. So we are almost having the same scenario. We may not have the same infrastructure, but we have the same scenario. We are more in debt. We have got more unemployed people. We have got more dependents than the independent people. So it's almost the same situation. But what Ruto is proposing has no bearing to what Kibaki did. Kibaki never went to address Mama Mbogas, never went to address the youth. He just created a conducive environment, and the economy took care of every other person wherever they were. What is wrong with Kibaki's approach that now Ruto has abandoned tweaking the system so that the system takes care of the people? He wants to take care of the people himself. That's why we are suspect of him. And that's why I still stand. Bottom up is not an economic model. It's a scam to hoodwink Kenyans to vote for somebody in office who will come up and say, after swearing in, I've got a new revelation. There is no bottom up. Now there is sideways up.
Sorry to say this, Mr. Bernard. I think you're being emotional because now there's a difference to a question and the rest things that you, the rest of the other things that you say. Number one, COVID ime affect kwanza. That is number one. So we are still recovering from COVID. Now, in regards as to what economic plan that Ruto has in relation to what Kibaki did, number one, Kibaki tried to spur up the economy kutoka kwa chini, in the sense that he sort of increased the money supply, such that there was plenty of money for people to start up businesses which were there, and plenty of money for people to afford to purchase goods.
Order for the Black. Drop your point. We'll pick it up later. Thank you very much. We have spent enough time on that. Bwana Martin, na ukumbuke nimeruka kama uko kuja kwako.
Pole, simu imeanguka.
Are you being slain?
No, simu imeanguka. Unajua I had to park somewhere. Nilisikia nani Black wakiongea na who was it, the Cobra guy. Alafu pia venye Sara amekuja
speech bana. Motivation speech again.
Keep. Nimesikia uko na jina mpya siku hizi. Sitaisema ile Kasuti anasema. Nyamaza wewe.
Jesus assistant, I know.
Anyway, nilihave kusimama mahali yake nikapark because like Sara amekuja hapa akajaribu kuexplain kitu yote, and the reason nilisimama kwa barabara was I think there's something you guys walikuwa wakisema. And first of all, wacha nianze nani Bernard. Black is a very smart guy. Ni mtu anajua kujibebea time. Akikuja hapa every day na yeye kupata na saa zingine upata dhemba mpaka saa zingine alisema hii hatutaenda hivyo. He knows how to buy his time. Ataongea mpaka kesho, si wengine tutakaa hapa hivi hakuna kitu tunafanya, because he knows how to just talk, bring up something that is touchy to everybody so that the conversation continues, which I think is a good thing. But I think sometimes it also draws the other panelists out because they don't want to keep on just going back and forth. We gotta move on and talk about issues. But that's ni show yako hiyo time yetu na December na amekaribia, nimemtaja. December, good day. Nilikuwa nataka kukimbiza haraka because I wanted people to differentiate small businesses in Kenya when you talk about bottoms up, and what you're talking about small businesses in a developed country. I won't mention any country, I'll just say developed. When you talk about small business in a developed country, that's a business that really employs a lot of people. Those are where most of us that even live in those countries, whoever lives there, because tuliambiwa tufaisema hizo vitu, those are where they work. The big businesses now, they are kina Elon Musk na nini, and those are the people that at Congress inapigania wanze kulipa taxes because they don't pay taxes. Those are the Googles of these days and the Facebooks of these days and everything. When you talk about small business, people are confusing and are trying to define bottoms up ati kupatia business ndogo. Here, I can tell you wherever other people are, most of them will tell you that person that went and bought a ticket and knew how to fix a car, and bought a truck, pickup truck, akaweka tools zake nyuma hiyo pickup truck, aendange day to day because he was in his mind was like, this is a good business for me to be, badala ya mtu kupeleka gari kwa shop, I'll come to you. That's not what the small business is. And that's the evaluation, that's the comparison of the mama mboga that you guys are trying to tell us we're going to give. That's not how you do. You don't even get tax breaks from that. And Raila, social protection, there's social protection and there's business protection. It's two different things. There's unemployment, yes, but you cannot be in unemployment forever. And that's the idea that Raila has for 6,000. You will not be there forever. At Apple, you can never live on unemployment forever. And if you want that small business loan that you guys are talking about, mistaking what a small business is, trying to compare Kenya and other countries that already gone ahead, those If you start a small business, you have to have a good credit. Ushaikopa mahali ukarudisha na inaonekana na system inajua ile credit yako iko. So don't come here telling us that utatupatia pesa unipatie 100,000. What if nikikula yote? There's no way utafanya. What will you do? And somebody tried to explain that very well. For me, I think as we're talking about bottoms up, we need to differentiate what a small business is in a third world country and what a small business is in a first world country. When you talk about small business in a first world country, you're talking about as a mat that has a shopping mat that has almost 4 or 5 outlets. So tusikuja hapa tunasema ati mama mboga sijui that's a nini. I think that's a wrong way of looking at it na inapoteza watu. The definition is not there. And then Bernard Kozata nilikuwa nimeingia mapema, niliingia tu juu I need to drive home. Hii kitu nani Black anasema hapa ati hiyo pesa itatoka wapi? Kwani where did that money ya Kimwarel na Kinangirichi, billions, which some of us growing up in the 80s, you couldn't talk about a billion.
Sorry, Martin, I'm going to interrupt you.
Where, nani,
2 billion,
Black China?
2 billion a day. 2 billion a day that is lost. That's what Uhuru said. Sorry, I had to interrupt you there. 2 billion a day.
Thank you, Kip. Yeah, that money, billions. We were not talking about billions. Ulikuwa familia yenu mkiwa millionaire nyinyi masonko. Nowadays people are talking about billions like it's peanuts. Hata nimeanza kusikia jina ingine inaitwa trillions. What are you talking about? There's money, but we have to differentiate between small business, what we define small business as we have in this conversation, what we call social protection, and differentiate social protection from business protection. And again, like Sarah said, and I like that, the education system and the education, because like somebody said here, some of us here went through 844, some of them went, ikiwa max, ikiwa 700, wengine wameenda ikiwa 500, and the whole thing kuna vitu kama home science na nini zilitolewa, which used to help people in what they are trying to tell us wanataka kurudisha saizi, art and craft and all those things that used to help somebody akitoka anaenda kufanya carpentry. So let's just be real with what is happening. And most of us when walifanya 844, I know I did, msiniambie mimi ni mzee, lakini the system also the way it changes, and I think that's what Sarah was trying to tell Black. I just wanted to say that, alafu niwache cause iliniuma sana, and then I'll come back because I need to get home.
Thank you. Kip, what is it?
Sorry, Mr. Kamau, nimekuinterrupt leo mara mbili, and I apologize because you disappeared and it was my fault. What I wanted to mention was most of what you're describing in your bottoms-up economy has already been done by Azimio. So tukisema mambo kama the middle class, to build businesses for people and giving loans, kuna sasa say one country, one product. So we'll bring more industry into Kenya. So that is bottom up. Inawezekana, that's another thing. Building the youth, waende huko juu. And then there was also kazi kwa wote. That's another thing that is bottoms up, like you've been describing. Alafu kuna hii yenye hata mpaka muliba na your Kenya Kwanza partner, inua jamii pesa kwa mfukoni, which is now the 6,000. So naona sasa all these manifestos that you're having from Kenya Kwanza has already been stolen from Azimio. So even down to fukuza njaa, it is down to building bottom up. We want to improve our infrastructure in Kenya. So all these points you're bringing are ready for bottoms up. It's already things we are already subscribing to, but we are doing it in a structured way. It's not like we're trying to forget a certain part of the population I mean, sustaining one part of this population and ignoring the rest. And I like the way Sarah put statistics on a particular area or particular population group, which is the middle class, and saying, okay, so middle class was the largest population. Why don't we try and help the lower class to come to middle class? What do we do for them? I've given you the points from Azimio where we're going to do that for the guys who are at the bottom to help them come to middle class. But then what is happening in most bottom-up, whatever is being described as bottom-up economy, is they're trying to grab a lot from the bigger businesses like in Sweden, Norway, and all that. And it's chasing a lot of investors because the people you're calling rich will run away because it's not sustaining their businesses, you know. So it's like if if Ruto's plan is to tax the rich more, that will not work because this is driving away investors to come in. Sometimes people want some countries that are tax friendly. So at the end of the day, I've always said we're in Africa and we need to build our economy around ourselves, not what other economies are doing. Since Sarah is not showing her face, I would give a bit of my time here. She wanted to ask a little question. So can I ask on her behalf? She wants to put a little point on her points earlier on. She wanted to add on top of it. She just needed a few facts so she could add on top of that. She could allow that.
Okay, Sarah.
Yeah. First, block before the whole debate turned a bit rogue. Block had asked me where the money is coming from, and I went ahead because I like using facts. I asked Kip to do statistics for me, and we need from the statistics we need like 14 billion shillings for the SPP to work, the social protection plan. Now, the question I asked was I wanted to ask, and this is for all the panelists, it's just not for Black or anyone, is if 14 billion, leave the corruption money that we keep on speaking about, if 14 billion was taken from the coffers per se, will it affect the country? Will it affect the institutions? Are the institutions going to go on stalemate, and institutions are not going to work because 14 billion has been removed from the public coffers? That's what I wanted all panelists to answer and give me their views.
That's a drop in the ocean. We are in 3 trillion.
Thank you.
We can get that in less than, I think in less than 24 hours, that money will be available.
So basically, 14 billion is used. There is really, well, it will do something. I'm not trying to like, slice it, but it won't really make a very, very big difference in terms of whether other institutions are affected, right? Then Black, you have your answer.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Themba, karibu.
Shukran Bernard.
Naomba ning'atuke, hebu toa maoni yako ndio ukaribishe Kamau, mimi nikiondokanga. Najua nikitoka hapa utapewa ruhusa ya kuongea.
Hawatanipa ruhusa kabisa.
Martin ameenda kujipanga jinsi ya kukuzuia.
Yeah, najua hata Black ameondoka. Sijui kwa nini mnafurahisha Black. Najua mnapo discuss bottom up na mnarudia maneno yale. Black anafurahi sana. Yeah, yesterday he was here with the same kind of discourse. He repeats the same kind of stuff, and he likes it when we are doing the rounding, the rounding. So it's a good thing. Let me go straight to our I will just comment on one thing. The rest I think I'll join in as we move on. Nomination. I'll comment on the last topic on the anger over nominations. I liked what you played earlier, and what Petri Selachi talked about, and that was, in my view, that was giving too much detail. But I think also it's probably a political game. Maybe she felt that maybe she needs to use that card right now. But nominations are tricky. Nominations are dirty. Nominations are messy, especially in our political scenario. And we have talked about that before. Each person is pushing their side, and each person is trying to get that ticket. I think there are people, their careers that are going to end, especially political careers that are going to come to an end after this nomination process is over. It goes up to, I think, second. Second is Monday. Yeah. So Monday is for political parties, and then of course they have up to 10th. I think up to 10th to now the submission to IEBC. So the IEBC deadline I think is 10th, and then 14th is the presidential deadline. And IEBC was also smart, decided to put it on 16th. So the 10th is gonna be a decider. The second is going to be probably the final for political parties. Independents are going to know their fate by end of by 10th. So I think this is not the first time. Maybe in future, like Bernard we had said, we would consider political parties having their internal way of managing their nominations way before these deadlines that are being put. Probably then we'll sort these things out, because largely all political parties right now are dealing with issues of nominations. They are not now looking for votes out there. So it becomes really interesting. And now before they finish the nomination, Kibaki is dead. So now all the efforts now have moved back to grieving Kibaki. So I think we are going to see lots of fallouts, especially in in this nomination. I don't know how they are going to navigate the turbulence, but hopefully they do that. The novices in political scenario are also going to be seen. When you lose a political seat and then you go out crying, imagining that nomination is already like an election. Yeah, in some situations, yes, but in some situations, it's far from it. Nomination is just the first step. So putting all your eggs in the process of nomination is an interesting scenario. So I think that is the comment that I'll have for now, because I'm sure you're going to be here until late, and I don't want to comment on Black's bottom-up thing. We have commented on it. We have explained. We have expounded. We have given evidence. We have asked them. We have given them we have even referred them to where they got it from. We have even told them reference material where they have put it, they got it from. We have told them the challenges. We have over and over talked about it. So the intention is not necessarily for Black to understand. And personally, I don't think it adds value to engage in a talk that is just for to try and feel like we have wasted time discussing. I don't feel it is value add. So I personally will will not be commenting on that. But those who feel like they want to continue engaging black na waomba waendelee. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa bana.
Thank you, Julia. What is it?
Okay, I just wanted to correct Black. Someone was comparing us to Uganda, and I had to look at the list of, top African countries according to their GDP, and I found that we have Nigeria, we have South Africa, we have Egypt number 3, we have Algeria number 4, we have Morocco, we have Kenya number 6. I haven't had any East African or Central African country mentioned. So if you want to know whether a country is developed, look at their GDP. You can search that Black. So you cannot compare us to Uganda. The other thing I want
did
to
not mention Uganda anywhere.
No, you are raising your hand. So another thing that I just want to also close on that chapter of bottom up by echoing what Bernard said, that when you people mention you are bottom up, mnasema Ruto alisema hivi. I mean, you keep on jumping left and right. EPZ is there. Talk about TVET. TVETs are also there. I think we got to buy our method where we are talking about structures, that we talk about the education system, we start from kindergarten. That's what the government is already doing. So you don't have structures, you jump left and right. Mara mtatupatia 100,000, 100 million. Mara mtatoa I don't know how many billion. Mara mtakuwa na EPZ is already there. I mean, TVETs are already there. So what the government is doing is relooking to the education system again. Like, what can we do to these children right from kindergarten? What can we do about it? TVETs are already there. So, Mr. Black, I want to conclude to you and every other person who keeps telling us about bottom up. The correct bottom up is to ensure Julia, mama wa watoto, a mother of teenagers, can take her children to school without much strain. That those children will be equipped with skills that make them independent when they grow up. That Julia can sleep peacefully at night, knowing that tomorrow nitaingia kwa hospitali kama mimi ni mgonjwa and get treated. Knowing that Julia, who could be living in Kinangop, in Nyandarua, can take her potatoes to Marikiti, Nairobi, because they are good roads. That is what really bottom up is. Otherwise, kunipatia pesa 1,100, I'll pay my children's school fees. And within 1 month, I'll go back to Bernard and Themba niwaambie mnaweza kunikopesha kidogo. So if you want me to access credit, ensure that Equity continue lending me money, and ensure that when I'm lent by Equity, nitarudisha, so that you, Mr. Black, kenda kwa Equity will not have collapsed. That's the point, Mr. Black. So I don't want to discuss that. Mr. Themba, I will not discuss that again. I will discuss the agenda of today.
Kuhusu TVETs, do we have those TVETs zenye zimejengwa enough? Kuhusu the EPZ that we have, should we not open any more EPZ?
Bwana Black, wacha hiyo story. TVET ile unaita TVET ni Kenya Polytechnic. Ilianzishwa na Mzee Moi. 844 system. There's nothing.
That's why he says that he wants to open more TVETs. Since we have EPZ, should we not open more EPZ to provide more jobs?
That is why Azimio is offering you one county, one product. That is industrialization. That the people from
Which is
Kakamega
good.
can get employment from Kakamega. They don't have to
Which
come
is
to
good.
Nairobi.
Which is good. That's why. Which is good. I agree. To be honest, on the 10-point plan,
Black.
I agree.
You are not the only one on this panel. Thank you. Can we hear from Mr. Kamau?
Good morning, everybody. I want to thank the panelists that because of the much wisdom they are oozing tonight. First of all, I want to really say I want to distance myself with this discussion of bottom up. And like the Demba says, it is a story that goes round and rounds because it has no anchorage. You cannot say that this country was developed through bottom up. It is a story, and I usually say this is a story that you should be told when you're drunk or you're using some other hard stuff, so that you're imagining things can happen as if it's a miracle, it's a prosperity gospel, and therefore it's so difficult to really discuss this bottom up, because Each and every UDA guy I've ever had since this thing came, because it came, I think, last year, has his own definition of what bottom-up is. And therefore, it's unfortunate that even we want to, because even the basic questions, when you're lending money as a government, are you taking the responsibility of the banks? That the banks will no longer lend money to the people. Now it is CDF, or let me tell, the member of parliament or county assembly member who is going to be giving debt, whatever loans. And therefore, it is a very, for lack of a better word, what do you call, a hogwash discussion. When you come to people who have intellect and tell them that I'm going to give Mama Mboga 100,000, I'm going to give a Boda 100,000. I mean, how are you doing it? Are you overhauling the constitution of Kenya? And therefore, for me, I really want to distance myself. It has never really made sense to me. And I think it's a way of conning people to presidency. And therefore, I really don't want to get into it, because I believe that we should use the existing structures like the counties, like the CDF that is there, rather than saying that now when I come to power without a structure, I'm going to give loans to the downtrodden. I think that will be, it's an impossibility. It's not gonna happen. Personally, I want to talk about the issues of on the topic today, and the topic of today is nomination. Nomination, we have never gotten right. And we have never gotten right since the days of Kanu, where people could do Mlolongo. And I don't know the best method, because I look at this negotiated democracy is still not appeasing everybody in the party. You don't still find both sides. There are people who are disgruntled, and they cannot really stomach the fact that they have been set aside. And therefore, nomination issues in the country, I think we have never had a formula on how to do nomination and find a solution on nomination. And therefore, personally, what I see now happening with what is happening now is we're going to have a very big chunk of people in parliament who are independent. This will be a party by itself, because it seems that each and every party favors some individuals because they speak a lot, others because they abuse the president and abuse others a lot. And therefore, you'll find that the majority of Kenyans, for example, me, I don't think I'll go with the people that are actually being favored by parties, because they are stalwart, they're always on TV, they're always speaking there and that, and there's nothing tangible they're doing on the ground. And therefore, and particularly from where I come from, on Kenya, I don't think there will be anybody that will be re-elected that is in the current parliament, and that will be vindicated online, because you speak a lot. You're here following the deputy president, or following the president, or following Raila Odinga, and expecting that because I follow these people, now I am the star of my people. You know, people want movement. People want development in their areas. And if you're a person who just follow these people, you don't speak in parliament, then how are you going to be the member of parliament or the MCA for that matter? Therefore, nomination is messy in Kenya, and I don't think we have gotten it right. And I think it is important to note that going forward, we need to develop our democracy. We what we call custom make our democracy, so that it can suit the needs of a country. And then the other issue of the panel to choose the deputy president by Azimio, I think that was a good panel. It has a bishop, it has a sheikh, it has very mature people, and I think by the end of the day, before May maybe 16, they will have come up with a name that is going to be the name that is going to join the ticket of Odinga, and we be delivered in to Canaan, because as we speak now, the only thing that really should matter to Kenyans is how to revive the economy. And reviving the economy is not giving money per se. If even the economy has those areas that if you elevate them, then they be what we call the spiral effect, and the spiral effect comes through when there is the power to buy. There's a power to supply, the demand and supply. These things just come automatically once everything is put right, like how Kibaki did. Kibaki did not go, and the other thing I want to speak here. I feel I was even listening to Dwala this morning, Kibaki, and say that the only person who is a little bit who is like Kibaki is Ruto. I think using Ruto and Kibaki in the same sentence is an insult to Kenyans, because Kibaki never went on top of vehicles giving monies to the disabled, giving monies to the churches. I think that is a source of corruption. That is why you see people thinking that that economies are not built like that. Kibaki never gave money in churches. We never saw him. We never saw him promising things that he's going to do on top of vehicles. He knew what to do. He knew how to put people on what we call tax bracket, so that money, once it is sent back to the people through the devolution of the CDF, then the same people you will capture many people. Therefore, it is wrong to compare the two. It is not possible, because if you are talking about something that you believe in, it should have worked in the 30 years you have been in politics, even in a small way. Because even when Kibaki brought this free primary education, if you go to there, you'll find that he had actually done a lot in the sector of education. And in fact, today we say nearly you'll always find that among the Mount Kenya people, that is where many people have performed better in education. I'm not from Nyeri myself, but we always envied the people from Modaya and Madeira because they were in good systems. Now you're talking of how to solve the economical problem here, and you have never solved even the little ones, even the ministries that you've been in charge. And therefore, for me, Bernard, I'm really sometimes disturbed when we compare light and darkness. It is really sad. But having said that, I want to say I appreciate the opportunity to also give my sentiments and my way and my dot line on this issue that are in the subject today. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kamau. Kabla ni ngatuke kabisa, Pemba, you take over after this video. This is free for all.
Barack Muluka, Kipruto Arap Kirwa, David Ndi, the economist. They are sharp minds, they are bright people, but the moment they joined the UDA, wakageuka kakua burukenge. That is number one. Quality number two of UDA supporter, never, and I repeat, never mention the fight against corruption, because that is considered backstabbing William Ruto. Kwa UDA haifai utaja kitu kama corruption, ni makosa, ni laana. Number three, do not use integrity and policy as threshold test for leadership. Instead, apply reverse psychology. What is reverse psychology? When in Azimio we advocate for integrity and policy as a threshold test for leadership, in UDA you go for the corrupt. You go for people with no integrity. You go for leaders who insult others. That is reverse psychology. Number four, demonize and insult Uhuru Kenyatta, his family and Raila Odinga. Yani, to be a William Ruto supporter, just ensure you are insulting Uhuru day in, day night. Tukana Uhuru, tukana mamake, tukana Margaret, ita Raila Muganga, insult anyone. Hata kwa hii video najua watanitukana, na hiyo ni tabia yao wametoa kwa their leader William Ruto. Number five, quality number five, be against anything and everything, good or bad, that Uhuru Kenyatta does. Uhuru akijenga barabara, mwambie hiyo haua hamkuli barabara. Akifungua hospitali, mwambie hospitali haina madawa hata kama hujaingia ndani. Yani anything Uhuru does, kataa. Utakuwa mfuasi wa William Ruto. That is number five. Number six, the last one, believe in the illusion that William Ruto will clear the national debt miraculously without taxing anyone. Yani wafuasi wa UDA wana imagine the national debt will be cleared miraculously na William Ruto bila kutax any.
Themba, see you later on in the evening, and the rest of you, God bless you. See you when you see me.
Okay, good night, Bernard. Who is coming after Mr. Kamau?
Domi, then Alex.
Domi, karibu.
I didn't submit also.
Okay.
Okay, can I speak out? Just plus it. Okay, good afternoon, good morning to all the panelists. I appreciate for this opportunity to air my views. I'll start off by first appreciating the fact that is on nominations and fallouts. I think I'll buy, I don't know who said, but somebody said that we need to move to a point where parties will sort out these nomination issues even far before elections. So that by the time we come to the deadlines, the whole noise is settled. Everybody knows, in the party knows that so and so is the one who is going to be a flag bearer in this constituency, in this county, in whichever position. At least for people to reduce, okay, it may reduce these fallouts. Because, to be honest, I think otherwise this issue of nomination headache is here with us. We have never gotten it right, and we seem not to be in position to get it right. Or let me not say in position, we seem not to be ready to get it right, because some things are just normally done. Just people repeat the same mistakes. Okay, let me say parties repeat the same mistakes all over again and again. We'll talk of Azimio picking the running mate. I think this was the smartest position, the smartest thing Raila did, because this Kalonzo guy was just on his neck, and it's like he's pushing this one person. You know, it's sometimes in our place when you're going for the wedding, how do you call it? The bride price negotiation. The bride is not, I mean the bridegroom, you're not allowed to talk anything. Just stay there. You'll be consulted, but the real the discussing group is is separate. They are doing it somewhere else. That is your people, those you choose, or those your parents or your side choose, will represent you, because so that to avoid the pressure on you, because it is very easy for people to put pressure and twist you if it is you that is being looked upon to make the choice or to the discussion. So I think Raila did a very, very smart thing. Now, on dictatorial tendency of Ruto, there's a day just immediately after the fallout between Ruto and Raila, Isaac Ruto said, "Oh, I thought Raila is a dictator, so Ruto is a greater dictator. A greater dictator than Raila." You see, Ruto has been a dictator for all these years. The only difference here is he's a very big liar that he will lie and convince you that he is not being dictatorial. He, you know, when you see a place where, okay, these guys came and told us, you see, in UDA or in Kenya Kwanza, people are silent, they are not talking. You know, they are not talking because their leader is a dictator. You have no voice. You can't talk anything. In fact, those people who talked, like, you can see what has happened to Alfred Ketel, just because he's in bad books with the DP. They made sure that they get away, they snatch what belongs, what rightfully he has fought for. He fought for it, but they took it away. Simple as that. And you see, if you can, you can just read the whole story. Nobody is giving a clear explanation why they snatched the certificate. They cancelled the election for Alfred Keter. Nobody's giving an explanation. Now, I think, together with what this guy has been saying in this video, Alfred Keter from the word go has always spoken the truth. He has stood with the truth. And the worst thing is when you're leading people who do not believe in truth. Wakati anaongea kuhusu mahindi na imeibwa, na mahindi is the product of his own people. It is sad. Now, for you dear supporters like Black, I think you need to smarten up. If a person, a leader, does not care about his own Rift Valley people, he has consistently, you know, the Rift Valley people have maize in their stores. They go and buy maize from Mexico, and they bring in maize from Mexico, yet their people have maize. I think that one shows a very big irresponsible leader. And that is a guy that Kina Black are selling to us. Really? Hey, my friend, I think there is a problem. Now, there is a point of correction, Black. I want to put it squarely and get it right. The time of Kibaki, it was not easy on money. Money was scarce. Contrary to what you are saying that money was available, money got scarce because the country was fixing the economy. I was there. Don't shake your head. I was there. And I was more mature than you are. I was employed. And I know what I'm saying. It was hard to get money. At that time of Moi, people got money more easily because of corruption. Money was available. But when Kibaki started sealing the loopholes of corruption, money got scarce. And that is a fact. Don't shake your head. It is a fact. Because it was not you alone who lived by that time. We lived also. Yeah? Now, he fixed the economy, and after fixing the economy with structures, it now became easy for business to thrive after fixing the economy. Now, get this clear. When Kibaki came to power, everything was explained clearly. If you cannot explain the economy, you know, this is not a, if whatever that cannot be explained is called a miracle. What cannot be explained is called a miracle. And miracles don't happen everywhere. Jesus healed some. You hear that he healed some 10 people there, but still they were blind. There were several other blinds. There were so many blind people in Israel. He did not heal everybody, which means miracles do not happen everywhere. So we are not expecting a miracle with this bottom up. It is not working because what cannot be explained cannot work. If you cannot explain, how do you expect it to put it on practical? It can't. And for your information, what is hurting the small businesses? It is not money, it is not capital. What is hurting the small businesses is purchasing power of the people. Those days when big industries were working, I'll give you an example of our place. When Umiaso was working, you will get somebody plant a very small piece of land. After 12 months, after 18 months, he harvests, he builds himself a big house from scratch out of 1 acre sugar cane. Now, if one factory can feed the whole region, then that is the way to go. We don't need money to the people. Those people don't just need cash, because they will get the cash and their business will still fall because there is nobody. Very few people will be able to buy what. Now, if you have 80 people on border, and you are adding these people again, 80 borders, are you helping them? You are killing the business. These guys will not have enough people to carry. Because if anything, out of the 80 that you have added, there would have been customers to these others. So what you are trying to do is, these 80 people that you have added, they will be working in a factory somewhere to become a help and to be customers to these other 80. Now, the reason as to why we are saying Ruto is unreliable is this. He keeps shifting.
Domi,
he keeps shifting. He started with.
Domi,
he started with.
You have 2 minutes, huh? To finish.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. He started with a dynasty against the hustlers. He forgot that these calling dynasties are owners of factories which have employed. Yeah, that is a fact. Brookside employs how many people? It employs thousands. How many people are employed by Citizen, by this guy of Citizen? Now you fight that person to fall and expect that those people he has employed will be well. No, they are losing employment. Now he failed because his plan failed. He turned again and started off about bottom up. The bottom up thing is not working. It is not practical. It's not explainable. He himself has not been able to explain. On this panel, several times, nobody explains. So it can't work. Black, smarten up. Now, when he failed that, now he turned again, starting to insult now everybody. Now, because it's not also working, he turns on something else, which means if he becomes president, he's going to turn around. Charity begins at home. What you are doing in your place, it shows that is what you are going to do to everybody. So that is a fact. Now, Black, learn to get things straight. And once you get things straight, you'll be able to understand some things. They are not going to work as in air. Things are done practically. Okay, that's my submission.
Thank you, Domi. I want to go to Alex are talking. I want to go to Richard Makia. Makiadi has come right now. I want to go to Black and then we'll go to Makiadi. Your submission, Black.
Okay. Domi asked a question, so I'll answer it quickly in less than 30 seconds so that I can proceed to my submission. Domi, kuhusu money was scarce during Kibaki's time, I'll say yes and no. Why no? Or why yes? At the beginning, when Kibaki got into government, after fixing the infrastructure, making KRA efficient, what he did next was to increase the money supplied into the economy such that more people could start up businesses and the businesses that were existing could expand. And upon the economy seeming like as if it was getting inflated, that's when now they did the opposite to reverse that by creating scarcity to increase demand. But did that make money absent in the hands of people? No. What did he do next? Like I was trying to explain to Sarah in the background. What he did next was he reduced the cash reserve ratio that the commercial banks are supposed to remit or deposit to the central bank from 10% to 5%, such that more billions were left with banks. Because kwa mfano, if you are giving out 100 billion to a bank, just a rough figure, and from that 100 billion, now you are supposed to be giving half of that. So you'll be giving 5 billion in cash reserves and you're left with 5 billion. This 5 billion, you have nothing else you have no other choice but to lend it out. But since all these other banks had so much cash at hand because of this money that they were left in their hands, they had to find a way to loan them out because biashara bank ni pesa. That's the reason why there were more loans being given out to people or other businesses at the time at low interest rates, because they had to release this money out so that it can do business for them. Now, how did this benefit Kibaki? For anyone to access these loans, this business to access these loans, you have to first register. So all the businesses that were informal had to formalize for them to access these bank loans. And that is how now the KRA managed to also identify these now formalized businesses that were once informal to be able to collect taxes. So they collected more taxes. That is why the government of Kibaki collected more taxes that could have sustained its running. Now I hope I've explained to you. Now going to my point. In regards to Ruto dictatorial DNA in UDA, first of all, I find this question a little bit opaque, because what do you mean by his DNA, dictatorial DNA in UDA? Perhaps someone can explain this to me. Please, anybody, to be specific so that we can get into that. Keep, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
Mr. Temba.
Umenipatia chance, I'll explain. Umenipatia chance.
Yeah, in regards to this dictatorial, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Umenipatia chance because, you know, Temba is a dictator here. Amekataa. Atakangi kuongea na mimi asubuhi. I'm about to go to sleep now, but I wanted to say that what we're trying to explain about Ruto's dictatorialism is we're looking at his career over the last 20, since he was 31. How old is he? Is he like 56 years old now? Over 25 years of his career, from the time he he started his political career. So we've seen that.
Specific, please.
Sorry?
Specifically, which act of dictatorship?
Sorry?
Specifically, which act of dictatorship, so that I can address
Oh,
it.
he's the one who kicked a lot of Jubilee MPs. I do not know the specific name, so there you got me on the facts there. But
He
I
kicked
think one
out?
of the participants idea. Yeah, he kicked. I said, you see, I'm admitting it. I don't remember them. So he arranged a few Jubilee, the new Jubilee Central MPs that have come through because of Ruto. I don't know the specific names, that I will admit. At the moment, you can see that in each and every area in Rift Valley and Central, he's amewapanga watu.
Specifically, how? Substantiate your claims, please, so that you can get into that. Because right now, I would like us to deal with facts.
Keter?
Mention.
Keter?
Which dictatorial act did he do?
Keter?
Keter, okay.
Kicked out, yeah, he kicked out them.
So Keter, okay.
That's one of them.
Okay, another one.
Temba nisaidie tafadhali. Hapa nitagongwa.
Thank you. Someone to please
Mr.
assist
Kip.
Skip. Another one.
Mr. Kip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to tell Mr. Kip.
Listen, Kip. Do
So
not.
I address
do not
Keter.
hold on. Listen. The debate is Ruto's dictatorial tendencies. You can agree with it or you disagree with it. That's the nature of the debate. So, do you agree that Ruto dictatorial DNA rocks UDA or Kenya Kwanza? You decide no. If you're on the no side, give your views about it. If you're on the yes side, give your views about it. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Temba, you're not being fair. You're not being
It's
fair.
not about whether now someone needs to give you evidence.
You're not being fair because wait, Temba, you're not being fair here because he wants the statement. You know, usually in Akwanga, I don't agree with Black, but he wants us to defend the statement there.
Yes.
Give us
Thank
example of where. No, Temba. This time you're being a bit unfair. That is unfair. Unakuwa dictator pia.
Kip. I want us to agree on who is the moderator.
So
yeah, if you are the moderator, I'll let you do it.
So okay. I'll listen to his point, but just at least.
So let me give my direction. Then when your time comes, you can give your direction. Is that okay?
But I'm about to sleep.
Yeah, I mean that's not our problem. You can go sleep.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
How is it our problem when you go sleep? You go sleep. Now, Black.
Rude squeeze.
Yes. Let me help you, give you direction.
Okay.
The debate is here. Ruto's dictatorial, DNA, ROX, UDA, and KKA, right? By the time you are coming to the debate, you already have read the topic. You know what the topic is about. You've listened to several people giving their views about it, or you haven't, right? So when you come in, it's now up to you. Do you agree with that? If you agree with it, you give points to support that. If you disagree with it, you defend and say, no, I don't think Ruto is a dictator, right? I don't also think that his ways have either rocked UDA or it hasn't, so that we listen to you. But when you come with the thought that, okay, now this is just like we say, when you're given a debate and you're told that a teacher is better than a doctor. So you want to come and start saying, now tell me why.
No, the best
because
one is a man is better
already
than a woman.
No, because already you've created, you've mentioned a doctor and a teacher.
For me, I want to. Oh, Julia, with wasn't specifically because you are a teacher.
I know. I'm saying the best one we used to discuss in primary is a man is better than a woman.
Yeah, so if a statement is thrown to you, you don't start coming to say that, you know, I don't disagree, tell me why. No, I mean, you wait, there'll be someone probably at his time. If you think you don't have voice to that, you can always give a pass, comment on, like I did, I only gave a comment on one thing. You don't have to comment on everything. You can comment on only one thing. The ones you don't disagree with, give a pass. Comment on something that you think is more making sense to you. You don't listen to someone starting to talk and then telling you, "Oh, I don't know." Then now you start getting stuck. Please, let's progress the debate. Black, if you think Black Ruto is dictatorial, fine. If you think he's not, then give us the reasons why you don't think he's not. People are listening to you.
Okay. To me, to be honest, on that, I just found that question opaque, but it's okay, fine. In regards to him being a dictator, I have not seen any act of him. I mean, being a dictator. I mean, I needed to have something specific, like perhaps he did this and that was more dictatorial. Now, perhaps I could have expounded on that, but nevertheless, Keep mentioned something to do with Keter as a way of showing that he's a dictator.
Hold on, Black.
So,
you know what happens to? But wait. What happens to someone called David? David comes here. You know what David does? Yeah.
No,
he says, "Let me listen to people, then I will find time to talk." So what you do when you think that the topic is so vague and whatever, you take the time and you say, "Okay, fine. Right now I'm not really prepared. Let me first listen to people so they can comment."
I heard them. What I heard, whatever they were saying, they mentioned a lot of Keter and all these nomination issues that were there. And to me, it didn't seem like a validated point of calling someone a dictator. So that's why I waited for the time that I'd come to this platform and then maybe be able to ask the moderator, maybe he could have expounded on that. So by going by what you said, that perhaps I should address it from what I heard the previous panelists discussing or debating, they were more of about Keter, just like Kip mentioned, because Kip was in the previous panel. So in regards to that, I mean, every political party had its own way of dealing with these issues when it comes to its candidates and any grievances that would be brought about by the members, whether by candidates or even members, right? Now, we should also realize that the problems of candidates was not specific to UDA. It was there in other political parties. And like I mentioned before, this is something that always happens in all nominations, especially in Kenya and elections. There would be disputes. We expect to have disputes. So on that, I will not talk much on that. But just to proceed, or rather to progress, in regards to Raila putting a panel to picking a running mate, that I believe should be for Azimio. So I will not talk much about it. In regards to nominations, anger shocks. What shocked me as Black is Oburu, Raila's brother, getting a direct ticket to vie for the senatorial seat in Siaya. Direct ticket. And there were other nominees there that were other aspirants there that were expecting to have a nomination exercise. How was this arrived? I don't know. Perhaps I would go back to the initial statement about dictatorship. Perhaps this could have come from the top. So I would call Raila the dictator because he picked his brother to get a direct ticket. It would have made sense like Ruth. Ruth went through the nomination process. For her, I can validate and say that she genuinely got a ticket. Ruth Odinga, the sister. That one, what I says, Bishana. She genuinely got the ticket through the nomination exercise. Perfect. Great example of democracy. But when it came to Oburu, no. Too many question marks on that. Now that is what I would call dictatorial leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Makiadi. Makiadi, karibu. Makiadi, unajiongelesha? Makiadi, hakuna audio. Enda alafu ukuje, audio yako hakuna.
Can you hear me?
Haya, sasa tunakusikia.
Yeah, so I think nime unplug nikarudisha. So kitu ya kwanza ningependa kusema ningewasalimia nyote. Siku nyingine njema ambayo tumekutana hapa kuongea maneno ambayo yanahusu nchi yetu. Nimesikia the discussion today, people talked much about bottoms up. I don't think I'll go back to bottoms up because I didn't actually get any elaborate explanation about what bottoms up mean, especially from the people who are allied to UDA. So I'll not talk about that until one day when somebody will come here and explain point by point what bottoms up means. Now, I'll move to today's topic. Ruto's dictatorial DNA rocks UDA. I've always said here that UDA is Ruto and Ruto is UDA. UDA has almost existed now under Ruto's leadership for about 9 months, if I'm not wrong. Black can correct me. UDA has never, ever had any elections of its party officials. All the people that have been paraded as officials in the UDA party have been handpicked, and I believe from the top leadership, beginning from the NEC to the elections board, to everybody who has a formal office in UDA. That includes Mudama, who's the so-called de facto party leader. All of them were handpicked. And so when you hear about cases in the background about Farouk Kibet slapping people, then you understand who owns the party. UDA went into a coalition agreement with a non-existent party called Kenya Kwanza Alliance. To form a coalition called Kenya Kwanza Alliance that has never been registered. Nothing is in the register of political parties saying that there's a working relationship between UDA, Ford Kenya, and the ANC. So when we say here that Ruto is a dictator or has dictatorial DNA, we know what we are talking about. You can see the way ANC has relinquished its party members to UDA. So far, majority of the people who are strong candidates in ANC are running on UDA ticket. It is open knowledge that most of these parties in the so-called Kenya Kwanza Alliance have been elbowed to the side. The strong candidates have been handpicked and given direct tickets by UDA so that Ruto can have numbers in the coming parliament. The ultimate goal is for him to up his stake so that he can bargain and get a piece of the next cake. The reason why I don't see Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula, the reason why they are not, they don't open their eyes to see what is coming ahead is also baffling to me. And I believe Kenyans can see that. So Ruto is a one-man show. He has showed that, he will show that, and that is always what he has been doing since he joined hands with Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, moving on to the panel to pick the running mate. If I was asked to give an opinion about this development that has happened, I would have advised Azimio to go for opinion polls, have a form of terms and agreement that will be unanimously agreed by the leading candidates in the run. I mean, the candidates that already showed interest in being the deputy president. And so when they agree and sign some form of agreement, and then opinion polls can be carried out. My big issue is that when you have a panel that goes out and sits down in an office somewhere and then picks up a name, fronts the name to the party leadership, there will always be people that will feel will feel that they've not been treated well. Probably they feel that it's biased. And I'm especially talking about this with my friend Kalonzo Musyoka in mind. My view is that as long as this slot is open in Azimio, the deputy presidential slot in Azimio, then I don't think any campaigns will be carried out properly. Because right now, what people are doing is jostling for positions, and especially the deputy presidential position in Azimio. So as soon as Azimio comes up with a name, a unanimously agreeable name for the deputy presidential slot, then Azimio can embark into the campaigns that they were doing before Wiper Democratic Movement or whatever joined them. Finally, I'll talk about the nomination angers. As we know that in politics, we ukichezwa unakuwaga umechezwa na ujue umechezwa. Even if we have fair nominations with regard to parties, the owners of the parties will always prevail. And it is the owners of the party that will determine who gets a ticket. Doesn't matter how hard you campaign, doesn't matter how much money you spend. If the party leadership feels like you are not the right candidate to carry their flag in a particular position in the country, they will always prevail, and they will always decide who to give the nomination certificate to. Most of the people, as you have seen, giving an example just of the lady from Naivasha, I think she's Jane or something. She actually had lost the previous day, and then the next day, the certificate was issued to her, and it is said that she won with only one vote. I was looking at some pictures in social media of how the nomination tallying was happening, and I can say without a doubt that it was bogus. Somebody was just determined to make sure that she gets a nomination certificate. And that's why we say here that most of the time the nomination certificates are sold to the highest bidder. UD was a party that said it will do its nominations, and it was designed to promote the common mwananchi, the mamambogas and the bodabodas. The people who are running on UDA tickets right now have not seen even a mamamboga there. Sijaona mtu wa kuendesha pikipiki. These are just the same old politicians that have changed clothes and parties, and they have found an opportunity to try and ride on some form of euphoria. Most of them are billionaires who are pretending to carry the hustler movement on their back, and it's up to mwananchi to discover and decipher and try to see if this is the right team to carry the country forward. The sad thing about Kenyan politics is that when you join a political party, always be prepared for eventualities. And like I said here, the likes of Keter, Jaguar, Bahati, mtoto wa mama, these are guys that are supposed to, be strong. Just buckle up and move on. If you feel like you really are famous enough, or the ground hears you, like they say, then move on to running as an independent, because political parties have no control in Kenya. the so-called political parties dispute bodies have no power. And you can see the kind of stumbling blocks that are put in front of the aspirants when you come out of a nomination process and then somebody asks you to pay 200,000 so that they can listen to your case. That person is telling you it's an open secret that they do not want to give you an opportunity to run on their party ticket. So just move on, go run as an independent. And if the wananchi like your policies, they're going to elect you. Thank you, Ndemba.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Alex, are you there? Kama ameingia kalala.
No, Nico, I'll speak after I've listened.
Duke Moses, karibu.
Habari yako Themba?
Sasa mbona leo umeweka curtain?
Mahali niko zingependa muone ninafanya nini. So
kwani unafanya nini?
Kama mungeniruhusu leo tu.
Haya, sawa, endelea.
Okay, I like to mention a few things which happened today. I'm a very, very sad man today. I don't know what's going on, like for real. I don't know why we helping these guys, to divine what is bottom up, like Penyagaka puts it. I feel so bad about it. We're not supposed to be telling these people, what bottom up is. Hiyo ni kazi yao, wacha wafanye homework, waambie wa Kenya bottom up ni nini. Sio sisi tunawasaidia, I really feel so bad about it. Then I'll go to this guy. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Black. This is a funny guy, Huyu jamaa anakuja hapa, anaulizwa, and then you don't answer questions with another question, It really, it's so sad. So sad about it. These guys have been given very clear instructions. Whenever they come over here, they have been given very, very clear instructions to come over here, get us out of the topics, take us back and forth, They don't tell us exactly what we're supposed to tell everybody out there, It's so sad. It's so sad, I didn't know what to say, but jamaa wacha wakuja hapa kwa studio watuambie ile kitu inaweza fanya mwananchi wa kawaida, aweze kuchagua huyu jamaa wao. Sitaki kuongea sana juu ya Ruto. Ruto mwenyewe anajulikana yeye ni nani, Sitaki kuongea juu ya Ruto. Mambo ya running mate hiyo iko sawa, hiyo isisumbue watu sana. Hiyo inajulikana nani atapatiwa. Wale wenye tasikia mbaya kama wananyongwa kama viazi na wanyonga, watafute supu wateremsha nayo. Siku kidogo tu, alafu kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Otherwise niko hapa leo, tutaendelea kuongea.
Okay, thank you. Nani mwingine hapo? Julio, ulikuwa umetoa your submission? Julia?
No, Themba, isipokuwa tulikuwa tumeargue kidogo.
Haya, karibu, toa submission yako Julia.
Okay, first I agree with the speaker who has just spoken. I think we should not be helping Mr. Black all the time tunamengage na hiyo story yao ya bottom ups. I want to agree with the speaker and even Mr. Themba. About Ruto Dictatorial DNA rocks, UDA, that is expected. I'm not surprised. And me about Ruto is not that I need to provide evidence. Even his body language can be seen. Even the way he, and I think that is the main conflict between him and Uhuru Kenyatta. I heard Tuju saying that when they formed the government, Ruto literally demanded for half of the government. and he made it practically impossible for Uhuru to run the government. Yani Uhuru alikuwa his hostage. And the other half of the government, Uhuru had to share with the rest of the Kenyans. Na Ruto akasema hii half ni yangu. So that's a dictator. And I think Ruto has a disease. He has a complex. Unajua saa zingine, if you, I don't know how to put it. I see like a person who came out from somewhere and he's been trying to prove a point to everyone. And one of the people he has been trying to prove a point to is his boss, the president. So that tendency of his dictatorial tendencies, imemsumbua sana. He wants to prove, even these corruption scandals he has, I think it's a competition. Ni kama kwa competition na the president and other people to prove I can make more money, I can do this, I'm in control, you cannot usiniambia hivi, you cannot tell me to do this. So hiyo tabia yake mbaya tunaiona kwa UDA, and really me, I don't care about what happens in UDA. I hope that it will turn out to be a village party after 9th of August. That is my prayer. I hope God answers my prayer. And I hope Kenyans help me to achieve my prayer that UDA turns into a village party, so that apeleke hiyo tabia yake huko Sugoi, and we don't have to discuss him in such an important forum such as Mtembei. About the running mate issue, I don't know how Raila is going to do this. If he's trying to be democratic, that is good, because if I was in his shoes, I would have already picked my running mate and I would have said, you annoyed with me, it's okay. Anyhow, I have to pick a running mate. So I hope they are going to listen to the masses, even if they have been appointed by Baba to help him. I hope they have their antennae, and the antenna is paying attention. I think it's close to what Makiadi is saying, maybe some opinion poll kind of a thing, because of course they cannot give us somebody who is already annoying us. That one will cause problems to Azimio. Now, nomination anger shocks. I don't know who is shocked. Those, of course, I didn't go for nomination. So those people who are mad that they were not given certificates, if you can't beat them, either join them or go independence. The likes of Kiter and Jaguar. I don't know why that Kiter would go. I saw some video clip that he was talking about Baba. Suddenly he was saying Baba ni mzuri, Raila ni mzuri, and then he was saying that these people will not want you if you talk about corruption. He knew that when he was going to UDA. Maybe he was looking at where he's vying. Maybe he was afraid of losing. But I think those people can go to independent, and probably if they are popular, they're going to win. So that's my view, Mr. Themba, about those points I see there. Thank you, Themba.
Julia,
Yes, sir.
what do you think about this this panel that has been set up by Baba? According to reports, there are 7. It's a 7-member group. Baba has 2 people that he recommended. Uhuru has 2 people that he recommended. That makes it 4. Karua has 1 person she recommended. Her Secretary General is there. The other smaller parties have 1 person they recommended. And then there's 1 more person. So that makes them 7. Now, yeah, there's and Kalonzo has 1 person. Kalonzo has 1 person. Martha 1 person. Raila 2 people. Uhuru 2 people. And then smaller groups. The smaller parties have Noah Wekesa. Then there's the Secretary General of NAC Kenya. Then there's Mbui representing Kalonzo. Raila has 2 people. Uhuru has 2 people. I mean, even to the lamest of the analysts, don't you think you have already been told where the thing is going?
Yeah, you can see, you can read between the lines. So I think Baba is just trying, I don't know, I think he's trying to cool down Kalonzo. And I think we should prepare for ourselves for a Kalonzo fallout. But I don't think he's really going to fall out. I think he's continued murmuring through the press and all that. And I like the games that Azimio is playing. I don't see anyone taking him head on. Or I don't even see. I saw Sifuna some time back saying, is Kalonzo's right kujitetea, it is right I like that approach that Sifuna and the others are taking. So that even if he goes out to the press kusema nimeonewa, nimenyaganywa, it will be like if you have a wife who's saying that he doesn't even like me, he doesn't even love me, what you should do as the husband, if you're not planning to divorce her, you mnaenda kanisa pamoja, mnaonekana mkienda Walmart pamoja. Even if she continues saying that, people may not buy her story. So I think Kalonzo is going to get into that game because he's already in the box. Tayari ako kwa box. So what is the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is that he may not successfully decampaign Raila in Ukambani, but he may cause voter apathy in Ukambani because those who were diehards for him, they will be like amenyimwa, hatujisikii kupigia baba kura, lakini he will not have the guts tell them go to UDA, vote for Ruto. So they will be neither here nor there. And then where will he go? Yeye ataenda wapi Themba?
But to what end? I mean, fine, he has caused voter apathy. To what end?
I don't know how much. I don't know. Okay, first let's discuss. Where will he? We can see it happening, and the most likely thing, Kalonzo will not be the running mate. So what will he do? What next?
Kalonzo is not going to be the running mate. I mean, because the descriptions that have been given so far, and the things that have been said, Kalonzo, I've said here before, and maybe I need to repeat again. He already disqualified himself. How did he disqualify himself? He disqualified himself by one word that he uttered during the launch of Baba. He said that we have already talked, and the person who is going to take lead of this is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You see, who is the candidate? The candidate is not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The candidate is Baba. Whom are you going to work with? You're going to work with one Raila Amolo Odinga. What do you need of a deputy president? Someone who is going to trust you and work with you. So even in the event that Raila is given 3 names, because we're told name or names, he's not likely to take someone who was already pointed out clearly that he doesn't trust him. He doesn't trust Raila. He said that. And that is why they have been constantly talking. So personally, I said that statement already decampaigned him as, and even if he had those reservations, he would have been politically suave to be quiet. You play your cards in your chest. You understand that the Constitution, my being a deputy, is solely dependent on the decision of the candidate. You see, you can't, it's not a panel. Even this panel, when it is being put there, it is just politically, politically good that you have a panel. But the last decision on who is going to be the deputy, it is the sole responsibility of the candidate. Now, in the backdrop of what Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto have gone through for the last 9 years, when someone wakes up and says that he actually sees things that Ruto is his hero, that he will start campaigning immediately after elections, you would be so foolish to bring such a person to be your deputy. He is the one who said that he will be so stupid to support Raila again without some measure of reciprocity. This time round, Raila would be so foolish to take him as a deputy. Already he has seen the person who has actually disturbed the president. And the president has indicated to that, addressed himself to that much. To have someone else who has so much ambition and doesn't trust you. It is not wrong to have ambition as a politician, but at least you need to have some measure of respect for the person that you're going to be deputizing. So in this case, I think it even to this thing that he's bringing across, and then he wants it so badly that one time he's even a Kikuyu, the other time now he's even saying that I'm also bringing the faith community with me. I'm not only bringing the Kamba community. So he's speaking too much, in my view.
He said he was the plan of God. He said that according to him, he's the appointed one or something. That's what he said.
Yeah, and even then, after things have been sorted out and they have a working committee, is still so much in the media, which I think is not a good sign of a leader who, well, it is good to keep pushing for your stake, but I also don't think it is a good sign as someone who is working with another person. Is someone who will continuously be in the media. He will continuously be coming out to give us media addresses of what has happened. He will continuously be, you sort something kidogo, the next day he's in the media telling us how we did not agree with that. He goes, you talk in a closed door, he goes again, he's telling people, you know, we have to. The next day he wakes up, he sends his Wiper leaders who are all from the Kamba region. And all of them, he said that, you see, you cannot have only people from Kamba area talking for you. You need people, you know, across board talking on your behalf. And even when you're talking about faith, we see those faith people talking. But look at the women who came talking. They're all from the Kamba area, trying to push for him to be a deputy president. You see, that for me is what I think he already decampaigned himself. And I don't think he deserves it. While the country deserves a more uniting deputy president and someone who respects the person, Karua has not talked. Karua has not addressed herself to the effect of anything. She has not sent anybody to go and even talk, and even the other people are saying, oh, women and stuff. But you haven't seen anybody from NAC Kenya saying that Martha Karua has to be the deputy president. So I think he's good to push his stakes, but I really, his chances are slimmer. In my view.
I have a question then, but I have a question maybe as the others talk. Do you think that if Kalonzo had taken a different approach, like from the word go, like if he, you know, do you think if he came out gun blazing in support of Baba, I mean, without asking for anything, do you think his position would be different? Do you think he could be one of those candidates that are most preferred?
In my view, if Kalonzo, when he came, and first of all, if Kalonzo had accepted that NASA was dead, and whatever agreement they had with Baba, it was in NASA, and NASA was dead, and people have moved on. You see, Julia, if you are married to someone and you have already moved on, you don't come with those agreements of the previous wherever time you are married. Then you come right now. You're having this new arrangement, and then you start saying now the previous arrangement did not work. Now we are entering this. Now look at it this way. These people went with Baba up to the BBI. The BBI collapsed. Baba became bright, and Baba did what he actually metamorphed. He morphed into something else. He morphed into Azimio la Umoja. When these people were still wondering, now that BBI has been defeated, where will we go? The so-called BBI orphans. So BBI flops, Baba is thinking ahead. Baba goes immediately, there's a launch of Azimio la Umoja in Nakuru. Then they started the thing they were calling One Kenya. It just dawned to them that, hey, by the way, you guys, BPI was just a means to an end. It was not the end by itself. So Baba caught them flat-footed. They started their One Kenya thing. Baba went with Azimio la Umoja. So Baba starts Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja, comes up so strongly. They are left orphans. They have now to decide. You will see some photos of Musalia, Kalonzo, and Wetangula looking so depreciated, trying to come to look for people to make whatever they were calling One Kenya. Now, a few days later, you become Cornish. Then you come and you say that now, before I talk to you, you have to honor the NASA thing. Now, who walked out? Let's go back. It is Kalonzo, Akina Wetangula. Actually, Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula were the first one to walk out of NASA because the agreement was if 3 people walk out of it, 2 people walk out of it, it is dead. ODM never walked out of NASA. They did. So they walk out of NASA. NASA is dead. Then the same people are coming now to say, Baba never honored. Now, fine. NASA is dead and everything. You are coming to Azimio. You are saying now all of you are joining Azimio together. He has been Cornish from the word go. And I think even if he came blazing, I think he is still proven that he cannot be trusted. And you see even the way the dogs that he's sending to talk to Baba, the Mutula Kilonzo Jr. coming to address Baba, that we cannot. I mean, surely it doesn't make sense at all. Yes, Duke Moses.
Then, but let me say something very quick about what you said. And this one, Freddy Kasud knows about it. Kalonzo Musyoka is not going to be the deputy president at all costs. It's like getting into a forced marriage. Kalonzo has been like, I have to get in there. I mean, it is not possible. It's not going to happen. Na ni mapema. I mean, watu waanze kuzoea mapema. Watu waanze kuzoea mapema. Kalonzo hatakuwa na huo ndio ukweli. Watu waanze kuzoea mapema.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think Kalonzo has shown a lot of inconsistencies. You come in, you talk today, the next day, up to today, in all the rallies, who has seen Kalonzo with an Azimio cap? Show me one picture that it has actually taken. You have seen Kalonzo being photographed with an Azimio la Umoja cap.
Okay, then, but how then does he expect to be running mates? So if he's intelligent, he knows what Baba is thinking and everyone else is thinking. Then now my next question, don't you think his intention is to sabotage Baba's presidency?
Yeah, I mean, that is what we would say for now, because even as they are talking today, I mean, yesterday, there was a question that he was asked that in the event you are not picked, what are your options? He said that will be so bad for the Kamba vote and the religious whatever vote according to him that he represents. So if he's not picked for that position, so you see, is basically like you say, probably he's trying to bring in the concept of if I'm not picked, the new guys are going to lose, which I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true. One thing that Azimio is suffering from right now, Azimio is actually a collateral damage for Ukambani control politics. The people that are actually fighting vicious fights right now, it is Kalonzo and the 3 governors. So the Ukambani bloc, they're trying to look for the next person who is going to control the Ukambani bloc. And the fights are now coming in, and of course the spillovers is what we are seeing in Azimio now. If Kalonzo is picked as the deputy president, then he's going to stand out as the senior most person in Ukambani. So that places him at the center of the long-term Ukambani calculations, political calculations. It boosts his image as wiper. He's likely to get more MPs if he is chosen as a deputy president. If he's not chosen as a deputy president, him and Kaloki Ngilu, they are all in the as members in the Azimio. So he cannot play prominence over Kaloki Ngilu. What does that mean? It will mean, therefore, the other three governors might still outsmart him, and they are still likely to get more MPs from the Ukambani voting mass, because the question will be, okay, fine, you are not the senior most as things stand out right now. So the thing was, when he went to his, and he said today that, you know, when I'm speaking to my constituents. When he went telling them, he had already promised them that I'll actually be the one to be given the deputy president, because that is what I negotiated for. So the people at the background, his constituents, believe that that is what he negotiated for. And they believe that that is what Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta told him. And he told them that. So he's trying to address his people. So his fears are, in the event that I'm not given this position, I'm not going to have the position that I've been trying to claim over time, because there'll be other senior Ukambani people, right? So what Azimio is suffering right now is the vicious Ukambani politics, which is interfering with what is going on up here. I don't know what will happen in the event that is not picked. Yes, that is likely to be what is going to lose over time. Yeah.
Yes. I watched. Okay, sorry. Just one more thing. I watched this Gachagua saying that Azimio will lose miserably if they don't take Kalonzo. So when Gachagua was saying that, you cannot be advising your opponent. So that now made me think: is Kalonzo a UDA mole? Because and even if you hear any other debater here, the likes of Black and the other, they are always here trying to advise that Azimio should take Kalonzo. Why do they do that? Because they know Azimio has it to lose by taking Kalonzo. So is Kalonzo a UDA mole? That's my last question.
No. Can I answer that?
You see, it will be foolhardy for you to go telling your opponent that you know that's comic relief when you go telling your opponent that Julia, you know, if you take Makiadi, you will win. If you don't take Makiadi, you will lose. Yet I am in competition with you. It is someone said that if you see a lion coming from the bush, and it tells you the bush is safe, do not believe it. So when you hear someone coming here, and if you hear people like Gachagua saying that the best candidate to be picked by Azimio is Kalonzo, who are they? First of all, have they settled on their deputy president? They have a lot of things to deal with. They have so much. There's no question that's been asked. That's an
Can I
Azimio
back that
affair.
one? Whatever Julia said.
You cannot comment on Azimio. You wait for UDA. Tell us who is the deputy president in UDA. Don't tell us about Azimio.
Well, I would expect, since election matters are a game of numbers, you should expect that whoever comes onto the table comes also to show what they are bringing onto the table in regard to numbers.
So
now,
tell us who is the deputy president.
Yes.
Black. Tell us
Yes.
who is bringing the numbers in UDA.
I'm coming to that.
No,
because Julia amenitaja. Unajua Julia amenitaja. You know, once ukinitaja, I have to respond. To be fair.
I want you to start. Roger, I want you to start with this. Tell us who is the deputy president in UDA and how many numbers the person is bringing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before I get into that,
Black,
it will be unfair because
no,
respond.
Black. I will
Julia
not allow
muuliza
you to,
kitu.
no, I will not allow you to start from this one. Start from UDA. Tell us about your UDA deputy president and how many numbers the person is bringing, and then now you can talk about Azimio.
Now, kutoka upande wa UDA, we have not settled on our deputy president, but I believe in some shows in our debating shows that we had previously,
we had
already discussed the persons that would have been ideal or will be ideal for the DP position in UDA.
Like which one? Like who?
And tukakuja tukasema Kindiki.
Analeta ngapi?
Tukasema anakuja na numbers of the Meru community, I don't have of the Meru community because it will be a boost, and the Meru community as a whole watafurahi kuona kwamba at least for the first time kuna mtu wao ambao atakuwa anapia kwenye ticket, and that will be a boost for them. No.
Tunataka kurekomendia mtu mchukue.
Now umeniambia nijibu. Alafu nikimaliza alafu utatoa recommendation yako.
Tunataka kurekomendia mtu. Tunaona mchukue Gachagua.
Now in regards to Gachagua or not, mimi in my view ndio nimekwambia ile view yangu that itakuwa a little bit fair that at least from the Mount Kenya region, which ambayo nimeshaisema before, that for once, aside from having the Kikuyu which come from the Mount Kenya, they can also have for the first time someone else within the Mount Kenya but from a different community now coming in the Meru community. That to me would sound reasonable. They would still get the Mount Kenya votes, but for once they would have given a chance to the Meru community, which is also a part of the Mount Kenya community, at least a chance to be part of the presidency for the first time, which would be great in my view.
Msipochukua Gachagua, you guys will lose terribly.
Not quite. Let me ask, is a Meru not part of the Mount Kenya community? Do they qualify?
No, we want to insist. Gachagua is a very qualified person, and Gachagua has been with the UDA for a very long time.
Okay. And you asked me who would have been the ideal. Now, in my view, nimetoa example yangu. Sasa now, in regards to Gachagua, I think tunakumbuka some time back alipata direct nomination ya kudefend seat yake.
Yeah, but you see,
or did he not?
He can still be. There's nowhere that anakatazwa kuwa deputy president.
Then what happens to his constituency? The seat goes to who? Because in regards to the IEBC deadline, mambo ya nominations zishapita.
They can support an independent candidate. Hazijapita bado.
Deadline ya kuhave nominations
hazijapita bado, si ziko mpaka 10th. Yeah, independent candidates
nominations
bado
for MP seats and his parties to hold nominations.
He's still on.
Please confirm.
Yeah, he's still on.
They can also have Waiguru. Mimi natetea Waiguru.
Waiguru was there yesterday receiving her certificate for the gubernatorial race, and then again we recommend her.
We're just saying, if you guys want to win this thing on round 1, you need to have either Gachagua
or Waiguru.
No, in my view, we can still have Kindiki because he still hails from the Mount Kenya. Hakuna chuki between the Merians and the Kikuyu. They are all one. They all come from the same place.
Has no political muscle. Kindiki is even suffering in his own background.
Come on.
Remember, they can also have more comment. They can also have more comment.
When you talk about muscles, Martha Karua has no muscle at all in comparison to Kalonzo. Kalonzo has numbers, And how do I justify when I say the word that he has numbers? In comparison tena na wale wengine walikuwa mataja eti Charity na all that. Kalonzo has more members of parliaments under Wiper. In comparison
Black
to
Murkomen has
NARC
numbers.
Kenya, in comparison to
Murkomen.
NARC Kenya and Kivuta Kibwana's party and Charity Ngilu's party. So who has the muscles when you come to compare the three?
And you guys are even taking
When we talk numbers, let's justify with numbers.
You're taking Kindure Kindiki, and central Kenya, where Gachagua comes from, has more numbers.
Okay. This is why I brought this up. You said.
So why are you taking someone who does not have numbers from Upper Eastern, and yet you are leaving Gachagua, who has numbers in Central?
Sasa unajua makosa mahali unafanya ni okay, while you are giving that analysis on your end, what you are doing ni una divide katikati hawa Mount Kenya voting block.
That's why we are saying that
Mount
you
Kenya,
guys amjui kumeke hesabu zenyu hata nyinyi saizi. If you guys want to win this thing in round one, kama mnataka kuwin hii kitu round one, you need to go take someone like Gachagua or someone like what's her name? Waiguru, or even someone like Kate huyu mwingine mlimnyima ticket.
Kate Warogoro is a good candidate.
Yeah, huyo kwanza na preach sana na anatoka hapa. You'll get people from
you'll have a field day talking about NYS to discredit her all the way.
Very
I know you guys. And I know why your choices are heading, why you're going for those choices. Najua, the more reason I'm settling for Kindiki. That's why I'm saying the more reason I'm settling for Kindiki. I see your gameplay. Naonea 18 seti swoni. Naonea 18.
Ameenda mpaka kajiingiza kwa kashimu.
Naonea 18. Naonea 18. Naonea 18. That's why I said. That's why
nilikuwa advice Black jana.
Ndio maana nikasema Kindiki is the best. In my view.
Black jana, you know, Black, you come from the coast. Nilikuwa na expect to tetea Aisha Jumwa.
No, Aisha Jumwa is vying for gubernatorial
deputy president, na mnataka ku lock Coast province. So I think mngechagua Aisha Jumwa basi.
Now, Julia, you got your answer. Now you know why they want
you see, now he was so mad. You know, he was getting worked up that you are giving him wrong numbers. So now you understand.
I knew.
You did not understand our game. You did not get our game.
Julia, I saw where you are heading.
We were playing your game.
I saw where you are heading. You want us to put in candidates that you'll have a field day relating some few issues here and there to try and discredit them. The more reason why, when you ask me for who would be the ideal candidate, I came up with the name Kindiki. Kindiki still is from Mount Kenya. It does not mean that a Kikuyu cannot vote for Kindiki because he's a Meru. No, they'll vote for him because he's still from Mount Kenya. So he still has the numbers. And now the contrary, let me finish Temba. Now on the contrary, Martha Karua.
Just hold on. Just hold on.
Yes.
You know, you have actually made the point you wanted to make, and the point is home. And you are the one who has actually made that point. You have said this.
Now,
in one words, that you people are recommending people so that you guys can hit them, and then we lose. Now, you guys are busy recommending for us Kalonzo because you know mutamchapa.
Sasa na mimi ndo mimi niko na sasa Temba na mimi niko na jaribu kujustify.
We are draw. So hata ukikuja hapo unaona tu unasema hapo ni namba.
Sasa Temba sasa let me justify. Sasa mimi unaona kwa nini na justify? Nasema aje, in comparison to Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka, the truth be said, Kalonzo has muscles and has proven that with the number of political seats that he has in parliament under Wiper. How many seats does not Kenya, through which Martha Karua is the party leader, ako now kwenye parliament? You cannot compare with Kalonzo Musyoka when we are using numbers to justify my claim. So if I use numbers to justify my claim as to the number of MPs, MCAs that Kalonzo has in comparison to Martha has, it's a lot. Again,
can I just say one statement?
Please again, Guys, why do you
How
like
many
cutting me
governors?
when I'm speaking?
One
Why do you
statement,
like
Black.
cutting me? Why do you like
One
cutting me?
statement. Alafu nikuache hata siongei sana.
Utanifanya nisahau vitu yenye naongea
Huyu jamaa
boss.
ako in the wrong show. Ako in the wrong show. Hapo utaumwa.
Ngoja kidogo Mato.
Skiza.
Black. How many governors does Kalonzo have?
Guys, you people are not fair, man. Please.
Kalonzo ako na governors wangapi?
Sikiliza.
Ako na suseme. Ako na
Yes,
governors
wangu.
wangapi?
In Coast tayari yuko na governor. Taita Taveta governor. Samboja is from Wiper.
No, Ukambani.
Yesu. Jesus.
Okay, Mr. Demba.
Were we comparing
why do you allow
governors?
Mr. Black turn the debate to
Unajua
us?
mashida.
He doesn't want to discuss you.
Hapana, unajua kitu ambacho sipendi na ikai poa ni saa zile ambao mtu anaongea, nyinyi mkiwa unaongea, mimi nawapa ile opportunity mnaongea. Namaliza point yenu, naandika yangu, alafu nakuuliza. Walakini ikiwa saa zile mwenzako no. Let's have a cordial in here. No, tuongee ukweli. Let's have a cordial. No.
Umeanza kushika nare na hiyo si poa.
No, tunaongea ukweli. In comparison to numbers, kuondoa ile claim kwa mnasema kwamba kivuta kibwana na
haya, sikiza kwanza.
Okay.
Sikiza nikwambie.
Okay, ongea.
Thank you. Na uache kushika nare. Hapa watu washikangi nare saizi jioni. Watu wa kushika nare ni watu wa huko mchana. Hapo ukikuja saizi usishike nare hapa. Kama ni mtu wa kushika nare, usikuje hapa jioni Black. Mtu anakuja hapa kushikia nare. Thank you. Kwa sababu kama ni kushika nare, hata sisi tunaweza shika nare. Tufunge hii show kabisa na tuende tukalala. Lakini sasa kwa tunakupenda na tunataka kuongea huko hapa. Sasa Black.
Yes.
Umesema Kalonzo ako na MPs. Ako na governors.
Acha tu niseme hiyo statement moja tu nataka kuisema. Please.
Usiwache Black.
Nataka kusema tu Black amejipata mahali pabaya, amejipata show ingine mbaya. Hapa Black utakulwa ukikuja na hizo propaganda. Hii si hiyo show.
Black ako sawa. Black. Nani ako na governors wangapi Ukambani? Ukisema stories za MPs, useme pia ako na governors wangapi na control Ukambani. Sasa Black. Black sasa umesalk. Black huko?
Ana Google.
Angoja, Black huko? Kama huko sema huko. Kama utaki kubonga useme pia utaki kuongea, tuendelee na story.
Niko.
Na ni nini unanyamazia?
Ngoja najaribu kufinya hii mic, naona inakwama. Simu inakwama. So unasemaje? Siwezi dharau, mimi sikwangi hivyo. Ningekuwa na dharau.
Endelea basi.
Ningekuwa na madharau, singekuwa na nyamaza sasa ile mimi naongea. Ningekuwa naongea tu. But I listen.
Si hadi tunakudharau hata acha story. Endelea.
Sasa ndo niko nasemaje? In regards to the numbers zenye ziko, tunaongea now facts, things that can be substantiated. When you say that Kivuta Kibwana and Charity Ngilo can equally match and outmatch Kalonzo for the Kamba vote in the Kamba community, please show us the numbers that prove your point. Because when I look at the numbers prove otherwise. Because out of the two that you mentioned, Kivuta Kibwana and Charity Ngilo, none of them has members of parliament, and none of them has even has numbers in comparison to what Wiper Party has countrywide. You're talking even about nationwide. So it goes to show you who has more in regards to numbers. Again, I'm basing my argument on numbers available. That Kalonzo, by the fact that he has a party whereby he has members elected in other counties under his party. He commands more influence and far much more popular than Kivuta Kibwana and Charity Ngilu. So for that sake, trying to say that, allude to the fact, I mean, to the point that Azimio can do without Kalonzo, that hiyo itakuwa mnafanya big blunder. As much as I mean UDA, in a debating platform. As a debating platform, since hiyo ni topic umeileta, it does not mean since mimi ni UDA ninyamaze kwa sababu ni UDA nisiongee. Naweza kuiongea tu in my view as to how I see it. Whether you choose to take it or you choose not to take it, sasa hiyo unajua ni mtu mwenyewe ataonelea. But kulingana na maoni yangu, Kalonzo has a big stake. The more reason why Uhuru Kenyatta, they had to go and sort him. Mbona alimwacha, songemwacha huko Oka? And the next thing, why did they have to rush him to sign the contract, the agreement, bila yeye hata kupata nafasi kusoma, as he said? It means that there is value in Kalonzo Musyoka. That's the more reason why he is in Azimio. If he had no value,
no, Black.
if he had no value,
nani alimrush?
Eh?
Nani
Sorry?
alimrush? Nani alimrush kuisign?
We all know the story, what he said after the signing of that document. It was on TV, all over TV. I mean, unless, come on. Wajua mu upenda, tukiongea facts, tukubaliane. Did Kalonzo Musyoka not tell us in national TV that he did not get time to read the document which he signed? Did he or did he not say that?
It was not even being signed by party leaders. It was being signed by
Secretary Generals. Yes, they did not get the time to read it.
Hata wewe pia. Haya.
No. Tuongee ukweli.
History ya numbers, Black. History ya numbers
Sorry?
unaongea. History ya numbers unaongea. History yako ya numbers unaongea. Unajua una pedal. Unasahau ya kwamba in 2017 ngoja, in 2017 there was NASA and there was Jubilee.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
What was the position of Kalonzo then, NASA and Jubilee?
As the deputy to Raila, in regards to when they vied for the presidency. That's how I see him. Huh?
Sindio? 2017 alikuwa
deputy Raila.
Alikuwa running mate wa Raila, sindio?
Yes.
Aya. There are people who voted in Ukambani because it was NASA. There are people who voted in Ukambani because of the idea that this party NASA is going to go to presidency. They didn't vote because ati necessarily Kalonzo. Yes, there are people who voted because of Kalonzo, but there are also people who voted because of NASA going to presidency. Now, number two, you're talking about numbers. Right now, by the time tunaenda kwa nini, all MPs hawana viti ukienda election. By the time unaenda election, those numbers don't make any sense. And you and I know, fact is 75% of MPs don't go back to parliament. 75% of them. So if you talk about numbers and MP, that was then. This is a different scenario we are going to. Politics is not lived in yesterday. Politics is lived in the moment that it is happening. So, and the last and final point that I want to make, so that I bring Kasudi also a make point, ni kwamba wewe mwenyewe umesema hapa, tumekuambia mchague Gashagwa, tukakwambia mchague nani, ukasema hao mkituwekea hapa, na nawaambia pia hao wako na numbers, tukiwachagua mtawagonga. It is interesting that now the same people will start telling you that, oh, Kalonzo ako hivi, Kalonzo ako hivi, oh, ako hivi. The moment tumeweka Kalonzo, the same day mtaanza kusema, unaona sasa nyinyi watu tuliwaambia, sisi watu wa huku hawawajali kabisa kwa hiyo place. Now that is the thing ambao mnangoja. And that's why the idea is you guys push so much for what you think Kalonzo is going to bring.
so that this narrative you have carried for the last 5 years and 4 years works. If Martha Karua is picked, that narrative inaenda inakufa flat and zero. But the narrative you guys have carried for 5 years is that Uhuru ajali watu wa Mount Kenya. That is one thing you guys have said. Watu wa Mount Kenya mko na mtu ambaye anawajali, and that is what akina Gachagua and his friends have been communicating for the last I don't know how many years. Ya kwamba Uhuru hawajali, hata hakuna place mtapewa, hakuna position mtapewa. So what is the narrative? Push for Kalonzo ya kwamba ako na numbers, ako na hivi, so that when Kalonzo is picked the next day Mount Kenya mnaenda tu na kitu moja, mnaenda tu kusema kitu moja, haya basi tuliwaambia, mmeona? Hawajali kabisa, hakuna kitu. Hii ni yote ni story, hakuna kitu mtapewa. So mnataka mtu ambaye iwe rahisi for you guys. We are not going to make it easy for you people. We better think twice. Wacha nilete Kasudi na nilete
Yes,
Makiadi.
Mambo. Huyu black wacha tu nianze kumpatia vile tu tulimuuzia Mudavadi tukampea bonus ya Weta, hivyo ndivyo tunawaomba tuwauzie tu Kalonzo roho safi na tuwapee bonus kama Mutula Kilonzo Junior. That is it, na hiyo ndivyo ilivyo. So amesema kuhusu Kindiki na Kindiki Kidhuri. Hiyo panel yao wamepaki watu watatu. Watu wawili actually. Sababu ondoa Rigathi Gachagua, huyo credibility hana. Ondoa Waiguru hawana, wote ni sampuli moja, hiyo ni sampuli moja. Huyu mwenye amebaki Muturi na Kindiki, nani ako better than mwingine? Na wote ni wasaliti. Kwa nini nasema ni wasaliti? Hawawezi wakafanya anything, any inroad in Mount Kenya. Kwa nini nasema wote ni wasaliti? Kumbuka Black 207 after post election violence, Kindiki alikuwa ni mtu bure tu. Aliokotwa huko, alitolewa huko mbali sana, huko chini, alikuwa achulikani. Akatolewa kule na familia ya Kenyatta, wakamuelevate, wakamleta paka wakamweka kwa kanzo ya kutetea Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Wakamfacilitate, wakamfanyia vile walimfanya ili tu jina ikaweze kupanda pale juu. Jina lilipopanda pale juu akaona anaweza. Baada ya hiyo tukakuja 2013 akaona anaweza kukombea kiti sababu jina yake profile imepanda kidogo, akangangana, akachakuliwa kama senator. Alipochakuliwa kama senator akafanywa majority leader by then ilikuwa ni TNA URP, that is it. Ruto akaona ya kwamba huyu mtu vile anavyokuja na hii loyalty yake kwa Uhuru Kenyatta haiwezi make. Akafanya nini? Akaanza kumchokora. Aka make sure yeye na Uhuru Kenyatta wamekaa hivi, wakakosana. Ule mtu amekutoa huko kwenye shimo, akakuosha, akakusafisha, akakutengeneza, akakufanya kuwa chinzi ulivyo, akakupea jina, huu kuwa na jina. Alafu unakeuka, unaanza kumukulia kwa mfuko kama njugu karanga. Do you think akona influence yoyote? Kitu cha pili, wacha nikuambie kile kitu wewe hujui kuhusu Mount Kenya East. Huko kuko na division kubwa sana kama hujui. From Meru kutoka Laikipia kwenda Meru ufike mahali kunaitwa Tharaka Nithi, huko kwa Kindiki huko. Hiyo hao watu Ikembe North ndio uingie Tharaka. Uhusiano wao unakaa hivi, wanakaa kama sijui watu gani, hawasikizani. Ukutoke hapo ukuje ufike Embu. wenda Embu, Mbeere, bla bla bla, kuje mpaka huko chini, mpaka Sakana huko. My friend, Kindiki huyo mnasemea ako na only votes kutoka Tharaka. Tharaka ni hiyo, na mnajua Tharaka haina numbers, na kwa sababu saya alitani against ule mtu alimtengeneza, sioni kama ana stand chances. But anyway, huyo tu ndio mtu tumeona, kwa sababu huyo ndiye wauda. Muturi anakuwa disqualified because yeye sio wauda, na nyinyi wenyewe mlicheza wase hamuja saini hiyo nini ya coalition, which means automatically ule mtu amebaki pale, ati ule mwenye anaweza onekana ni mzuri ni huyo Kindiki. And then tunawaambia go ahead, bring it on, we are waiting for you. Tukikuja upande wetu, Wambuku Kunjiri anajua who is the running mate. Murathe anajua who is the running mate. To make it matter worse, ama to be fulfilled, James Orengo juzi akaongea kwa Senate na akasema hivi. Akasema mke wa kutafutiwa, zile enzi za kutafutiwa mke siliisha. Na hata Biblia inatuambia apataye mke amepata kitu chema, which means umepata kitu kizuri kitakachokuwa submissive, kitakacho mtu atakaye kuheshimu, mtu atakaye kuambia mzee akisema hivi tunaenda hivi, mzee akisema leo kwa hii nyumba tunakula hiki. Lakini ni vigumu sana utengenezewe mke, uende utongozewe mke alafu uletewe kwa nyumba. Hiyo nyumba haitakalika, whereby running mate wa Azimio alichakuliwa na Raila mwenyewe, who is presidential candidate, mwezi wa 3, na hiyo story tukafunga, tukatoka hapo. Hiyo tafadhali mngoje na muanze tu kuzoea deputy president wenu mapema, kwa sababu meet all thresholds. Kwa sababu tuliambiwa Raila hahitaji mtu mwenye anakuja kupika kifua akisema ako equal to Raila, na hii kitu ndio inakula Kalonzo. Every day he wake up early in the morning anataka kujilinganisha na baba. Surely, for heaven's sake, hata uende tu ulale wote. How can Kalonzo be equal to Raila Amolo Odinga? Haiwezekani. Hata akienda akusanye hiyo anaita sijui oka sijui what, akuje nayo yote. How can he be equal to Raila Amolo Odinga? So hiyo kwanza, kitu ya kwanza inamdisqualify. Unless angeabandon that one, alafu abadilishe mienendo yake, tungefikiria mambo mengine tofauti. Or else tunamwambia tu roho safi, mbele kuzuri, akuse frame, aingie UDA for free, hata atuwalipishi. Wale wote wamechukua hatujawalipisha, tunawapea bure, kwa sababu hawana value. Hawana value on our side. They cannot add anything. Because hata huyo Kalonzo mnayosema, huyo Kalonzo au wabunge ako nao wote walipata kwa sababu walipigiwa debe na NASA walisijua bunge 10 ama wabunge ngapi, 12, 14 walipigiwa debe na NASA, si ati yeye ndiye alienda akawakambeinia. So there is new kid in the block, whereby kitu cha kwanza Kalonzo asettle issues zake za Ukambani, ndio sasa akuje. Na kama ni numbers, Martha Karua ako na numbers kuliko huyo Kalonzo wako. Kalonzo wako anakuja na kura ngapi? Milioni 2 ama sio, hata ifiki 2. Ukambani hawana hizo 2 tu, kwa sababu chama cha Wiper kiko dominance in Ukambani. We nionyeshe kwingine, we nionyeshe tu mahali Kalonzo tangu aanze hii siasa hii upusi, kuna mahali ashawaipeleka hiyo mkutano yake akwenda kuusa Wiper? Hakuna. Ni Ukambani and inabaki Ukambani. Thank you Black, tafadhali nataka ukue white, mchukue tu Kalonzo roho safi, hatumuhitaji. Anyway, atuondolee hii kivuli.
Asante Kasudi. We were not discussing UDA. Let them do whatever they want with their running mate. They can pick anyone. They can pick Kithure Kindiki. They can pick what's her name? Anybody. We for Azimio, we don't want to recommend to you who to pick. It was just a setup to hear what you'll say about that, and you fell into the trap. Now,
Question for Kasoti, please.
Nataka kufunga Black, tunataka
Nilikuwa
kufunga show.
swali moja tu. Very
Wacha tufunge
brief.
show. Black, wacha
Amesema
tufunge show.
kuhusu kana
Kesho pia ni siku. Kesho pia ni
haya.
siku. Ama huwezi lala kama hujauliza swali.
It was just a simple question. I mean, guys,
Haya, uliza.
pay chance pia.
Uliza ni
Kasoti.
Yes sir.
Ukianza kuhesabia Kandiki eti ako na tarakaniti sijui nini, let me ask. Uhuru alipigiwa kura 2017 na 2013. Correct? Did the Meru not vote for him? Ama hawakumpigia kwa sababu yeye ni wa Kikuyu na yeye
walimvotia.
The reason was because it comes from Mount Kenya, right? So equally, what makes you think that now that Kindiki amesimama and is a Meru, that the others cannot vote for him, yet he's from Mount Kenya and they voted for Uhuru who was from Central? Come on.
Because it's a betrayal.
Your statement
something that Mount Kenya does not buy.
Fact. Let's use factual
my friend,
and verified data. Tell me.
Kindiki is a betrayer. A betrayer.
Please verify
that. Mount Kenya cannot buy.
Verify.
Verify.
I have verified mine. Verify yours.
Black doesn't think that you are fact. Sasa ni sawa, tuache hapo. Tuache hapo. Thank you so much, everyone, for the engaging debate, and wale wanachagua running mates. Yuda, mchague tu ule mtachagua. Kindiki, Dani, it's okay. Wacha tuanze kufunga show. Tutaanzia na pale juu Makiadi, dakika 2.
Asante Mbemba, mimi hata sitachukua dakika 2. Nataka tu kwenda na logic ya Black. Black amesema hapa ati Kalonzo achaguliwe kwa sababu wako na numbers. Nataka kumweleza Black combination ya Mudavadi na Wetangula iko na 27 MPs kwa National Assembly. So hata yeye tunaweza mpatia mawaidha achague either Wetangula kuwa deputy president ama anaweza chagua Mudavadi kama wanaweza. Finally, Railonzo ticket imetestiwa 2 times. We have seen how far it can go. That's the overstretch yenye imefanya ni kupata 40-something%. So I believe we should try something new, and that is why I'm always vouching for Martha Karua to be the running mate. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Duke Moses, dakika 2. Fungesha. Duke Moses, watu wekea giza. Sarah.
Thank you, Themba. I won't take long. I concur with what Makiadi said. I also like to say, despite the fact that we are all Azimio, it's really it's really courteous to allow people to speak their mind. Whether or not you coincide with it or not doesn't really matter. You let people choose, because again, we are not trying to impose our opinions or ideas to the viewers or to the panelists. People in the long run are the ones who are going to choose whether or not Azimio is right for them or UD is right for them, but do not curtail freedom of expression because you feel you're of a higher beam balance than anyone else. It's just courteous enough to give everyone leeway to say what they need, and then from there you can pick up on it. That's just it. Thank you.
Black, toa maoni yako.
Hamna neno, barikiwe tu. Mwana siku njema. Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki.
Sasa umekuwa preacher.
Hata sivyo, manake sijapata nafasi ya kujieleza fully. Jamaa wanashambulia katikati, wanashambulia
Kushambuliwa
mimi
ni
nafasi
lazima,
niseme.
my friend. This is politics. Lazima usije kama bahati. Kama bahati.
Tuongee, mwingine ongee. Tuelewane.
There are times you will be given the chance. There are times you'll be bombarded. That's how life is, man. But generally, the modus operandi here is that we listen to you. When it happens once in a while, kama gumu. Martin Deto, are you there?
Yeah, Nico. Mi sina maneno mingi. I'm just for me actually today nilikuwa normally like I always write my points on me yangu ni in a nice way, the most nicest way I can ever say. Black, I was listening to you nikiwa job. Mpaka saizi bado uko hapa hivi na kuna watu wengi sana hawajatoa their points because of how much you're pushing it. Yes, I understand you on the other side. Saizi Demba amekuchezea story hapa akakwambia nani mtaeka, but then again you're running around the show. You want to come and tell us, okay, yes, you have the right to talk in front of everybody. It's your right. But again, dude, bro, I'm telling you the truth. Don't come and override a show to where you've been speaking since nikiwa kazi. I had to come in nikiwa na drive to come and correct you on something. Saa zingine, if you're on the show, I mean, we love you. Tulikwambia you already ushakuwa mtu wetu. But man, be easy on other people because there's people sitting on the show. I was watching. You see people coming on the show, you're still talking. Unaona mtu hata amechoka ameenda. Please be easy, especially, this is more affiliated of Azimio show, but, we are very open. Please be easy on people. Don't be the one dominating everything because sometimes unachezewa hata game yenye umechezewa saizi and then you don't even understand people wanakuchezea wakikwambia kwa nini amchukui huyu, kwa nini amchukui yule. You're still answering like something you should already have known that people are playing on, playing games on. I'm just saying. And neza gongo na wenye watanigonga. I'm just telling you, be nice to other people. Understand that this show has a lot of people also that want to contribute. And you're not the only person that contributes. And again, I feel bad because sometimes here, I think me and Demba, but we're cool people. Sometimes people bring Ukambani too much. And I understand why they bring Ukambani. But I see people here talking about Kwao and everything. But then you come and find somebody who's coming talking about Ukambani. We know the politics of Ukambani. That's where we come from. Give us some time to talk about it and not just answering 24/7. You're not even hata uinui mkono. We have a protocol. You're just there. Every time you're arguing with Bernard, umemaliza na Bernard, umekuja kwa Demba. Our show, the way we do it normally, Makiadi is here and Julia, I don't know where she is. She will tell you the way we do here, we do it by the protocol. Hatukujangi kupigana hapa hivi. We talk and we talk about other things and we move on. I'm just saying I felt today's show was not right. And I think you dominated a lot of it. And people are trying to demystify you too much. And I'm just telling you, be nice to people, be a courteous person. Courtesy, na upole, na hiyo si utumwa. Just courteous. When you look at the screen, there's a lot of people that want to talk. And najua kule unaenda Demba, ngoja. Najua unaenda kuniambia.
You can't take 5 minutes kumzomea jamani. You've made your point.
Haya, sawa, nimemwachia tu. Okay, sawa, nimemaliza basi.
And Black
other than that story ya Ukambani tutaongea and I guess that's what it is. I mean, today's show, there was nobody talking other than Black, and I don't like it, by the way. Me personally, I don't. I know where Kaki to iko right, see right. And that's where I am. I'm sorry.
Mato sema ni vile au kupenda vile Black anaongea. Sema tu hivyo. Black.
No, ni courteous. Kuna watu wamekuja hapa, almost 10 people. Watu wengine wametoka bila kuongea because of the same thing. Because some of us, sometimes you want to come in, contribute and go. I just
Tuliza.
think we need to be catchers when you're in this group.
Tuliza Mato. Hata wewe sasa umeanza kushika nare. Unajua kama uko na roho ndogo ya kushikashika nare, you need to stop coming to this platform. Sisi mambo ya kila mtu anakuja tu kushika nare, kitu kidogo umeshika nare.
Lembo usheniona nimeshika nare. Mimi usemanga catchers. I'm a very truthful person.
Unashikia nare nini sasa? Black
Nani ameshika nare?
Black amekuja ameongea. Black ni vile ako na maoni tofauti. Yani his opinion is statistically very, very unique in this platform. But now he's so forceful in that statistically unique opinion that in our overdue, now Black Nana feel ni kama he is coming to a place where he wants to be treated where anajua he is a marginalized community. Na akipewa chance, he stereotypes himself. Now, Black, you're welcome to this place, but kumbuka ukikuja hapa lazima utagongwa, lazima people will interfere. That's the nature of how it happens. But at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans and we love each other. Duke umekuja? Asa hata hatukusikii. We can't hear you. Hatukusikii kabisa. So Mato toka kwa curtain.
Yes sir, sema.
Toka kwa curtain. Mfanya nini kwa curtain?
Nisharudi boss.
Wewe unajua wewe na Makiadi ndio tunafunga hii kitu. So let me acknowledge some people uko chini so that wangwana ambao wanatujoin pale, they make the debate very interesting and good to watch. Msijali, Black ni mtu wetu. Once in a while we have the engagements tuna nini. For the first time Black umeshika nare kwa show yangu. Sijaona umeshika nare Black. Black ni nini mbaya leo? Umekula nini buda? Patrick Mushiri, asante sana. Dorcas Okendo, leo I missed the debate. I can see mko na mambo. Hapa huwezi kosa mambo. Hapa mambo ni bie. Anasema mambo ni bie. Linetwa bomba. Black anakuja hapa kuchocha watu. Black mtu kuja hapa kuchocha watu. Kizito anasema no Themba, Black annoys so much. Black unakuja una irritate watu na unataka tu watu release manini wanakupiga kabisa. But I mean we respectfully do so. Yufin Atieno Themba, you said we'll be discussing the Prince soon. How many chapters a day? Yes. We are starting to discuss the Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. The Sunday of the other Sunday, right? Yeah. The other Sunday. The Sunday of 9th. Is it 8th? Yeah. Sunday 8th, we are discussing Niccolo Machiavelli, The Prince. If you can get the book, read it. At least we'll be coming into kuchambua tu. Kwa wale wasomi, wale ambao wanapenda kusoma, and you want to expand your knowledge of political discourse and political theory, and basically the thinkers who have shaped our understanding of current political discourse. So we have that book that we are trying to analyze and kuchambua pamoja. So if you are a reader, if you are someone who is also analytical and you want to just understand, welcome on Sunday the 8th for the Mutembei Book Club. Anybody who can read is invited. Just come. And many other books we'll be reading together. So naona tuko na wafuasi na wengine hapo wanapenda sana kuja. We'll discuss as many books as you guys will recommend. So you can also recommend in the comment section the books that you'd like us to read together and come and discuss.
political discourse, governance books, different books, and of course you can also come and recommend to other people, to the ones that you think can shape the understanding of our our political discourse. I think they say information is power if we use it well. So I come here.
Demba unanisikia? Unanisikia sasa?
Nakusikia Duke. We umeamua nini?
Wacha niseme kitu moja please, kindly.
Sema.
Sasa mimi ningependa kuambia huyu jamaa wetu Black kitu moja hapa. Kwa hii platform najua yeye haizi kuja hapa jaribu kuambia watu wa Azimio kuwa anajua zaidi kuliko wale watu wenye wako huko ndani wenyewe. So watu wa Azimio tunajua zaidi kuhusu hii nini, hii muungano yetu, na hiyo ndio inakuwa shida kubwa hapa kwake. Hiyo ndio inakuwa shida kubwa kwake, anakuja hapa kutuambia vitu ambazo zinatuhusu. Alafu nimekuja kunotice kitu moja, especially hii show ya mjana, you know, hao watu wakijaribu kuambiwa, wakileta vitu zingine, wakijaribu kuambiwa siwezi kuwa hivyo, wanaanza kusema wewe unakuwa ni fair, you know. Sasa wanaanza kuifanya ikae kama yule mtu mwenye anafanya anasimamia hii show kwa anakuwa ni fair, you know. Sometimes it's good to be unfair wakati mtu anaingia na propaganda zingine. Kuna jamaa amekuwa hapa mjana anaitwa si ni Gia ama ni nani. Jamaa anaulizwa kama hiyo ni unatuambia bottom up. Kama Ruto alianzia huko chini na ako na hizo mali yote ako nayo. Jamaa anasema hajasikia kama Ruto ako na hiyo mali. You know there's a lot of ignorance. Unakaa hivi mpaka unashindwa sasa. Huyu mtu mna debate namna gani? So at the end of the day, these guys are taking a lot of time. When Martin anaongea, Martin akona you know, he has a point. He has a point in the sense that kuna watu wanakaa pale, kuna watu wameka data pale wanangojea waongee. Mwishowe Demba ndio anasema sasa tunafunga show. Tunafunga show. Jamaa Black is a nice guy. I really like him. Na napenda venye anaargue, lakini sasa yeye is not being honest to himself. No. He's not being honest to himself. So at some point atupeleka mbele, atupeleka nyuma. Yani anafanya watu washike nale kabisa ndio watu wajemuke. Sasa hata ile kitu tulikuwa tunaongea naenda kama imeenda huko kando. Na akichemsha watu hivyo ndio watu wengine wanafikiria kwa jamaa anakuwa treated unfair. Is not being treated unfair. So shida sote yeye ndiye anajiletea.
No, thank you Duke. Personally, I don't mind hata kuambiwa na treat unfairly. I mean, for me, it's neither here nor there. Black, his intention is to derail you guys. So that's his intention. So ukienda ukichokoza nyuki kuvamie, ulaumu nyuki, unalaumu kwa nini wewe ulienda kuchokoza nyuki. So,
yeah, free advice. Hiyo jamaa nafaa alipe hii advice, lakini hata nimpe for free. Akija kwa hii platform wacha aongea mambo ya UDA. Watu wengi hatujui sana mambo ya UDA juu hatuna interest. Pale hata akiongea vitu zingine hata tunaweza acha zingine sipite, lakini akija hapa kutuambia mambo ya Ukambani sijui nani yako na hii na kuna watu wametoka huko. Sasa hapo anaguza watu mahali mbaya.
Lakini sawa, amesikia. Black, wewe endelea kukuja, lakini ukigongwa mimi sitakuwa na kuprotect. We will be civil. Ukikuja ukianza kugonga watu waruke, ujue tayari watakurukia. But generally we say that we try to be civil, respectful, appreciative of everyone, and of course acknowledging that we all divergent views. And yeah, like I was saying, that we are having the book reading coming up. So if you have books that you can recommend, that's good. If you have others that you think can gain from whatever it is, reading is good for us, and at least it makes you appreciate to have a basis of analyzing or even appreciating what is taking place. And therefore, having talked of reading, Elkanah Shivashi, People Fall for Black. Yeah, I said the other day, because Black has only one intention, to come here and derail
So if you fall for him, na atajaribu awairritate kabisa, ndio aseme anachokozwa. Yeah. But it's okay. He's a good guy. He's good people, like we say, good people. It's good people. Bob Werunga, asante sana. Millicent Omanga once wanted Jaguar to sing his song Kigeugeu. Yes, tell him that it's so much for him to propaganda. Yeah, propaganda ndo anakuja. We've discussed bottom up so long. So if anyone has not understood it by now, those people will never understand it. So we just appreciate them. Thank you. Now, Makiadi, tusome article yetu ya leo.
Okay, asante Ndemba. Unanisikia? Mbona nimepoteza
Yes.
mic tena. Okay, sawa, asante. Leo tulikuwa tunasoma 38. I'm sure. Yeah, jana tulisoma 37, so leo tunasoma 38.
Jana tulisoma ya picketing.
Yeah, picketing, exactly. So leo ni 38. I think nilikuwa nimekosea matarehe zangu. Okay, so leo tunasoma about political rights. Na one inasema every citizen is free to make political choices, which includes the right to A, form or participate in forming a political party, B, to participate in activities of or recruit members for a political party, or C, to campaign for a political party or cause. Number 2, every citizen has the right to free, fair, and regular elections based on universal suffrage and the free expression of the will of the electors for A, any elective public body or office established under this constitution, or B, any office of any political party of which the citizen is a member. Number 3, every adult has the right without unreasonable restriction to A, be a registered voter, B, to vote by secret ballot in any election or referendum, and C, to be a candidate for public office or office within a political party of which the citizen is a member, and if elected, to hold office.
Political rights. Thank you so much. So tunaendelea pole. And of course, kama kawaida, tunawaomba ya kwamba as you come in, remember to subscribe to Motembei platform and also subscribe to my channel with my daughter. Kama kawaida, lazima niuze show yangu pia, nisije nikakuwa fired na my daughter from the show, ya kwamba sikuzungumzia. So tafadhali, enda pale and see the show that we are dropping very, very soon. Now, kama kawaida Ndeto, niliamua ya kwamba lazima tuijue yote. Haya.
Wacha mimi nifanye maombi bwana.
Okay, kama utafanya maombi unaenda mzima?
Mzima bana.
Wacha seme moja,
mimi nafanya ya kwanza.
Wacha seme ya kwanza Mato, alafu
nitafanya yote.
Utafanya yote?
Naweza fanya yote.
Haya, na siku
hiyo basi kama Duke tufanyie hiyo, itakuwa mzuri sana actually, because nimekuwa nikifanya for a long time na uaga hata karibu niambia Sara afanye leo, lakini sikuwa najua kama bado ako on. Anyway, nilikuwa nataka kusema the book that is coming up, Themba nilikuwa nataka kuambia I'm on chapter 4. It's a very interesting book, but kama mtu anaweza enda kuanza kuisoma, it's a very interesting book. It's about Italy and the power, you know, when you come into power, and how you treat the people that brought you to power, how you treat the whole thing, and what you have to do. Do you have to be nice when you're in power, or do you have to be, evil in the power? So it's a very interesting book. Then I just wanted to tell you I'm in chapter 4. By next week, nitakuwa nimeimaliza. And then I still hope the law of the garbage truck is coming up next. After that, I hope that's the whole thing, but it's a very interesting book. I'd never read it actually, and it's really, really, really interesting. It's a nice book. Mwenye hajaanza, please go start reading it. It's very interesting about power.
Thank you, Martin, for that synopsis. Hiyo ndio inaitwa synopsis. So amewapatia a panoramic view of the book. So kindly go and read next week, next Sunday. we'll dedicate about 2 hours to just discuss it and analyze. And what you think about maybe leaders you think are taking that approach as their main philosophical ideology of approaching politics. Think about its weaknesses, its good parts, and the areas that it can be able to be beaten. Counteracted. It can be maybe counterproductive. So think about the general analytic view of it, and maybe applicability in our system. So thank you so much. Duke Moses.
Okay, naomba tuombe. Mungu, nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na Raila, la tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tuchenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru bana. Wewe wacha kubadilisha. The name of the book again, inaitwa The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. The context is in Italy, and there's an interesting look at it, and you will be impressed. That's how you look at the life and times of Niccolo Machiavelli, and that is it's the precursor to the Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. When you read it, it's a precursor. It's something that envisaged what you read later in the 48 Laws of Power, which probably at some point you'll be able to read and also appreciate. And it's a dichotomy of what Sun Tzu writes in The Art of War, and several other books that you'll be able to find. So let's read. Remember, does the guy know what he has done is treasonable? Black says that what you have done is treasonable.
Wajana huyu jamaa leo nimegonga yeye sana, lakini kila siku anaenda akiwa jamaa poa kila siku. So
is it reasonable? I don't know about that Black. You'll come and tell us. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying on until this time. It has been my great pleasure to have been the moderator, especially in this evening session. No more suspects. Makiadi, Deto, Duke jana tulikufunga huko chini, and then of course our new suspect. Sarah, tell us you'll be joining us every day.
Leo siku nataka kukaa kule nyuma bana. Nimekujua siku hizi.
Kuna time ikifika atualeti tunakaa na
lakini jana mimi nimedrop alafu nakataa kunirudisha kwa nini?
Sasa wewe wacha kuwa mtu wa kulialia bwana, usianze kuleta makasi.
Na unajua ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema na nimeshinda nikisema na mtaki kuisema. Unajua ile siku mnasema si Uhuru amekataa kusalimia huyo jamaa. Unajua kuna ile kule Ukambani nasikia kuna ile dawa unasalimia mtu alafu unamfuata. Akili mtu wangu vitu zinaweza
Duke wewe, tunasema hapa tuna watu Ukambani hatupatiwi counter ya watu Ukambani kunaendelea, alafu unakuja unaleta vitu kama hizo.
Lakini hiyo dawa umeisikia? Hiyo dawa ya kusalimia msichana alafu anakufuata.
Anasema hakuna dawa ya mapenzi bwana. Now Black anasema national anthem should be maintained and with the words that's there. So anasema hiyo ni
my apologies.
Yeah, ilikuwa tu the guy was being excited, so let's appreciate. Ni kama nani anaitwa nani, was it Babu na Mwamba wakati wa kuapishwa
kwa
Kibaki ile alisema ile ya kwanza
aliapa na jina ya Raila.
Now,
alafu anakuja anakuwa mtu pule kabisa. Jamaa sijui.
Lakini ilikuwa intentional though.
Sarah.
No, huyo jamaa unajua jamaa, this guy was very royal wakati huo.
Sarah.
Yes.
Are you the usual suspect number 5? Because tunakwanga usual suspect number 5, 4 usual suspects.
I am back like I never left.
Okay, so tunakwanga, unajua my usual suspect wanakuwa na special treatment. Ikishafika the 7th hour, unless you are the usual suspect, we don't allow you.
I was the usual suspect anyway. I just came back to my position. I took a vacation.
Karibu.
Yes.
Karibu.
I am back.
Karibu, Sarah, and you are back like you never left.
Exactly.
Duke, if you want to
Yes,
be
sir.
part of the usual suspect, ukikuja after the 7th hour, unakuwa na nani pia.
Mimi niko ndani hapa bana. Mimi niko ndani hapa.
Tuko na 2 ladies, tuko na Julia, tuko na Sarah, tuko na Makiadi, tuko na Ndeto na Duke. Kitaka kuja mkishaingia hivi hatufungui show. Sasa tunaendelea tu sisi mpaka mwisho.
Unajua Demba, saa zingine hatuingii mapema juu tunataka watu wapate chance ya kuongea. Juu kuna watu wanaingia hapa mapema wanakwama hapa watoki, so kuna mtu anataka kuongea kitu, so sisi tunangoja tuingie baadaye. Sasa hiyo baadaye tena hatupati chance bana.
Haya, wewe sasa usual suspects, tuko na suspects 5. God bless you, see you again tomorrow. Until next time, adios.